Chapter 67. Yijiosa returned to his lazy nature until the rice in the house was about to run out, only then did he remember to go out to buy. Unfortunately, however, the living expenses that Wild Goose Night had given him had been used up. Although Wild Goose Night had said that he could afford all the living expenses of 2 children and a group of dogs, but Yijiosa was not a person who had a clear conscience. Even if he looked harmless on the outside, his soul was that of a man. It was impossible for a man to ask another man for money in a righteous manner. Wild Goose Night took him in and took care of him, was his friend but not his biological father. Taking a step back, even if they were father and son, there was no son for the father to raise for the rest of his life. Otherwise, what was the difference between that and a baby who had not been weaned? Yijiosa glanced at the large stack of paper money in his backpack. After thinking for a moment, he gave up on the plan to use large bills. Even if he was not afraid of people looking for trouble, a single little girl who often used large bills to go to a convenience store would still attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. He did not want to face additional trouble. Then the question came, what should he do to make money in Japan? He was only a minor and did not have any background. It was not advisable to develop a chain of incense or anything like that. Moreover, Wild Goose Night participated in the Holy Grail War and needed to hide in the dark. He would never ask him to take care of him for his own personal matters that would instead harm this friend. Yijiosa thought about it, how to get a new and unobtrusive small profession to make a small fortune and spy on information. This was a problem that had to be solved. Yijiosa bought a pair of sunglasses and put them on his face. He held a flag with the big black word hexagram written on it on his shoulder and took advantage of the time when Senju Takuma was training Kimimaro to sneak out of the door. He had checked the information earlier. Although Japan was a small place, there were quite a few supernatural incidents. Compared to Hua Xiao, who was not allowed to become a demon after the founding of the People's Republic, in Japan, priests, witches, exorcists, and other professions were recognized by the people. Exorcism, divination, marriage, and feng shui, aren't these the jobs created specifically for the pure yang profession? As for the urban supernatural legends, he had the 24 characters' core values to protect him. What was there to be afraid of? If all else failed, he could just go to Jinshan River. If the client saw that he was too young and felt that he was unreliable, he could sacrifice some time to carry the client and perform a Thomas Snake-like qigong. He could guarantee that the client would never forget the experience and would never dare to look down on his ability again. With the beautiful wish of becoming a feng shui master, Yijiosa wore sunglasses and carried a big flag. He squatted on the crowded flyover under everyone's gaze. What he didn't know was that there were 5 dogs following him. Seeing that he had settled down, they crawled at the corner of the bridge and watched quietly. Before they found a substitute for the energy supply, they couldn't bear the risk of something happening to Yijiosa. People came and went, and there were indeed people who were curious about what Yijiosa was doing. But most of them talked with the intention of teasing a child, and then continued on their journey to school and work. Japan was extremely busy, and everyone was as busy as a top. In this fast-paced life, who would care about a small fortune-telling stall? Unless it was someone who had nothing better to do, like the delinquent girl in front of him, whose hair was dyed like a colorful chicken nest. She was Yijiosa's first customer. She was wearing a midriff-bearing dress and had 8 earrings on her ear. Her nails were painted in a devilish color, and she was smoking a cigarette. She was bored to death and was planning to tease Yijiosa. However, Yijiosa looked at her calmly and smiled benevolently. Although you smoke, drink, fight, have tattoos, have puppy love, and don't like to study, I know that you are a good girl. The delinquent girl stared at him blankly for a long time, and without warning, tears fell. Well, a seed that had sunk into the valley of decadence, occasionally given a beam of light, could encourage it to take root and germinate. Phototropism was the instinct of living things, and delinquents were the same. Yijosa received the first payment of his career, lollipop. Forget it, I'll just read my fortune in a Buddhist way, and let fate take its course. He licked it with relish. However, Yijosa didn't know that the delinquent girl was so helpful. Less than 5 minutes after she left, she brought him a group of customers. All of them were her sworn sisters. He didn't know what she said, but the girls looked at him with such conviction and unconcealable faith. Fuck, Alexander. Yijosa took a deep breath, smacked his lips twice, and prepared for a debate. I have a crush on a senior, but he is too excellent. I feel very inferior, and I feel that I am not worthy of him. But I still want to try. I want to let him know my feelings, I want to attract his attention, so, please tell me, how should I write a love letter? This is my lifetime request. Even the use of you and lifetime request, damn, let him write a love letter to a man. He was just a fortune-telling stall on the bridge. How did the business suddenly change? Yijosa licked the lollipop. Let him know my feelings, a love letter to attract his attention. This is easy, listen carefully. Sorry, you are not the type I like, please stop pestering me. Huh? The girl's eyes widened. You guys are really stupid. Men are cheap in their bones, they often don't cherish things that are easily obtained. Yijosa opened his mouth and lectured, like the most senior brothel keeper in Ihong brothel. So, sending a specious love letter is far more meaningful than receiving a love letter in his drawer. He grinned, men always understood men the most. If you say he is excellent, then he will find a way to find you and return the love letter to you. Maybe, he still needs an explanation. Remember, you are delinquents, so at that time, show your weak and soft side, the opposite of your usual arrogant and domineering self. The contrast is great, and with good acting, you can catch the other party's eyes. Do you understand? The girls were amazed, they were convinced by Yijosa's methods. They poured out their troubles in puberty, and all of them were answered by Yijosa. After a whole morning, he collected a box of lollipops, a few dozen coins, and a small stack of notes. The Buddhist fortune-telling stall was full of customers, but Yijosa faced it with a smile. Because his words were so good, even through a pair of sunglasses, he received the nickname Angel of the Bridge. Until sunset, his back and legs were sore, and before he decided to close the stall, he met the last customer. It was a mysterious man, wrapped in a coat, a scarf, and a pair of sunglasses. The outline of his face that was exposed was extremely handsome, and there was a strand of dark brown hair hanging down his forehead, like a thick ahogue. Yijosa looked at him, suspecting that he was a celebrity. After all, even if his face was covered, it was difficult to conceal his heroic aura. Yo, a big customer, a fat sheep. The man looked around for a while, then squatted down to look at Yijosa. Hello, respected. Fortune teller. I heard that you can break your luck with the ladies here, is that true? Break my luck with the ladies. Yijosa pondered for a moment, and he felt that this guy was probably a celebrity. Only a celebrity would want to break his luck with the ladies because there were too many of them. Yijosa nodded, and then probed, what's your name? The man froze for a moment, and then pondered for a moment, as though he had made up his mind about something, and then whispered, my name is Dilamudden Odina. Dilamudden. A pseudonym, right? Is there a celebrity named Dilamudden in Nippon? As expected, is it because he's too famous, so he doesn't dare to tell me his name? Yijosa sat up straight, tell me your story. Dilamudden paused for a moment, and then leaned closer to Yijosa, removing his scarf and sunglasses. Slowly. He revealed a handsome face and a pair of sharp eyes. His gaze was clearly firm and resolute, but it was blurred by the tear-shaped mole at the corner of his eye, turning it into a wanton and amorous expression. That tear-shaped mole seemed to have some sort of magical power, and it made people want to stare at him for the first time, the second time, the third time. And even the desire to stare at him for a long time. It's simply poisonous. Yijosa suddenly came to his senses. You look like this. You're too fucking good-looking. How are other men supposed to live like this? Dillamuddin secretly admired Yijosa's composure, and then revealed a bitter expression. I can't control the charm of this mole. Women will always fall in love with me when they see me. Isn't it good to have a woman who likes you? What if the woman who likes you is Moss? Master's fiancé. Dillamuddin's face was full of confusion. As the Lancer summoned by Kenneth during the Holy Grail War, he was supposed to work together with his master to fight against the enemy. Who knew that the magic of the tear-shaped mole was so great that Kenneth's fiancée actually fell in love with him? He simply didn't know what to do. He had clearly rejected her, but that woman still fell in love with him. Now, Master Kenneth even wanted to kill him. Hiss. Yijosa gasped, Master's fiancé fell in love with you. Not only did this guy have a sugar daddy, but that sugar daddy was also a man, and that man's fiancé even fell in love with him. Oh ho, the vast expanse of green like a prairie, yes, I hope. Your Excellency can help me out of this predicament. Dillamuddin took a deep breath and took out a card from his pocket. I heard that to express sincerity, material exchange is required. Yijosa quickly took the card and smiled. Of course, of course. Does your master value you or his fiancée? Dillamuddin thought carefully. He values his fiancée because she fell in love with me, and master wants to kill me. Yijosa narrowed his eyes, looking like a schemer. After a while, he took out the backpack, and took out the condoms that the dogs brought home. He approached Dillamuddin like a thief and whispered, Brother, do you know this thing? Dillamuddin shook his head. Yijosa was speechless. Oh, it seems that as long as you are handsome, you don't need condoms. Jealousy has changed me beyond recognition. Being single has made me sinister. Yijosa stuffed the condoms into Dillamuddin's hand. Remember, tonight, choose an occasion where your master and his fiancée are present, and open this box. Dillamuddin's heartbeat sped up slightly. What's in the box? The box contains forgetfulness water. Bah, forgetfulness pills. Yijosa muttered, take one out, put it in your mouth, put it in your most handsome posture, look at your master and say say what? Do it. What does do it mean? Listen to me, as long as you hold the pill in your mouth and say, do it, to your master, I guarantee that he will no longer be suspicious of you and his fiancée. Even in the future, you and his fiancée will be at ease when you are alone. Is it that magical? Yes, remember, be sure to say this to him in front of his fiancée. You, the pill, your master, and his fiancée, all of them are indispensable. Well. Dillamuddin expressed that he would remember it. Believe me, after this, his fiancée will never love you. Dillamuddin put the condoms into his arms, wrapped a scarf, put on sunglasses, and hurried away. Yijosa carried the flag inside, looking at the gradually gray sky with melancholy. No wonder it snows all year round in the pure Yang Palace, because being invincible is the most lonely. Chapter 68. Dillamuddin, also known as Old Wang Next Door, Green Hat Deliverman, was an honest boy who used the script of the 10,000 fans to brush up on his chivalry. His wish was very simple: to serve a monarch, to do his duty, to let himself, as a knight, complete the lifelong achievement of great life, glorious death. Therefore, when the master summoned the servant and the Holy Grail responded to the heroic spirit, the Pokemon Dillamuddin personally bumped into the Pokeball thrown by Kenneth. He became Kenneth's companion in advancing into the Pokemon Master. He had thought that He was about to reach the peak of the servant who could defeat the heroic spirit, sweep away the master, and win the Holy Grail. Who knew that he would be forced into, I love her, she loves you, don't you care about the internal strife? Dillamuddin was the most troubled by this kind of derailment. He wanted to have an open and honest talk with Kenneth, but the other party did not trust him, and even doubted his loyalty and intentions for a time. He was so wary of him and resisted him, and because his fiancée had fallen in love with someone else, he took his anger out on him. Dillamuddin felt deeply tired. He really did not expect that his master was not only a scheming man but also a fucking love brain. He was unwilling to take medicine, and his illness could not be cured. This was the worst master he had ever seen. The only thing to be thankful for was that he used the excuse of spying for information to avoid Kenneth and Sora. After disguising himself, he walked around the streets. Coincidentally, he ran into a magical fortune teller. Different from the perspective of ordinary humans, in Dillamuddin's vision, Yijiosa himself emitted an endless spiritual light, surrounded by a combination of hard and soft power to protect him. He could attack and defend, and at first glance, he felt that he was incomparably powerful. He suspected that the other party was also a master, but compared to this information, it was indeed more important to ask the fortune teller to break the peach blossom, right? He was like an ignorant lamb that had barged into Yijiosa's wolf pen, and like an excited little bird that had flown out of Yijiosa's iron cage. Holding a small box, Dillamuddin's eyes shone with excitement. As long as he thought about how he could make Sora stop loving him and how he could make Kenneth lower his guard against him, the honest spearman felt that he could achieve his life goal. However, Kenneth booked a hotel as his base. It was night, and he was standing in a quiet room, overlooking the land of Fuyuki City through the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights were dim and the traffic was endless. But in the near future, it would probably become the graveyard of the Holy Grail War. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, his fiancée Sora's voice suddenly rang out, "You're back. You're back." Lancer was back. Only when Lancer was back would Sora be different from before. She was clearly a high-end magician and had the ability to resist the love mole, but she still fell for it without hesitation. Kenneth was well aware of what this meant. Sora liked Dillamuddin, not because of the love mole, but because of him. This made him unable to restrain his jealousy and anger. Kenneth took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. He was really afraid that he would be irrational and force Lancer to self-destruct in front of him. No, not now, the war still needed Lancer's power. Click. There was a slight sound, and Dillamuddin's tall figure appeared at the door. The warm yellow light in the room shone on his well-defined face, softening his expression, and his eyes seemed to be filled with affection. He didn't enter the room, but chose a lazy and relaxed posture, leaning against the door frame. His muscles were bulging, his waistline was slightly bent, and his hip bone was slightly protruding. Coupled with the unique dark green tights of the Lancer, almost every contour of his abdominal muscles was clearly outlined, as well as the beautiful curves of his body. At this moment, this usually serious Lancer leaned against the door in an invisibly seductive manner, with his head half tilted and a yuppie smile. His light-colored thin lips were slightly pursed, and there was an indescribable condom in his mouth. Bang! The coffee in Sora's hand directly fell to the ground. This time, Kenneth was shocked and turned his head. He frowned and wanted to say something, but he didn't expect to bump into Dillamuddin's enchanting and coquettish appearance. In the next second, this ascetic, serious, and proud magician from Great Britain, motherfucker. Petrified. Especially at the moment when he saw Dillamuddin holding the condom in his mouth, Kenneth's mouth slightly opened, as if a white soul flew out of it. This was a terrible blow. This Lancer. Finally showing his beastly side, was he going to make a move on Sora? No. I won't allow it. I'll give the order to turn him into ashes right now. Kenneth's hand trembled slightly. He was so angry that he felt as if his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. On the other side, Dillamuddin's eyes lit up. Seeing that both Kenneth and Sora were present, he felt that it was time to say his lines. He firmly remembered Yi-Jose's teachings. He must say his lines to his master, especially in a place where there was a fiancé. He must say it sincerely, seriously, and affectionately. Therefore, he stared at Kenneth attentively, as if he had crossed thousands of years of time and arrived in front of the most important king. He clearly spat out the oath of lifelong loyalty. "Master, give me a shot." Sora. Kenneth. Sora's whole body trembled. Her beautiful face was extremely distorted, and her lips were trembling. Her face was pale. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't believe it." What was there to not believe? Was it because he wasn't loyal enough? No. If even Sora couldn't believe it, then it was even more impossible for Master to believe it. He had to do something. As Kenneth's eyes glazed over, Dillamuddin strode to his side, scaring Kenneth so much that he took a big step back. Dillamuddin frowned, his eyes filled with concern as he supported his master's weak body. At the same time, he emphasized again, "Give me a shot." "Master." Kenneth. No. He didn't believe it. How could the heroic spirit he summoned be a gay man? How could it be a gay man? Was it because he chanted the summoning spell wrong, or was it because of the bad feng shui in England? No. Kenneth's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Dillamuddin was shocked and immediately stopped his master's body. He shouted in shock, "Master! What's wrong with you? Pull yourself together. I only said to give you a shot." Sora watched as Dillamuddin embraced her fiancé, Kenneth, right in front of her. Then, she watched as the condom in his mouth fell into Kenneth's half-open mouth. Sora staggered out of the room in a daze. She fell in love with a gay man. Yi-Jose had been well-behaved recently. He didn't go to the bridge to set up a fortune-telling stall, nor did he cause any trouble. Because Samoyed was sick, he didn't want to eat or drink all day, and he even seemed to be in a trance. Don't tell me you're thinking of love. Just as Yi-Jose was thinking about finding a female dog for Samoyed, the figure of Wild Goose Knight appeared in the villa. At the same time, he brought him some information. "I heard that a master was traumatized and was hospitalized." Wild Goose Knight said faintly, "A lot of people are looking for him and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Try not to go out for the time being. They are likely to find this place." Yi-Jose nodded, "We didn't do anything, and a master is already hospitalized." Wild Goose Knight nodded, "It's likely to be a trap. After all, the Holy Grail War is so important. Who would be stupid enough to be hospitalized at this time? There must be a conspiracy." Wild Goose Knight narrowed his eyes, "Maybe it's to lure other masters and servants." That's hard to say." Yi-Jose rubbed his chin, "You said last time that some masters will come from abroad to participate in the Holy Grail War. Then the question is, can their stomachs handle Japanese food? Yi-Jose analyzed, for example, natto, wasabi, sashimi. What if that master was hospitalized because he ate something bad? Maybe when you attack, he will still be squatting on the toilet. Then he can be eliminated. First blood. Perfect. Wild Goose Knight was speechless. What you said makes sense. I actually have nothing to say to that." Wild Goose Knight came in a hurry and left expressionlessly. Yi-Jose dragged the Samoyed over and combed its fur. "Harmony, what's wrong with you recently? Did you eat rake? Did you eat something bad? Do you want a rake?" Aizen was speechless. He didn't want to talk. Until now, he could still remember the face he saw on the bridge, Dillamuddin. Why? Why did this man look so much like him? When Dillamuddin took off his scarf and glasses, Aizen could never forget the way his colleagues looked at him. Look, he looked so much like you in the illusion. The same slicked back hair, the same ahogue, the same hair color, even the face and figure were so similar. Aizen was speechless. Tibetan Mastiff barked, woof woof woof. Is that your brother? Aizen. No, I don't have a brother. Golden Fur barked, woof woof woof. Is that your son? Aizen, hee, I've always been clean. Golden Fur barked, woof woof woof. Clean. A man who hasn't experienced pleasure isn't a real man. Golden Fur became even more arrogant, woof woof woof. For example, I once had countless beauties. I once had millions of soldiers. I once had a rich land and a king's treasury. Oh, you're very arrogant. Samoyed sneered, woof woof woof. It's just an external object. Tibetan Mastiff sneered, woof woof woof. Wealth is nothing, I have a brother who respects me. Nine Orchid Flower gave a critical hit, woof woof woof. My brother is nothing, I have a cute sister. Only belongs to my sister. The scene fell into a dead silence. Only Saishomaru seriously thought about Inuyasha, who cheated on his son and brother, finally got up slowly and nestled in his owner's arms. Dogs were speechless. Saishomaru's dark golden eyes swept across the scene, not saying a word. Chapter 69. Yijiosa was a well-behaved child. Jiantong Wild Goose Night told him not to go out. He really didn't go out anymore. Instead, he exerted his subjective initiative. He climbed out of the window. Senju Takuma stood on the balcony looking at her back as she carried the flag and walked further and further away, as well as the 5 dogs who were secretly following her like thieves. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He turned his gaze to the Tibetan Mastiff at the back of the dog team. His gaze was gentle and nostalgic, as if he was looking for a familiar shadow through an unrecognizable body. Implicit and inclusive, affectionate and sad. There seemed to be a feeling in the unseen world. Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked behind him. The wind blew gently, and the roses swayed. Whether it was the courtyard or the balcony, it was empty, only a white curtain was fluttering slightly. Well. That idiot. His hair was blown up by the wind. Who gave him the illusion that he was hiding well? Uchiha Madara sneered in his heart. He chased after the main group. Senju Takuma leaned against the window and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The moment he turned his head. However, he was shocked by Kimimara's expressionless face. Have you finished your training mission? Kimimaro nodded. As the most talented blood heir of the Huiyi clan, even if he had to adapt to the intensity of the physical technique training of the Senju clan, it was not unbearable. It could even be said that the intensity of the training of the Senju clan had completely unleashed the potential of his body. And under the guidance of Senju Takuma, Kimimaro's evolution could be said to be at a rapid pace. However, geniuses with talent, blood inheritance, and brains always had a troubled life. For example, Kimimaro. Lord Senju, I am very concerned about the matter you mentioned before. Kimimaro looked up, his eyes filled with emotions that did not match his age. You said that my bloodline atavism is like your would escape. And because of my premature atavism and awakening, my bloodline inheritance caused my body to collapse, Kimimaro said calmly. I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel like you're hiding something from me. Senju Takuma didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes was both regretful and complicated. Usually, no matter what I ask you, you will tell me without reservation. Even when it comes to the ninjutsu and taijutsu of the Senju clan, you have never been perfunctory with me. This is the only thing that made you hesitate for a long time about my bloodline inheritance and my body. You didn't want to let me know about it. Then, can I think that? Kimimaro looked up, his eyes seeking confirmation. My body isn't optimistic, and I might even die prematurely and not live for long. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Senju Takuma looked down at him, and Kimimaro looked up at him. It was a silent confrontation, but it was also a compromise that had to be made. Senju-sama, please tell me. Kimimaro showed weakness for the first time. He stretched out his finger and gently pulled on Senju's sleeve. From the moment I killed the first ninja, I was no longer a child. Senju Takuma was silent for a long time, and finally, he squatted down and looked at Kimimaro at the same level. Although he had not officially accepted Kimimaro as his disciple, he had long regarded Kimimaro as his disciple after teaching him for the past few days. He was surprised by this child's talent, proud of his progress, and regretful for his fate. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Kimimaro. Senju Takuma raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. When I awakened would release, I was already a teenager. My body, bloodline, and chakra are relatively mature, so I can afford the consumption of atavism. With wood release, I stood at the peak of the ninja world. And you? Kimimaro, your atavism was at the beginning of your birth. Senju Takuma couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. When your Kekkei Genkai awakened, you were just a baby, and your body couldn't bear the heavy load. You will be stronger than all your peers, strong enough to kill a jonin. But on the other hand, your body will be dragged down. Maybe, you won't live. Tell me, Senju-sama. Kimimaro smiled back. How long? Less than 15 years old. Senju Takuma looked at the child's emotionless eyes and sighed. The treatment I gave you can only alleviate the pain. If you want to cure it, you may need other methods. Enough. Ha! Kimimaro smiled and raised his white and tender hand in front of Senju Takuma. On the back of that little hand, he had imprinted a blood-red pattern. When Senju Takuma saw the pattern, his face changed. Kimimaro, wash your hand. No. Kimimaro refused. Sama has a wish in her heart that must be fulfilled, that's why she became your master. And my wish is to fulfill her wish in my limited life. Senju-sama, please come with me. Senju Takuma said seriously, do you know what you are doing? What Sama wants is what I want. Kimimaro smiled. And what I want is to hope that Sama can get what she wants. He will always remember the shimmer that fell into the dungeon, and he will always remember the warmth that Yi-Josa gave him. The direction that the tip of her sword pointed was the direction that he yearned for. I want to pretend to be a master and lure out the guy hiding in the dark. Yi-Josa did not know that the saying, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, applied to him and Kimimaro. Through his own practice, he completely taught a simple child what it meant to stir up trouble, and Kimimaro was better than his master. Either he did not do it, or he did it in a big way. He and Senju Takuma went out, acting like two stupid fools, as if they were the type that could easily be put in a sack if they went out on the street. They maintained their innocent and sweet image through the streets, walked through every corner of the park, and turned into a secluded alley from time to time. Until 5 hours later, they finally met a clown man with big eyes and an ugly face, holding a book near the amusement park. He stood outside the amusement park, and like a human magician, he conjured some white doves and roses to attract the children. In the excited cheers of the children, he was surrounded by them and walked far away. He was about 100 meters away from the amusement park. The smell of a follower. Senju Takuma frowned. There is a strong smell of blood. It should be a guy who kills people like flies. But looking at the clown man's attitude towards the children, he was really gentle, and it was hard to tell where the thick and disgusting smell of blood came from. But the more harmonious it was, the more strange it was. Kimimaro let go of Senju Takuma's big palm and left him where he was. Like a fish, he merged into the crowd of people watching the performance, and left with the clown man along with the footsteps of the children. Senju Takuma quietly followed. At that time, Yijiosa was still carrying a big flag and setting up a stall on the bridge. Unlike the first time when the stall was deserted, this time the stall was really much more lively. Look at the two beautiful girls in front of him. They were so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off them. One had white hair and red eyes, her smile was pure and innocent, and her every movement had the naivety of a noble lady. The other had blonde hair and blue eyes, her face was noble and solemn, and her every frown and smile revealed the forcefulness and majesty of a noble queen. Compared to the white snake and green snake combination of Kikyu and Kagura, this pair of girls was like a waltz between a princess and a queen. What a feast for the eyes! Yijiosa immediately sat upright and still. He was in high spirits as he waited for the two girls' love counseling. He didn't ask for anything in return. He only hoped that the girls would give him a loving hug so that he could experience what it was like to be in the land of tenderness. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. Yijiosa never thought that the two girls would come to his stall and not ask about his birth date and marriage, but instead ask a childish question: how to truly achieve world peace. To be honest, girls, the world has been fighting and killing for thousands of years, if not thousands of years, right? The peace problem that humans have spent so long to solve, don't you think that this topic is too heavy, that this dream is too far-fetched? Oh, she doesn't seem to think so because she is a noble lady from a large foreign family, and her name is Alice Phil von Einstein Balin. When Yijiosa heard this name, he was about to explode. He simply rounded up and shortened this beauty to Fitz, and her nickname was Fitzsteak. The style of the companion of Fitzsteak was also quite twisted, and she was actually called Artoria Pendragon. The corner of Yijiosa's mouth twitched, and he quickly gave the blonde and blue-eyed queen a short name, Pandora. This is much easier to remember. Yijiosa maintained a proper attitude, listening to the two girls selling him about world peace, and his mind was in a mess. To put it simply, these two girls came from abroad, and they took a plane across the ocean just to come to Japan. To a palm-sized island country to find a path to world peace. And the reason they traveled so far was because they were sold world peace by another severely Chinibu, and they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this path. Hey, this kind of awareness, don't tell me they were brainwashed by a multi-level marketing organization. Yijiosa narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fitzsteak opened his mouth. I'm sorry to let you hear so much, because my lover has been depressed recently, so I'm also feeling lost, and I can't help but want to find some spiritual sustenance. Speaking of which, it was really bad luck. Her husband, Amiya Kisi, had finally found traces of Kenneth, but unexpectedly, he suddenly moved away from the hotel and went to 17 or 18 hospitals in one night, which made Kisi have a hard time searching. She still remembered the sad experience of Kisi driving until his car ran out of gas, and he had to squeeze into the subway. In the end, he squeezed into a female student and was almost mistaken as a crazy person on the subway. Sigh. When Kisi got off the subway, he realized that his listening device had been squeezed out. He had been depressed for a long time. I heard that you're the most spiritual fortune teller here, so. Fitzsteak laughed. Can you tell the lost sheep where the way out is? Yijiosa took a deep breath and said shamelessly, let me tell you, you've asked the right person. If you dare to ask where the way is under your feet, and where your feet are pointing is your way out. Yijiosa said mysteriously, if you want to achieve world peace, don't you think your power is too weak? Ha! Your friends, your man. Only the three of you are fighting for world peace. Don't you feel lonely, empty, and cold? Don't you want to be understood? Don't you want more people to help you? Don't you think it's sad that only the three of you are walking on such an important path of revolution alone? Ichiosa used his mouth cannon to the max. Since you are confused about the way out, why don't you do it in another way? The burden of the world falls on your man's shoulders. Don't you think he's really pitiful? Don't you think he's really pitiful? He's a good young man, but he has to remove his brain to become a Chinibu. And the world's hot-blooded manga tells the world that only middle school and high school students can save the world. He, a married Chinibu, has long passed the age limit. I think you should find allies with common ideals and a common language. But. Fitstake hesitated. How do we find them? Give out leaflets. Believe me, engrave infertility cure on the leaflets, and you'll gain the first group of supporters. Ha! Don't you understand? The premise of world peace is that human beings move towards the great harmony of life. Yi Joseph said, the economic base determines the superstructure, and family harmony is the only way for the world to be at peace. Humans fight wars because they have excess energy. When the whole world is busy making babies, who has the mood to fight wars? Chapter 70. Ichiosa said a bunch of nonsense. There was only one main meaning. When your man was depressed, in pain, helpless and pitiful, there was no problem that couldn't be solved with one shot if there was then two shots. Ignoring the indescribable expressions of Fitstake and Pandora, he even calmly fished into the backpack and took out another box of condoms. Since there were two girls squatting in front of him, and girls were generally thin-skinned, Ichiosa was used to being rough. He casually took two tissues and wrapped the box, then handed it to Fitstake. Give this box to your lover. I don't think he will be confused for a while. Ichiosa said solemnly, he will understand that there are more important things to do than world peace. The beautiful wife gave the condom to her husband, which was undoubtedly telling her, darling, it was time for you to give the public rations. As long as the husband was not an idiot, he would not refuse his wife's invitation. After that, with the heavenly thunder and earthly fire, there was no time to grieve over the changing seasons. What's more, he might not have the energy to think about anything else. What is this? Alice Phil was puzzled. Box. This is a magical box that can make a man forget his troubles. Ichiosa said with a smile, however. Before you give it to him, I hope you won't open it. Otherwise, the effect will be reduced. Alice Faye listened with some doubt. But she still left the place with Saber. For some reason, the girl in front of her gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was as if there was something terrifying trapped in this body, and she couldn't help but want to retreat. She didn't have this kind of aura when she looked at her before. The backs of the two beauties gradually disappeared. Ichiosa's expression faded. After pondering for a while, he got off the overpass and slipped into the phone booth on the street. He contacted Wild Goose Night, but he couldn't help but look through the window of the phone booth and cast his gaze on the big screen in the middle of the street. The host on the screen broadcasted the day's news and emphasized the recent missing children cases 3 times. He emphasized that citizens must take good care of their children to avoid tragedies and solemnly stated that the police would solve the cases as soon as possible. The case of missing children. Speaking of which, this was the 7th case this month. Ahem, why are you looking for me? On the other end, Wild Goose Night's voice sounded a little weak. He seemed to be coughing badly. There was even the faint sound of water. I heard something else. Are you outside? Are the master's hearing so good these days? Uncle Wild Goose Night, that's not the point. Ichiosa leaned on the side and lowered his voice. I met a lot of people, and 3 of them were very special. What 3 people? Where are you? Wild Goose Knight was nervous. Let me finish. Yijosa curled the ends of his hair and said, these 3 people, I thought of a way to give them some small gifts. And at the bottom of the little present, there is a bug. Bug? Wild Goose Knight was shocked. I remember you said that you are the master who controls bugs. Then, do you have a way to use the senses of the bug to help me find their location? Wild Goose Knight put his hand over his heart. He felt his blood pressure rising. What are you doing? You just need to stay in the villa, the Holy Grail will. Uncle Wild Goose Knight, we need allies. Even if we can't be allies, we need to find their location first so that we can plan for the long term. Yijosa sighed. Compared to you, it's easier for me to gather information. After all, no one will be guarded against a child. Plus, my power is special, I won't be easily discovered. There was a long silence on the other end. Yijosa knew that it would be difficult to convince Wild Goose Knight to let him participate in the Holy Grail War. But they couldn't be passive. Once they were passive, it meant that they couldn't take the initiative to grasp the favorable situation. Uncle Wild Goose Knight, last time I saw you coughing up blood. Yijosa sighed. You cleaned up the traces, but I found the handkerchief you hid. There was blood that hadn't dried up, and a lot of bugs. They are still alive. My follower told me that they live by sucking your flesh and blood. One day, they will devour you. I asked him to use a secret method to deal with the bugs, but they are still alive. I think, as long as they are still alive, you will have a way to find them, right? Wild Goose Knight's tone was very bitter. What do you want to do? He didn't understand how Yijosa, who was only half grown up, could be so cunning. But looking at her current performance, if he only treated her as a child, not only him, but also the other masters would suffer a great loss. Nothing, just came to talk about our ideals. Yijosa said, if we can become allies, that's even better, if not, then directly eliminate the other party's follower. I remember that eliminating the master's follower can force the master out of the game. Uncle Wild Goose Knight, you need the Holy Grail, I also need the Holy Grail. Joining forces with others to eliminate some of them is the fastest way. I am the bait on the surface, but I have the strength to protect myself. Uncle Wild Goose Knight, since you want to achieve your goal by hiding behind the scenes, then you might as well become the biggest promoter of this war. After a long time, Wild Goose Knight put down the phone and muttered to himself. I am probably crazy for being persuaded by you. This kind of bold and crazy idea and approach, a little carelessness would lead to death. In a sense, this child was really a terrible gambler. Yijosa closed the stall, stepped on the red line at sunset, and slowly walked in the direction of home. The 5 dogs kept a distance between them, like the most dutiful bodyguards. It had to be said that their owner was a very beautiful little girl. As she slowly grew up, even if her behavior was rough and slovenly, she could still attract a lot of attention. But at the same time, she was also very easy to attract perverts. For example, now, a young man stopped her. The man was wearing a shirt with casual pants, and his hair was swaying in the wind. His curved eyebrows were full of smiles, and he looked very friendly, like an older brother next door. He wore a lavender bracelet on his right hand, and it was not known if it was because of the light, but it was emitting a faint purple glow. He approached Yijosa, trying to get close to him. Yijosa did not refuse, and even followed the man's footsteps. They gradually left the downtown area, avoided the crowd, and hid in the complicated alleys. The 5 dogs followed closely behind. Except for 9 Orchid Flower and Eisen, the other 3 were a little gloomy. They smelled a strong stench, which was the smell of a grudge emanating from the man. His bad karma was extremely deep, and the smell of blood was so strong that it could not be washed away. He was like a devil in human skin. Gilgamesh's face was extremely ugly, woof woof woof. She didn't expect it to be Castor's master. This cultivator was really unappetizing. Uchiha Madara turned his head, woof woof woof. Do you know him? Who is he? The dogs pricked up their ears, but they did not stop. Gilgamesh, woof woof woof. The king didn't remember the name of this cultivator, but he remembered that he liked to kill children. Killing children. Gilgamesh, woof woof woof. His means were cruel, and it was said that even the bodies of children were smashed. He took the owner away just to kill her. The dogs began to speed up, and Gilgamesh continued to expose Dash, woof woof woof. Although they were just bugs among the cultivators, they were crazy. Especially his follower Castor, countless humans died in his hands. Woof woof woof. His Castor could summon demons to assist in the battle, and the number was endless. The owner had no chance to win against them. Woof woof woof. If she lost, the only result would be death. As a result, only death. The golden hair man's understanding of this world was really detailed. It seemed that he had a close entanglement with this world. Or, did he belong to this world? Uchiha Madara and Saishomaru, who had the same experience, looked at each other and thought of what they swallowed. Could it be that this world also had the same image as the golden hair man? Thief. They carefully evaluated their own strength, plus the momentum and pressure of the golden hair man in the illusion. They always felt that if they fought this battle, they would only have a 50% chance of winning. However, it was too early to think about these things. Their owner, they didn't know if she found out the true face of the man. Yijiosa met Yushin Ryusuke. The moment he saw this man, Yijiosa's body trembled. He felt a cold and gloomy aura assaulting him, almost seeping into his bones. He opened his mouth, he spoke, he smiled, he was in high spirits. But what followed was the sound of electric current getting louder and louder in Yijiosa's ears. Zizizi, zizizi. Something was like a rusty joint being opened, making a kacha-kacha sound. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic sound rang dash, ding. Secret realm, war. Perverted murderer is activated, please incarnate as justice, and carry out a bloody trial on the evil forces. Yijiosa's face changed. This thing. Damn, isn't it the strange Jin-Jiang system? Oh, Jin-Jiang system. No, dog system. No, forget it, he only remembered that the other party called himself Little Sparrow. Strange, doesn't it only appear when the ending is broken? Chapter 71. No matter what this Jin-Jiang system that appeared and disappeared unpredictably was, as long as its existence did not interfere with personal life, the mission it issued would not touch the bottom line of morality. Yijiosa to it, he still maintained an attitude of coexistence. Moreover, his rebirth and return journey still relied on its help. Yijiosa was not an ungrateful wolf. Since the Great War mission did not conflict with the Holy Grail War, what harm could he do to help the system? After all, he was also very concerned about the keywords that the Jin-Jiang system had popped up: perverted murderer, evil forces, bloody sanction. Never, it would only give him a godlike stroke after he finished fighting the boss, comment on his performance and award him. There was never a time when it was so eager to appear and issue such a violent and bloody mission. And this change happened when he met the man in front of him. Yijiosa looked up at Long Jijie. He revealed a childlike and innocent smile. Big brother, are you going to take me to play with you? Long Jijie's eyebrows and eyes curved. He seemed to be in a good mood. Yes, you are the 14th child I found, they are all waiting for you. 13 children, Yijiosa's heart skipped a beat. The news of the missing children involuntarily appeared in his mind. Other than me, are there still 13? Yijiosa let him hold his hand and said in surprise, "Big brother, you called so many friends, are we going to the amusement park?" "It's a place more fun than the amusement park." Long Jijia laughed heartily, holding his wrist tightly. She gripped his wrist tightly. "Let's have a party tonight. The boss will be spending it with us." Boss? There were 2 adults in total. The boss knows magic tricks. His magic tricks are very gorgeous. Long Jijie recalled with an intoxicated expression on his face. Can you imagine? With a whoosh, there are blood-red fireworks exploding, and the cute child turns into an even cuter flower. It's simply dazzling art. Blood-red fireworks, cute children. Yijiosa's hands and feet were slightly cold, but his eyes darkened. It was rare for the Jinjiang system to make an appearance. It definitely wouldn't issue a meaningless mission. Then, was the young man in front of him really the culprit behind the missing children case? As for the boss and magic he mentioned, could they be the other group of masters and servants from the Holy Grail War? The bracelet on Long Jijie's wrist exuded a faint purple light. Yijiosa glanced at the back of Long Jijie's hand, but he did not see any blood-red patterns. Instead, he saw a flesh-colored adhesive tape stuck tightly to his skin. It was trimmed neatly, and if it weren't for the curly edges, it wouldn't have been discovered. So, he really was a master. Or a human trafficker. Without batting an eyelid, Yijiosa reached into his bag and crushed the flying insect that Jian Tong Wild Goose Knight had placed on him. Since his opponent was another group of contenders and not ordinary people, then he definitely couldn't be careless. Pure Yang's HP was low, and he didn't even have a healer by his side. Did he want to be toyed to death by the boss in this instance dungeon? Besides, there were 13 children there. What a deadly instance dungeon. After a few stops along the way, Long Jijia brought Yijiosa into a small, winding underground path. The surroundings were extremely dark, and he could barely see the outlines of things. There was a foul stench in the air, like the smell of something rotting, lingering for a long time. Yijiosa did not say a word. Like a child who had been hypnotized, he only focused on walking forward, not looking back. The deeper they went, the brighter the light from the bracelet on Long Jijia's wrist became. With the weak light, Yijiosa scanned the surroundings and found that the walls around him had been splashed with large buckets of paint. There were dark red lumps stuck to them, and there was a mottled layer of wriggling frost white. From time to time, he would step on a shoe that had fallen off, or a sock that only had half a sock left. He could vaguely see flickering black shadows. The narrow space became wider, and his vision brightened from darkness. He walked out of the extremely depressing path and arrived at the spacious belly of the abandoned building. When the scene inside the belly entered his eyes, Yijiosa's pupils shrank. Under the flickering candlelight, large patches of blood stained the floor and painted the walls. The heads of the young children were torn off, and they wore expressions of extreme fear before they died. One by one, they were placed on the shelves. White arms, slender fingers, fresh organs. They were all cut up and scattered all over the ground. The murderer used them as crayons, and he drew death graffiti all over the open space. The dead bodies were tied to the lab beds, the victims with wriggling flowers were soaked in formalin, and the children who had not been murdered were kept in cages, wailing in pain. This was hell on earth. Ah, what a beautiful art. Long Jijia sighed and let go of Yijiosa's hand. Death allows humans to move towards eternity. And magic makes this process full of beauty. He lowered his head and gently stroked the corpses soaked in formalin. His fingertips gently caressed the demonic flowers blooming inside the corpses. Only the most adorable child can raise the most powerful flower. Adorable child, even more adorable flower. Joseph finally understood the meaning of these words. His dark eyes flickered with suppressed anger. He had lost control of his emotions. He no longer cared about the war, and he no longer cared about his own life. He just wanted to draw his sword and kill this scum. And you? Long Jijia's voice sounded like an aria. You are the most adorable child I have ever seen. Bastard! Bastard! Joseph's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. At that moment, there was a strange sound of footsteps coming from another corridor. The sound of footsteps. He remembered now. This scum mentioned that there was a boss. From the looks of it, the newcomer should be his partner or his follower. Just as well. If two come, I'll kill both of them. Joseph didn't move, thinking about how to move the battlefield. There were still many children here. If they fought, the abandoned land would collapse. He had Jinshanhe, but the children didn't. Damn the terrain. Long Jijia looked at Joseph. He felt that she was no different from the children who were usually hypnotized. Her head was down, and her eyes were very empty. He calmed down a lot, and he was quite relieved to find Castor, the spirit he called boss. Long Jijia's Castor, named Giles de Rice, was also a scum who enjoyed killing children. Compared with Long Jijia's pursuit of the art of death, Giles paid more attention to the fear of human beings before death. In Giles's eyes, giving human beings the hope of life and then bringing them into the despair of death, the huge gap at that moment could brew the sweetest darkness, which was his favorite meal. As a caster who was proficient in black magic, Giles not only realized the art of Long Jijia's killing, but also sublimated the meaning of killing. Especially the blasphemous pleasure produced by killing children, which could make Giles excited all day long. Children were pure and flawless creatures, which was the beauty favored by the gods. Destroy them, make the gods angry, kill them, make the gods suffer. He would return the grief that the gods inflicted on him 1,000 times. Giles brought a dozen or so children into the hinterland. Long Jijia's body was brimming with unconcealable excitement, and he danced with joy. Boss! Ha ha ha! I brought 14 today. After saying that, Long Jijia anxiously looked behind him and counted. There were 16 of them. Well. Should I say that you are the boss? Even if I win by the number of people I kill, I can't beat you. Rijuse wandered around and suddenly saw Kimimaro in the middle of a group of children. He had white hair and green eyes. Through the flickering candlelight, Jose stared at Kimimaro. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed, and his face twitched suspiciously. Jose was speechless. Oh shit! My child was kidnapped. Ha! This child. Long Jijia reached out and wanted to touch him. He looks very special. Giles pressed his hand down. He is not an ordinary child. As he said that, Giles raised Kimimaro's hand, as if he was fiddling with a puppet, and sent it to Long Jijia. There is a command on the back of his hand. He is a master. His followers should be looking for him nearby. Jose was speechless. So you took Senju to Kumao to show off and got kidnapped. Kimimaro didn't change his expression. Master, master. He is a magician. Long Jijia was even more curious. The prey this time is actually a magician. Boss, you are amazing. Ha ha ha. That's great. Let's dismember him in front of his followers. Not bad, Giles praised. The hope of salvation is right in front of us, but we can never get it. Let this child die in terror. What a delicious snack. Using the death of the master to humiliate the followers and make them die in regret and chagrin was undoubtedly the script he wanted. Then, boss. Long Jijia trembled and laughed heartily. Should we have a grand party? Giles nodded. Then let's start with her. He stretched out his sharp nails and pointed at Yijiosa. Empty her organs. I want to make her into a collection. The 5 dogs stepped into the pitch-black underground tunnel. They were immediately suffocated by the strong stench inside, and they almost fainted. This was especially true for Saishomaru. If it weren't for his excellent combat qualities and extremely strong willpower supporting his body, he would probably be the first dog to faint from the smell. Aizen frowned. Woof woof woof. It was really a strong smell of corpses. As he spoke, he suppressed the disgust in his heart and walked to the white plastic bags piled up on the side. He moved one of them with his front paw and pulled open the mouth of the bag, revealing a head full of maggots. Gilgamesh, woof woof woof. There was no mistaking it. This was the territory of the mongrel. Uchiha Madara, woof woof woof. The smell was mixed, and they could no longer smell the owner. The dogs couldn't help but turn to Saishomaru. They knew that he had a keen sense of smell and should be able to. Oh, their colleague's face was already extremely pale, as if he would faint in the next second. Saishomaru shook his head and barked. Woof. Chase. Where to chase? 9 Orchid Flower twitched the tip of his nose and found a wisp of the fragrance of blood in the smell of corpses. Woof woof woof. There was the smell of children's blood, very sweet, a girl's. Woof woof woof. I can't smell it wrong. I'm a vampire. Follow me. The dogs paused for a moment, then immediately followed Jiu Lanshu inside. Even though they had become dogs, they were still the leaders of a region. They couldn't afford to let something happen to their owner, a child, under their hands. They stepped through the tunnel covered in blood and saw that the walls were covered with minced meat and bones. There were white maggots covering them like frost in winter. There were scattered small shoes, socks that were cut in half, pants that were wrapped in half of a corpse's body, and a coat that hid the head. The deeper they went, the more frightened they became. Even if they were cruel and merciless, and would do anything to achieve their goals, they would never be so crazy as to harm children. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads to the ground. This method of torturing children to death was absolutely unacceptable to a group of non-humans. The owner was inside. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the depths of the hinterland. It was deafening, and almost the entire ground trembled from the explosion. The sound of a long sword cutting through the iron wall suddenly sounded. A clear female voice cursed, mixed with the cries of countless children. It was extremely chaotic. When the 5 dogs directly entered the hinterland, they were drowned by a bunch of sea demon flowers from the demon world. They opened their fangs and claws and tore the sea demon apart, displaying 100% of the standard of demolishing a house. They destroyed everything they encountered. Until they destroyed the owner. The dog brigade was like a sharp arrow, forcefully tearing a gap and opening up the outer circle. The scene in the hinterland, the mountains of corpses and blood, the collapsed and broken medicine jars and test tubes, the crying children in cages, and the squirming sea demon. It was shocking. The 28 newly brought children shrank in the corner. The bones of Kimimara's whole body surged, and he split all the cages open. He held 2 shiny and sharp spines in his hands and smashed the sea demon. Dripping a bloody mist, he tightly protected the children around them. Yijiosa broke out the Great Void Sword Essence, forcing Giles to retreat in the blue sword energy and the life Tai Chi on the ground. The high explosive power crushed all the sea demons, but they seemed to be endless. When one died, the second one would always appear. It's endless. Yijiosa shook off his sweat. Kimimaro, take them away. Woof. Saishomaru jumped to the front line, and all the hair on his body stood up. There was a strong demon wind swirling and rising around him. His eyes turned into a strange blood red, and there were signs of him turning into a giant demon beast. Without hesitation, Yijiosa scooped him up and flung him backward. Don't be arrogant. This place is about to collapse. Clang! With the sound of gold and iron colliding, Yijiosa swiftly cut off the sea demon wrapped around his ankle, turned the tip of the sword, and stabbed at Ryusuke's throat. Giles obviously knew that his master's strength was not high, and he also knew that this place would collapse if he stayed any longer. His bell-like eyes glanced at the faces of Yijiosa and Kimimaro, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. Oh. 2 masters? That's great. I'll catch you. Holding the human skin in his hand, Giles chanted black magic and summoned a large number of sea demons, almost bursting the whole hinterland. The sea demons twisted their bodies and pounced on the defenseless children. In a scream, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened Susanoo, wrapping a group of children and colleagues in it. Yijiosa was furious, unity of man and sword. Boom, boom, boom. The crazy explosion sounded like thunder, and cobweb-like cracks spread from the wall, knocking over the candles and lamp oil. A raging fire ignited, igniting the darkness and illuminating the broken bones of the children. The dark eyes of the dead gazed at the dark underground. How could he let these children stay in such a place forever? The huge Tai Chi pattern stretched and spread in the hinterland. The sword intent was like a tiger running, and the murderous aura was like a dragon roaring. The magnificent energy mixed with the blue sword god swept across the area, turning everything in its path into ruins. Yijiosa had no time to care about the abnormality of the Tibetan mastiff. He poured his strength into the tip of the sword and threw a mountain river suppression backward. Then he opened the shop and spent 6 months to exchange for a golden bell shield charm. He used it on the basis of mountain river suppression to ensure that everyone could survive in the collapsed buildings. 6 months was indeed a huge sum of money for him. But time could be earned back, but children's lives could not. Rumble dash, the sewage flooded, and the buildings collapsed. Yijiosa looked coldly at the direction where Castor fled, raised his hand, and issued the first command spell, Senju Takuma. I order you, by any means, kill these 2 murderers for me. The golden-red color surged in the lines. He believed that Senju Takuma would not be far away, and he also believed that the shinobi god could bring him victory, and he also believed that Senju would not care about his command tone. He didn't forget that this was the Great War task issued by the Jinjong system. And the Great War was not a dungeon that could be solved by one person. When in trouble, it was instinctive to call teammates. After all, it would take him some time to climb out of the collapsed ruins. Large stones fell from the top of his head. The next second, he suddenly heard the majestic voice of Senju Takuma penetrating the layers of walls, and the rumbling echo resounded in the sky of Fuyuki City. Would release, the world of flowers and trees. Giant trees grew, and gorgeous bouquets bloomed outside. It directly weakened Castor's ability to escape. Because Senju Takuma could not determine the specific position of Castor, he had to use a big move to lock the target, and then solve it violently. With strength, he could indeed do whatever he wanted. It was a pity that Senju Takuma forgot that this was not the era of ninja. In 1994, Fuyuki City, Japan used a wide range of ninjutsu, which attracted almost all the TV stations in Japan. The chakra consumption of wood release was like the rushing Yellow River. In the blink of an eye, it almost drained the internal force in Yijiosa's meridians. Yijiosa's eyes turned black, and he fell to the ground, lying on the Samiad's body. His hand tightly clasped the Samiad's flesh, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Fuck! What the hell? What's with this feeling of weakness that only appears when one masturbates too much? But the worst was yet to come. Would release, 4-pillar prison technique. Yijiosa was so weak that he directly lied on the ground. Would release, eternal burial. He felt his body was empty. He felt his soul was torn. He felt his wallet was in debt. Yijiosa's face was pale, and his pupils were slack. He trembled and stretched out his hand. Nai. No, Senju daddy, I was wrong, I shouldn't have ordered you, please don't hit me, milk me. Milk me. Would release, would dragon technique. Yijiosa. Addicted to output. That's Senju Takuma, right? Chapter 72. Tonight in Fuyuki City it was destined to be sleepless. When the towering ancient trees broke through the reinforced concrete at a speed visible to the naked eye, weave a great web, and when the great flowers are blooming with a density that covers the sky and the earth, it was like overlapping traps. Senju Takuma, who was in the sage mode, stood at the top. He looked down at the chaotic Fuyuki City. He locked on the fleeing caster and his master in a crowd of ordinary citizens. Is it a killer? Senju Takuma's aura rose, and his pressure was fierce. The killer, who could make the master forcibly order him to kill, must be worthy of the name. He didn't spend much time with Yijiosa, but he also knew that the girl was an easygoing person. As long as it didn't violate her bottom line, she would choose to turn a blind eye to many things. It's over for a while. Although she had the command spell, she was not a person who would use her identity to order her followers at will. Compared to the title of master and servant, they were more like friends. So, how crazy was this killer that Yijiosa couldn't bear it anymore and ordered to kill him? Senju Takuma blocked all casters' retreat with a large ninjutsu as one of the strongest in the Warring States period. To deal with a heroic spirit like caster, he didn't need to fight with all his strength. In this way, he looked down at caster's miserable appearance with a high and mighty attitude. He crushed all the opponent's sea monsters with the big move, Eternal Burial of Tree, and Descent of Tree isolated the battle from ordinary people. The wantonly growing vines tied Ryunosuke up and threw him into the pile of police cars 100 meters away. He didn't even need to show his face, he smashed caster's everything with overwhelming force. Gil's human skin was broken in half, his body was penetrated by huge vines, blood was sprinkled all over the towering ancient trees, it condensed into a lake, soaking the roots of the trees. Senju Takuma frowned. This guy's blood seeped into the roots of the trees, which was extremely disgusting. Turbid air, excessive obsession, mixed with the smell of corpses and blood, it was simply indescribable. And at the place where he died, twisted black smoke curled up, condensing into the crying faces of children. They cried out and pounced on Gil's corpse, biting and beating him. The corpses were torn to pieces, and those weeping children gradually disappeared as well, turning into countless sparkling specks of light. They rose, streaked across the horizon, brilliant like stars, and entered the next cycle of reincarnation. The night wind blew his long hair wildly. In a trance, Senju Takuma heard the children thanking him, "Thank you. Reincarnation, ah. Such a beautiful beginning, in the next life. Please be safe." He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He withdrew all of his power and retracted all of the ancient trees, flowers, and vines that grew out of the building. Apart from the battlefield that was full of scars, there were no innocent casualties. However, compared to such a trivial matter, it was better to check on Yijiosa's situation. If Kuroto was not mistaken, that familiar chakra fluctuation should be Uchiha Madara's. Susanoo. They have fought against each other thousands of times, and they can completely determine each other's position and state by just a trace of chakra. Being familiar with each other is like being familiar with another person. Madara. Madara. Senju Takuma didn't stop and rushed to the scene of the incident. A major accident broke out in Fuyuki City, attracting almost all the reporters in Japan. Senju Takuma no longer came out and pretended to be an ordinary citizen and participated in the rescue mission with the rescue team. They dug in the ruins for a full 3 hours before they finally dug out the 5 dogs and 30 children that were buried underneath. Not only that, the police also found a large number of children's bodies in the ruins, and blood that couldn't be washed away. Fuyuki City security forces gradually concentrated here, and countless adults with suppressed silence dug out a centimeter of flesh from the stones, or dug out a shoe, or dug out a finger. There were also countless heads, bodies soaked in tanks, and body pieces that were cut into pieces. The dead were all children. Low cries sounded, and there were mothers kneeling in front of the ruins, crying while holding their children's coats. The rescued children hugged their parents and cried, venting the fear in their hearts that couldn't be eliminated. The police officer took off his hat and bowed his head, mourning for the huge ruins and bones. Children are the future of a nation, but because of the incompetence of adults, they were buried. If he had discovered this place earlier, he would have been able to suspect Long Jijia earlier. Would he have been able to? Could he have prevented this tragedy from happening? Unfortunately, in this world, there is no if. Wild Goose Night came late. In a warehouse somewhere, he ordered his servants to attack Toshiomi Inaka. Eventually, he fainted because his body was overloaded. When he woke up, he hurried to the scene of the incident, but found that the chaos was still ongoing. Ryuk was arrested, Castor was out, and Yijiosa was admitted to the hospital. Wild Goose Night looked at the huge gap on the building and the completely changed terrain, leaving only silence. Such a large-scale attack, such outstanding lethality, whether it was Yijiosa or her servants, they were not simple. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but cough. Dark red blood flowed through his fingers, and he spat out live worms wriggled in his palm. Wild Goose Night pushed away the crowd, came to a secluded place, and spat out a pool of blood. Finally, he leaned against a tree and fell down. He was so tired. In a daze, he saw Yijiosa's servant standing in front of him, and faintly sighed. Because he was a child, and a child rescued from the ruins, Yijiosa was lucky enough to enter the VIP ward of the largest hospital in Fuyuki City without spending a penny. Before entering the hospital, he received the news that Ryuk was detained. At the same time, war. The Psycho Killer dungeon was successfully completed, and the Jinjiang system gave him a good reward. Ding! Congratulations to the knight for completing the war. The Psycho Killer dungeon. Rewarded with a Messenger of Justice title. Wearing this title, all attributes will be increased by 25%, the effect is permanent. Ding! Due to the knight's outstanding performance in completing the mission, Jinjiang System number 001, Little Sparrow, will send you an extra large gift package within 7 days. May you be blessed with luck and receive the gift you want. After leaving behind a vague notice, the damn Jinjiang system disappeared. Then, he went to the hospital. There were 2 beds, a television, and a vibrant devil's ivy and unknown flowers in the room. Other than the strange and dark faces of the patients, the treatment was no different from the hospital in the future. Yijiosa was on in 4, and Kimimaro was peeling an apple with a bone knife. 5 dogs were quietly lying under the bed, guarding the clinical patient. Speaking of which, dogs were not allowed to be brought into the hospital ward, but they were not normal dogs. They took advantage of the medical staff's absence to sneak in. During the Holy Grail War, it was too dangerous to leave their feeble owner alone in the hospital ward. Especially when her clinical patient was a man. The man had blonde hair that was combed neatly. His facial features were strong, and his eyebrows were deep and handsome. However, he had a bad temper. Ever since Yijiosa entered the ward, He had quarreled with his fiancée several times. Kenneth, this is not England. Control your temper. She's just a child, Sora said helplessly. Even if Dillamudden. Fine, I won't mention Dillamudden. The veins on Kenneth's forehead bulged. Damn Dillamudden. This guy. Enough, Kenneth. Sora twisted the towel. It's just a confession from a man. Isn't that common in England? Kenneth held his forehead. This is different, Sora. I can't face a man who covets my body. And now. We can't lose his help. I can order him, but the charm is not omnipotent. Kenneth had a headache. Do I have to make a body deal with him to achieve the goal of victory? Sora, what should we do? What can we do to make Dillamudden give up this idea? Hiss, what the fuck did he hear? Yijiosa took a deep breath. The name Dillamudden echoed in his ears. Oh, fuck, there's really no such thing as a coincidence in life. The big brother that he had just cheated a few days ago, and today, he had gotten back at him. Oh my god, this man and woman obviously know Dillamudden. In other words, they are the master and fiancé that Dillamudden mentioned. Oh my god, this joke has gone too far. Kenneth, I don't know. Sora's mood was even more complicated. Why don't you talk to Dillamudden? A servant who covets you will never betray you. I think it's better to talk to him. He should be back soon, right? Yijiosa bit the apple, and his face became as green as the apple skin. He didn't hear it wrong. The big brother named Dillamudden will be back soon. If the big brother recognizes him and tells the whole story to his master, then wouldn't he be finished? Damn it, I have to think of a way to solve the patient's troubles, not to be blamed by Dillamudden, and perfectly protect myself. Yijiosa's brain was working fast. Sora went out with the basin. Yijiosa's eyes rolled, and he decided to make the first move. So, he pretended to look at Kenneth and talk to him with the enthusiasm of a Pomeranian girl in his previous life. Kenneth ignored him, but the more Yijiosa talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he successfully attracted Kenneth's attention with his annoying, chatterbox mode. One of them was from Huaxia, and the other was from England. Separated by an aisle, they sat on the hospital bed and talked to each other in Japanese. Mr. Kenneth, your hairline is a bit high. Are all Englishmen bald? Shut up, ignorant guy. This is a gentleman's hairstyle. Mr. Kenneth, gentleman has another meaning. It is said that it is a pervert. Shut up, stupid guy. You are blaspheming the noble's personality. Mr. Kenneth, does your fiancé not like you? You see, she doesn't even peel an apple for you. Shut up, despicable guy. I don't like apples at all. Oh, then she can peel a pear for you. Yijiosa chewed the orange and smiled. By the way, Mr. Kenneth, I see that you are very healthy. Why are you occupying a hospital bed? Kenneth didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he almost choked to death because of a condom. I accidentally heard your conversation. You were confessed to by a man. Are you still upset about it? Kenneth took a deep breath and told himself that she was just a child. As an aristocrat, he should be magnanimous and tolerant. He couldn't kill her in a rage. No, hold it in, Kenneth. You can't kill a child. But she is so annoying. QAQ, actually, I have a way to solve this problem once and for all. I guarantee that man will never harass you again. Yijiosa's tone was full of temptation. No matter how much he likes you, he won't do anything to you. Kenneth was a little interested in her words. Oh. I only want you to cooperate with me. Kenneth frowned. What? What do you mean? However, Before he could finish his words, the door opened with a click. Dillamuddin, who was wearing casual clothes, opened the door and only showed half of his face. Before he could see what was in the ward, Yi-Joseph bounced up from the hospital bed like a small cannonball. Without saying anything, she opened her arms and threw herself into Kenneth's arms. Dogs. Suddenly, she stared at Kenneth warily, as if she wanted to bite his neck. Kenneth. What the hell? Even if he wanted to find a woman to act with, it should be Sora. What's the use of a little girl? However, Kenneth didn't know how powerful Yi-Joseph was. Acting as a woman and pretending to be intimate was already out of fashion. Now it was the ghost father. Yi-Joseph looked up and sweetly called out to Kenneth, "Daddy." Kenneth. He felt that he was going to die of high blood pressure at such a young age. Why didn't he think of that? With Dillamuddin's chivalrous spirit, he would never touch a married woman. Oh, no, a married man. Especially when he suddenly had a child, it was even more impossible. Now that he had a child, Dillamuddin should consciously restrain himself. In this way, wouldn't the problem be solved smoothly? Kenneth immediately got into character. So, Sophia, you've grown up. Yi-Joseph said loudly, "Yes, Daddy, Sophia has grown up." Then, they tacitly turned their heads and looked at the bewildered Dillamuddin in the ward at the same time. They said in unison, "This is my daddy. This is my daughter." Dillamuddin. He couldn't help but take a step back. His mind was a little confused. He knew both of the faces in front of him, but why did it feel like there was something wrong with every word they said? The girl he had met on the bridge was Master's biological daughter, and Master's biological daughter had resolved the conflict between him and her father. Little Master seemed to be a pretty easy person to get along with. Dillamuddin stood properly and bowed. "It's an honor to meet you." Yi-Joseph let out a long breath. Okay, let Dillamuddin know that Kenneth was his father. That way, he wouldn't doubt his initial intentions. Even if Dillamuddin became suspicious again in the future, he wouldn't cause trouble for her on account of her identity as Master's daughter. Oh yeah. Dillamuddin consciously stood in the corner, leaving enough space for the father and daughter to communicate. When Kenneth saw this, he thought that Tomomoto had finally thought things through and understood that he should keep his distance and stop chanting, "Fire." He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He did his best to make sure that the image of he already had a child could be seen clearly. And this just happened to be what Yi-Joseph wanted. However, fate always liked to play jokes around the corner. Sora, who opened the door of the ward again, had a stiff smile on her face. Looking at the happy scene in the ward, she said in a gloomy tone, "Kenneth, you have a daughter. I actually didn't know that your illegitimate daughter is already so big." Was it easy for her? The man she fell in love with was gay, and the man she was about to marry actually had an illegitimate daughter. Sora felt that she shouldn't have come to Japan. What kind of crap had he encountered? Kenneth. Yi-Joseph. Chapter 73. Kenneth discovered that, ever since he summoned the spearman, his luck value had fallen to its lowest point. First, his fiancée cheated mentally, then, his body was coveted by the same sex, then, he choked on a condom and went to the hospital. It wasn't easy for him to recognize his daughter and dispel the spearman's delusions. Fortunately, he was bumped into by his fiancée. This day had not been good for a long time. Fuyuki City, this lousy place, did not match his aura. There was no discussion about tricking him. There were spearmen eyeing him covetously in front, and Sora pressing on from behind. Kenneth suddenly realized that this was a terrifying and ruthless world. The cold ice rain patted his face chaotically, only the dog in his arms still had the warmth of a loli. He tensed up his nerves. He deliberated over his words. Sora, this is very complicated. I'll explain it to you later. As he spoke, he also took the time to glance at Dillamuddin. He tried to make Sora understand with his eyes. There were too many people in the ward, and it was not suitable for communication. But his glance, in the eyes of different people, was naturally misinterpreted into other meanings. Dillamuddin, oh, Master's illegitimate daughter has come knocking on our door. She happened to be bumped into by the mistress. In order to protect the safety of the young Master from the mistress, Master wants me to look at his eyes. The spearman, who was looked at by Master for the first time and entrusted with a heavy responsibility, immediately straightened his back. He stood as straight as a javelin. He stared at his master and waited for his instructions. Kenneth felt his body tremble, his chrysanthemum tightened, there was a shivering feeling in his heart. Sora, Kenneth, to think that you claim to be the most serious gentleman, I didn't expect even your illegitimate daughter to be so big. What do you mean by the look you're giving Lancer? Do you want Lancer to run away with you? What's more shocking than the man you love being gay? Of course, it's the fiancé who cheated on her body without saying a word and even gave birth to a half-grown child. Sora did not doubt the bloodline of this child at all. After all, the British culture was open, and there were many young girls in their teens who had sex. Furthermore, Kenneth had already made sufficient preparations for the Holy Grail War. He had even specially visited Japan in the past and stayed there for a long time. If this child was left behind at that time, it would make sense. As for why she didn't look like Kenneth at all, maybe it was because her mother's genes were stronger. Sora imagined a drama in every minute, and her anger rose to the extreme. She was indeed not a good woman. Not only did she treat Kenneth as a spare tire, but after falling in love with Dillamuddin, she even planned to steal the curse and occupy the hero spirit. But no matter how unbearable she was still a noble magician, a true proud daughter of heaven. Kenneth made her lose face, so why should she stay in Japan and suffer like this? Damned Holy Grail, I'm not going to fight for it anymore. Sora's face was frosty. Explain later. Kenneth, go back and explain to your families. Kenneth was shocked. Sora. Shut up, I think our engagement should end here. Sora laughed angrily. I'll go back to England tomorrow. I hope you're still alive after the Holy Grail War ends. By the way, bring your daughter with you and give an explanation to the two families. Sora. She's not. Get lost. Sora slammed the door, and the huge force created a strong wind, causing Dillamuddin's Ahogue to fly up. He swayed for a long time before falling back down. Her high heels made a sonorous sound as she walked further and further away. Kenneth held his forehead with a headache. Dillamuddin, go watch her until she boards the plane safely. Dillamuddin nodded and left the ward. The 5 dogs under the hospital bed watched the drama with relish. Putting aside the shackles of their identity and their cold and aloof external image, they were still somewhat interested in human gossip. Gilgamesh was the first to bark. The performance of the miscellaneous cultivator has slightly piqued my interest. Uchiha Madara barked back. If you can't, call her miscellaneous cultivator in front of the owner. Gilgamesh was speechless. Aizen rested its chin on its front paw. The owner is an interesting child. Although the method is a little strange, it's very effective. 9 Orchid Flower barked tolerantly. What a lovely and lively girl. Dogs all looked at it. Lively and lovely. Is there something wrong with your ability to understand? Saishomaru snorted. Shut up. You're very noisy. Dogs cast a cold and gloomy look. Saishomaru barked calmly. It's not over yet. Kimimaro calmly peeled the apple. When he was bored, He carved the apple into the heads of Tibetan mastiffs, white firewood, golden retrievers. Then he ate them one by one. Dogs were speechless. How much hatred did he have? Saishomaru's not over was indeed not over yet. Sora and Dillamuddin had left, but Yijosa's performance was still going on. The 5 dogs held their breath and watched quietly. The only thing missing was a dog bowl in front of them to eat some food. Yijosa sat upright. Before Kenneth could vent his anger on her, he said seriously, "You should have chased after her just now and given her a hug of love. You should have immediately taken her to buy bags, clothes, and cosmetics. You should have apologized to her. That way, you might have been able to redeem your lost love." Kenneth was speechless. "Ha! Yijosa scared. Let me tell you, you can restart your career, but you only have one wife. If you miss this one, there might not be another one." Kenneth was originally suppressing his anger, but it instantly exploded. "There won't be another one. I am the dignified head of the family. I have money, power, and influence. How can I not find a woman? Yeah, even if you have money, power, and influence, you still can't cure your receding hairline." Kenneth was speechless. "When you are bald, the woman you marry will probably only want your money. Maybe in the future, you will touch your Mediterranean Sea and collapse. You once had a true love in front of you, but you didn't cherish it. You will regret it after you lost it. Are you willing to let her break off the engagement and marry someone else? Are you willing to let her give birth to someone else's child? Apart from her, can any other woman enter your eyes? Don't look at me in such shock. I am very good at using parallelism. My primary school teacher often praised me for being a multi-level marketer." Kenneth was speechless. "Forget it. Let me put it in another way. I am your daughter now, but there is no one to choose as my mother." Yijosa smiled. "Dillamuddin will find out sooner or later that you are a widower. In this way, there will be no psychological barrier for him to chase after you." Kenneth was speechless. "I really can't live like this anymore." He took a deep breath. "I have a mission here that I must complete. This mission is related to my family's glory. It's impossible for me to leave." Yijosa said earnestly, "But you stay in Japan. Hospitalized. Chased by a man. And lost your fiancé." Kenneth was speechless. "It's not that I jinx it, but with your bad luck, maybe. Hey, Fuyuki City hasn't been peaceful recently. Why do you have to take it so hard? If you lose your life, no one will give you another one. When you are done, your family will be someone else's, your woman will be someone else's, and your glory will be someone else's. As for you, once you're buried, you'll be forgotten within a few months." Kenneth's face became more and more ugly. "There are many ways to achieve family glory. Even if it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time, right? Why do you want to hang yourself on a crooked tree?" Kenneth's eyes lit up. Yijosa's words really poked his heart. If it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time. Why should he hang himself on Dillamuddin, a pikeman bent like a mosquito coil? He could give up, protect himself, and get back Sora. Then find a suitable servant in the next season. Anyway, he would never summon a pikeman again. What's more, he didn't know how to face a curved gun. With a wavering and repulsive attitude, he would never be able to play well in the Holy Grail War. Maybe, as the child said, he would really become cannon fodder. Kenneth rubbed the spell on his back, and his eyes turned to Yijosa. He couldn't see through the little girl's breath. She looked like an ordinary person, but she didn't look simple. However, if she really harbored evil intentions, she would definitely not give him advice and suggestions. Kenneth thought for a long time and closed his eyes. "Little girl, have you heard of the Holy Grail War? If you are willing, I want. Early in the morning, Kenneth dragged his suitcase to chase after Sora. He had liked Sora for many years. Even if she fell in love with his servant, even if she rarely had him in her heart, he still didn't want to lose Sora. The girl named Six Twisted Dough Twist was right. He could start over with his career, but he only had one wife. In the future, the one who would spend the rest of his life with him could only be Sora, not the Holy Grail. And before leaving, he talked to Yi-Josa with sincerity. In the end, he handed over the subordination of Lancer to Yi-Josa, and hoped that she could participate in the war in the name of a descendant of the Archibald family. He would use his identity as the head of the family to get his family to give the greatest support to Yi-Josa. Yi-Josa accepted a black card with a smile on his face. He took the ownership of Lancer and said goodbye to Kenneth at the airport. He wished that his hairline would never be backward. Kenneth thought. Get lost. Just die in the Holy Grail battlefield. The plane took off and left Japan's territory. As Kenneth left in a hurry, no one thought that he would withdraw from the fight for the Holy Grail and transfer the qualification to another mysterious master. Without a doubt, this increased the workload of other masters to collect information. Compared to the frowns of others, Yi-Josa was in high spirits with the black card in hand. He took Dillamudden to Ginza and started buying like a nouveau riche. But he didn't buy anything for himself. Instead, he bought piles and piles of clothes for Dillamudden, Kimimaro, and Senju Takuma. Master. Dillamudden had never met a master like Yi-Josa. He lowered his voice and said, "Did you buy too much?" Yi-Josa said generously, "Not much, buy." Dillamudden held his forehead and felt a dull pain in his temples. After discovering that the contract had been transferred for no reason, it wasn't that he wasn't angry. From the moment he was summoned by Kenneth, he saw Kenneth as his master and swore to assist this monarch in a beautiful battle. Even though the contract had been transferred, he still remembered the master whom he swore loyalty to for the first time. But it had to be said that Yi-Josa was indeed more outstanding as a master than Kenneth. She had a righteous heart and was open and candid. The instructions she gave him were always to help old grannies cross the road, teach the hooligans on the street a lesson, escort single women home safely, catch the robbers. Well, these were all instructions that were in line with his chivalry, promoting justice and love. Therefore, they got along quite well. After Yi-Josa approved of him, he actually used a few incantations to issue the command that he loved to hear the most: Dillamudden, I command you, with your beliefs and choices, be loyal to your path and heart and survive this Holy Grail war. With that, Dillamudden was completely subdued and swore to serve Yi-Josa until his death. Then. There was no then he began to take care of the house's chores. He was clearly holding a gun, but he forcibly replaced it with a ladle and a spatula. He was clearly good at fighting, but he was made to squat down and comb the hair of 5 dogs. He learned to cook a feast, learned to take care of pets, learned to mop the floor and wash dishes, and even learned to draw a parabola and square root with Kimimaro. Go to hell. Why did throwing a gun have to be a parabola? Forget it. His master also liked to set up a stall on the bridge, and especially liked to drag him to squat on the street. In the words of his master, Dillamudden, ever since you came to the bridge, there have been more and more beautiful girls around me. You really are my lucky star. He replied dryly, there are obviously still men. Oh, that's for you. You have to believe in your own charm. Dillamudden. You really think too highly of me, thank you. This plastic-like master-servant relationship made him want to violate the chivalry spirit for once, commit suicide, and return to the throne of heroes. However, his master's order was to live well. Why did he feel the pain of wanting to die but not being able to? Fine, forget it. As a knight, he could not criticize his master. But could his master stop promoting him to be a male lead all day long? Yijosa lamented, Tomomoto, look at yourself. You have 8 packs, you're handsome, and you have a charming mole. You were born to stand on the stage and be a superstar. You can obviously rely on your face to make a living, why do you have to rely on your strength? Dillamuddin was powerless. Master, I'm just a spirit, I just want to fight. A spirit that doesn't want to be a superstar is not a good knight. Yijosa said seriously, see that stage? You can stand there and attract the attention of all the servants. Are you worried that you can't fight? Dillamuddin was slightly startled. Do you know why I take you out every day? It's to lure out the guy in the dark and let you bring me victory. Yijosa spoke eloquently, but this method is useless, so I can only use this method, Lancer, stand on the stage and attract the attention. Dillamuddin always felt that something was wrong, but he also felt that this method was very good. He lowered his head and met Yijosa's eager eyes. After thinking for a long time, Dillamuddin finally gave up his territory to compensate, and with his precarious chivalry, he participated in the audition for the Japanese male leader 48. As long as he stood on the stage, it would be fine. Right? Lancer was also cheated today. Just as Yijosa expected, when Dillamuddin stood on the stage and all the Japanese radio stations broadcast it live, whether it was Omiya Seshi, Yen Fong Chili, or Tashiomi Tokasaka. They all sprayed smoke/red wine/bitter tea at the TV. They desperately suppressed their coughs and bent over in pain. Their eyes were glued to the TV, they had to see what Lancer was doing. Lancer's appearance was outstanding, the audience cheered as soon as he materialized on the stage. When the host asked him what he was good at and if he would mind performing, they saw Dillamuddin thinking for a while, then he picked up 2 brushes next to the stage. Wait, Lancer, where's your gun? Dillamuddin waved the brushes and looked serious. Today, I'll teach everyone a way to sweep a 500 square meter villa in 5 minutes. Wow dash, the audience cheered. Then, Tomomoto raised his 2 brushes and wielded them at the level of an ultimate relic. He cleaned the entire stage and the venue at lightning speed. Omiya Seshi. Yen Fong Chili. Tashiomi Tokasaka. They decided to re-evaluate Lancer and his master. It was obvious that both of them were not normal people, so they should remove some of their surveillance personnel. They were afraid that they would have to be hospitalized due to high blood pressure at such a young age. Chapter 74. A chaotic night in Fuyuki City. The weak Wild Goose Knight fainted on the side due to exhaustion. In the end, it was picked up by Senju Takuma, who was left behind in the ruins. At that time Yijosa was sent to the hospital for a drip. Senju Takuma was in charge of taking care of the injured in the house. How would he know? When he gave Jian Tong Wild Goose Knight a checkup, he was shocked to find that the engraved insects in his body had already started to eat his flesh, bones, and organs. If he did not stop it in time, the engraved insect would wreak havoc in his body. Soon, they would be able to collect the corpse of Wild Goose Knight. Senju Takuma used the immortal palm technique to heal Wild Goose Knight's injuries. He looked at the unconscious man for a long time. In the end, he took back his chakra. He did not directly cut off Wild Goose Knight's magic circuit. Wild Goose Knight knew that he was going to die, but he still continued on this path regardless of the consequences. There must be an extremely strong obsession in his heart and a desire that must be fulfilled. Otherwise, he would never risk his life like this. Senju Takuma sighed. He stood by the window until daybreak, when he heard the noise coming from behind. Sounds of activity. Then, Yenyi burst into violent coughs, vomiting blood uncontrollably. It spat out a bunch of wriggling engraved insects. Senju Takuma stared at him silently. You won't live for long. Perhaps you won't be able to survive the Holy Grail War. I know. Wild Goose Knight's voice was hoarse. But I have something I must do. I won't regret it even if I die. Walking alone with a heavy burden. Senju Takuma crossed his arms and leaned against the window. His tone was full of reminiscence. I used to hold on to a wish of world peace in troubled times, and everyone laughed at me for being ignorant and stupid. But as long as I think of my close friend who holds the same dream as me, who is looking forward to it and struggling together, I firmly believe that I will succeed. Even if I die, there's still him who will advance with conviction. Even if he dies, there will still be descendants who will fight for their faith. And you, Wild Goose Knight. Senju Takuma tilted his head. If you unfortunately die, who will fulfill your wish and help you achieve your goal? Wild Goose Knight avoided his gaze and muttered, so I will definitely complete it before the end of the war. What if it fails? Senju Takuma restrained all his impatience and became as steady as a mountain. Wild Goose Knight, when you cut off your own path of retreat, you also cut off your own way out. You should seek help from your companions, not struggle alone. The atmosphere became quiet. Only the sound of the wind and the swaying of the curtains could be heard. Sorry. After a long time, Wild Goose Knight said, I'm very sorry. There are some things that I can't drag you down with me. That's my personal grudge. I want to settle it myself. He got up and tidied up his clothes. I should go. If he stayed any longer, that animal Enchanting Inkstone would become suspicious. Wild Goose Knight was not afraid of suffering any kind of torture, but he was afraid that innocent people would be targeted by the Enchanting family and become the puppets of the engraved insects. Inaka Sakura was a victim, but she would not be the last. If Enchanting Inkstone found out about Yi-Josa's existence, then Wild Goose Knight left in a hurry. He almost stumbled as he walked and fell a few times. Senju Takuma pondered for a long time and decided to discuss with Yi-Josa. Since that day, they hadn't seen Wild Goose Knight for 4 to 5 days. Not only could they not contact him, but they couldn't even find any traces of him in places with residual magic. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no news of him. Yi-Josa was not a passive person who waited for news. In order to find Wild Goose Knight, he swaggered around with the black card during the day and attracted a lot of hatred. At night, he secretly wandered around with the dog, looking for Wild Goose Knight's scent. Every day, he tried to dress Dillamudden in a dazzling and charming manner. He repeatedly strengthened his charm so that he could become a better target. After all, Lancer's strength was so high that nothing could happen to him. It was not out of jealousy that he tricked him. Yes, that's right. After being busy for a while, he tricked Lancer into participating in the audition to attract attention from all sides. He and Senju Takuma took the dog and sneaked into the Enchanting family's mansion. Lancer was at the audition. Several masters and spirits would naturally think that he was among the audience and was cheering for Lancer. But in the vast sea of people, there were many innocent people. Even if Magician was given 100 guts, no one would dare to kill in the crowd. It was wishful thinking for them to want to find him. Yi-Josa and Senju Takuma finally touched the periphery of the Enchanting family's mansion. Unfortunately, the fortress of the magic family always had this and that enchantment. It was difficult to sneak in even if you turned into a fly. There's an enchantment. Senju Takuma frowned. Let's dig in, Yi-Josa suggested. The enchantment is outside, but it can't cover the ground, right? Senju Takuma. Try it. I have pumpkin seeds here. You can plant them. Yi-Josa came up with a bad idea. Ripen it and try to extend the roots inside. Try to touch the edge of the enchantment. Senju Takuma thought about it and felt that it made sense. So he took the pumpkin seeds, poured them into the pit, and began to use wood release to plant the seeds. As the Grandpa Yuan Longping of the shinobi world, Senju Takuma was skilled in planting melons. The seeds that were half dead a second ago became digging machines the next second. The thick vines passed through all the obstacles and burrowed into the ground. They coiled around the boundary of the enchantment and carefully stretched out their branches and leaves to test, touch, and caress. And then poured into the manor. Senju Takuma's eyes widened. There is no enchantment underground, nor are there any traps. But he frowned and carefully felt with the vines. There are insects, many insects, covering the entire surface. They are approaching the vines. They are biting the vines. I see, there is no enchantment here, it is a trap. The insects placed below will eat all the intruders. Insects. He remembered the engraved insects on Wild Goose Knight's body. Yijiosa said in disgust, to grow a pumpkin, it has to be big. It has to be hard. Smash them to death for me. They eat everything. Senju Takuma said, the pumpkin can't stop them. I can use wood release, but it will be too noisy, and they will definitely notice. Don't they eat everything? Yijiosa bought a strong pesticide from the shop and grinned. Come, add some ingredients and poison them to death. Yijiosa and Senju Takuma successfully used the pesticide to kill the gluttonous insects of the Jinto family. Then, they used the poisoned pumpkin to push open a few tiles in the storeroom of the manor and climbed out, covered in soil. The Jinto family was very imposing. It had a large castle, many rooms, few people, and long winding corridors. It also imitated the structure of an ancient castle in Europe, with flickering candles in the long winding corridors and stairs. To be honest, it looked like the set of a horror film, both eerie and scary. The 5 dogs sniffed the smell in the air and quickly led Yijiosa and Senju Takuma into the winding corridor. They headed towards the bottom of the abyss. The closer they got, the more malicious they felt. They saw a ray of dim yellow light, and also heard Yan Ye's exasperated roar, as well as the wild laughter of an old man. They lightened their footsteps and slowed down in unison, quietly approaching the door. Wild Goose Knight cursed angrily, and the old man mocked him. Amidst the battle of words between the two, there was the sound of insects squirming. And the girl's low moans of pain. Animal. You promised not to let the engraved insects torture Sakura anymore. Wild Goose Knight pulled on the chain on his arm, making it clatter. I said I would bring back the Holy Grail. Come at me if you have any problems. His meridian stiffened, and the insects squirmed faster under his skin. Wild Goose Knight's exposed skin was bitten by the engraved insects. It was bloody, and the muscles inside could almost be seen. And in front of him, his biological father, Dirty Inkstone Jian Tong, laughed loudly. He raised his cane and slapped him hard in the face while admiring his ugly appearance. Idiot, before you bring back the Holy Grail, you have no right to negotiate with me. Dirty Inkstone laughed and took out a plump, lecherous insect. Sakura is a very talented magician. Do you see this lecherous insect? Dirty Inkstone caressed it. It can only grow so beautiful after violating her for a long time and absorbing magic from her. My stupid son, with your low talent, it is too difficult to obtain the Holy Grail. Dirty Inkstone forced open Wild Goose Knight's mouth and forced the lecherous insect down his throat. Come, eat it. Eat the insect that violated Sakura, ha ha ha. Let her magic become your nourishment, and let the lecherous insect give you strength. Don't you like this child? Then swallow it. Open your mouth. Open. King Dash, the sword aura of the four symbols reincarnation came straight at Dirty Inkstone, piercing through his arm with irresistible force and crippling his arm. In the midst of the explosion of blood, Dirty Inkstone cried out in pain and retreated. He attracted a group of flying insects to confuse his vision and only wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Catch him! Boom dash, the wood escape rose from the ground and formed a cage, trapping Dirty Inkstone inside. Yijiosa rushed forward and cut the chains that bound Wild Goose Knight. He was about to help him up when Wild Goose Knight crawled up from the ground and tumbled down into the dark abyss below. He shouted loudly, "Sakura! Save Sakura first! Sakura!" He had heard Wild Goose Knight mention this name many times. Yijiosa followed Wild Goose Knight's gaze and looked into the abyss. When his eyes were glued to it, when the image rushed into his mind, he only felt that the blood in his body had frozen, and all his rationality could not suppress the anger in his heart. The so-called abyss, it was a huge and spacious insect field. The insect field was crawling with countless lewd insects, their dark bodies intertwined together. Under the slightly dim light, it looked like a black hole, as if it wanted to suck away all conscience and hope. And in the middle of this group of lewd insects, a naked girl was being pushed up and down. The lewd insects wantonly invaded her body, absorbing her magic. The girl's empty eyes turned and quietly stared at Yijiosa. There was no surprise, no pain, and no fear. Although she was alive, she was no different from a corpse. Sakura Dash, Wild Goose Knight vomited a large mouthful of blood, and could not stop it. Yijiosa put him down, strode forward, raised the sword in his hand, and ruthlessly cut open the sea of insects. His heart was filled with anger, anger to the extreme. He did not understand, why would humans do such a crazy thing for the legendary Holy Grail and greed? Killing children, abusing girls. If the masters and servants fighting for the Holy Grail were all like this, then he would kill them one by one. Not a single one would be left alive. A magnificent sword aura swept across the entire area. In the sky full of insect corpses, Yijiosa resolutely walked forward, and finally knelt beside the girl. With a cold expression, he pulled out a huge bear skin and tightly wrapped it around the girl's body. But she only looked at him with her eyes open, not saying a word, and was in a completely numb state. "It's over," Yijiosa said in a low voice. "Be good, it's just a nightmare, it's all over." He hugged her, his eyes seemed to be filled with stars. "It's all over, go to sleep. There won't be any more disgusting things coming near you. Be good. It's all over. Sakura." The word Sakura, in the end, touched her. The girl's empty eyes slightly wavered, as if she had a focus. She quietly stared at Yijiosa, and muttered, "Sister Rin. I'm in so much pain. So painful." The overwhelming flames engulfed the Jiantong family's mansion. Yijiosa carried Sakura on his back, while Senju Takuma carried Wild Goose Knight. They silently looked at the dirty inkstone and the insects that had been reduced to ashes in the fire, their hearts heavy. Can they still be cured? The insects are connected to their lives. Destroying the insects is the same as killing them. Senju Takuma said. We must find a magician who is proficient in this, otherwise they can only die. Yijiosa nodded. Take them to England. Kenneth promised me that as long as I represent his family in the war, the Archibolid family will be willing to do their best to help. Yijiosa tilted his head and looked at the girl leaning on his back. They probably won't refuse to treat two injured people. As long as Wild Goose Knight is willing to withdraw from the Holy Grail War and transfer the command seal. Kenneth's forces will not make things difficult for those who have failed. Senju Takuma frowned. What if Kenneth doesn't have the tolerance? Yijosa said ferociously, then I'll send Lancer to England to accompany him. Chapter 75. Yijosa and Kenneth had parted for 3 years. They had a friendly conversation over the phone between bad friends. One of them was a descendant of Hua Xiao's Yanhuang, the other was a descendant of the British aristocracy. The second he picked up the phone, he spoke fluent Japanese. They scolded each other without panting. But this dispute did not last long. After Yijosa shouted, "Idiot, I'll bring Lancer to England to visit you tomorrow," Kenneth on the other end fell into a terrible silence. Yijosa continued and added fuel to the fire, "You may not believe it, but Lancer can't forget you, his former master. Can't forget. The moment he opened his eyes and saw you, he declared his loyalty to you and decided to fight a good battle with you. Fight with you, but you were unwilling to trust him, and you even repeatedly doubted his intentions, which broke his heart. Moreover, you have betrayed his loyalty to you. Loyal to you, do you know? If I bring him to England to see you, he will definitely be so happy that he will fly, then he will hold hands with you, reminisce about the past, and tell you his heart and send you the spirit of chivalry, as well as express his loyalty." Express his loyalty. Kenneth didn't feel good at all. He understood everything Yijosa said, and he also understood that this should be Lancer's style. But the words strung together and entered his ears. He always felt that it meant something else. To be honest, instead of waiting quietly for his Lancer, it was better to take care of 2 injured patients. A wild goose knight who had withdrawn from the war, a young girl who had nothing to do with him was much easier to deal with than the combination of 6 fried dough twist and the gay Lancer. What's more, Wild Goose Knight had the surname Jiantong above his head, so that was enough to prove his value. All in all, the Archibald family did not lose out on this deal. Besides, Kenneth agreed and hung up the phone, but his fingers tapped on the enamel cup. Besides, to be able to persuade 2 selected masters from the big families to withdraw from the war, this 6 fried dough twist was really something. In addition to him and Wild Goose Knight's departure, Castor and his master had also been eliminated. In this way, there were not many masters left. Maybe 6 fried dough twist could really put a perfect end to this holy grail battle. Kenneth suddenly looked forward to the final result. The Archibald family was very efficient. After confirming that Jiantong Yenya had given up the ownership of the servant Berserker, they packed him and Sakura into a private jet and rushed to their base in England overnight. Before leaving, Wild Goose Knight grabbed Yijosa's arm and said, "Dirty Inkstone. Is he really dead? I saw him burn to death with my own eyes." Yijosa frowned. "What's wrong? He's not simple." "You have to be careful of the Jiantong family," Wild Goose Knight said. "I have a brother, his means are no worse than Dirty Inkstone." Yijosa nodded. "I understand. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down." It seemed like he had already been targeted by the remaining dregs of the Jiantong family. But, so what? He was afraid that these dregs would not find trouble with him. "My berserker has a tendency to kill its master after going berserk. You must be careful." After that, the private plane left the territory of Nippon and flew to another country. Yijosa and Kimimaro stood side by side in the open space, looking at the deep sky full of stars for a long time without saying a word. Yijosa raised his hand and looked at the incantation engraved on it. If he remembered correctly, each master would only have 1 servant, right? But what was going on with him now? Other than Senju Takuma, he had contracted Lancer and Berserker. And the power in his body had learned to circulate on its own after being drained last time. It was like a will turning endlessly, supplying an endless source of energy. That was right. Pure yang internal energy was originally connected to the chi of heaven and earth. It was a superior Taoist technique, pursuing the state of mutual generation and endless circulation of yin and yang. Perhaps it was because of the difference in the power system that led to this current situation. Although he could not reach the highest level, he could grit his teeth and provide a holy grail for his servant. Right? When he thought about it this way, he felt a little awkward. Yijiosa rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. The follower berserker that Yinya Jiantong left behind was like a cheat that escaped from a mental hospital. He was tall and burly, covered in hard armor. He was armed from head to toe, and even his eyes were reluctant to show. The worst thing was that he was completely black, and he was full of the aura of a chief. When he first saw Berserker, Yijiosa subconsciously took a step back. He was afraid that his physique, which was not considered lucky, would be infected by the aura. If that happened, not to mention getting the Holy Grail, he might even be crushed to death by a falling flower pot on the street. He felt that as a real man, he should not be afraid. Wasn't it just Faye? What was there to be afraid of? Anyway. He was indeed quite afraid QAQ, but this little bit of fear completely disappeared after knowing Berserker's ability. Yijiosa would never have thought that the African chief in front of him had a pair of hands that could turn stone into gold. No matter how rubbish the thing was, as long as it was in Berserker's hands, it would become his precious artifact. Fuck. Berserker. You're practically a cheating artifact. Yijiosa's eyes sparkled. He looked at the servant as if he was looking at a mountain of gold. Wild Goose Knight actually let you get the Holy Grail. What a waste of talent. As soon as they heard the word talent, everyone had a bad premonition. Let me tell you. Berserker. When the words, let me tell you, came out, not only the 5 dogs, even the slow Senju Takuma and the loyal Kimimaro could not help but have goosebumps. There were already computers in 1994. Although they are old models, they can still be used. Yijiosa was not afraid of Berserker's aura. He rushed over and grabbed his hand enthusiastically. Ah! My dear Berserker. Your master is seriously inviting you to invest in the stock market. Everyone was speechless. Do you see the computer in the corner? Yijiosa stretched out his hand and pointed. His tone was cheerful. Go. My Berserker, put your lucky hands on the keyboard. Use your ability to connect the lines and control all the financial data. Turn yourself into a computer and let the precious artifact make money for us. Please predict the stock price limit tomorrow. Berserker. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without money. He said affectionately, use your ability to invest in the stock market and you will become rich immediately. With money, you can solve a lot of problems. Even if you want to use money to buy the land of Great Britain, you can. The Berserker lowered his head and looked at the girl who was hugging his waist. Using his not-so-rusty brain, he thought that what she said made sense. If he used his ability to turn the metal box into his precious artifact, he could earn a lot of money. With the money he earned, he could buy the land of Great Britain and then he could use the land of Great Britain to make amends to King Arthur. Ah! The Berserker's aura was slightly restrained, and the oppressive and manic aura around him was gone. He dragged his heavy armor and walked step by step towards the desktop computer from the 90s. He placed his hand on the keyboard, and the black and red lines were like creepers winding on the desktop computer. In less than 5 seconds, the entire computer had become his new precious artifact. Berserker followed the network cable inch by inch and opened the door to a new world. Ever since Berserker came into contact with computers and stocks, he was addicted to data and could not extricate himself. He had the shadow of an otaku who lived a lonely life. Thanks to the Berserker's stock market, Yijiosa finally made money after losing a few large sums of money. Just when he was moved to tears, he found out that Dilamudin, whom he had neglected for a long time, was on the stage of the Japanese men's Leader 48 audition. Yijiosa was speechless. Damn, wait. Finals. What did he miss? What did Dillamuddin do? He only wanted Dillamuddin to make up the numbers. How? How could the gunman enter the finals just like that? So, a good-looking person could really do whatever they wanted. Yijiosa turned on the television and locked onto the live channel of the Tokyo finals. He pulled Senju Takuma and Kimimaro over, dragged the 5 dogs over, prepared watermelon, snacks, and dog food, and watched the television while eating watermelon. Across the screen, the host on the stage of the final said, "Let's warmly welcome our Yamato Nation's #1 5-minute fast man, Mr. Dillamuddin, onto the stage." Wow! The audience cheered, and the screams of women broke through the sky. Yijiosa repeated dryly, 5-minute fast. Fast man. Senju Takuma touched his nose. Dillamuddin. 5 minutes. That's impossible, right? The 5 dogs exchanged a look, and Gilgamesh proudly barked, 5 minutes. Ha ha ha. You've succeeded in pleasing me. There's actually such a man. Uchiha Madara lay down and barked, mercilessly exposing Gilgamesh's dark history, cave, feathers, soles of feet. Gilgamesh's face suddenly darkened. Saishomaru gave a fatal blow, too fast. Gilgamesh felt that his dog's life was dark, and he could no longer be happy. Aizen glanced at the 3 dogs, and its barking was extremely light. It seems that there's something pleasant, do you mind sharing? Then, his head was suddenly smashed into the sofa by the suddenly violent golden retriever. Seeing that Samoyed and golden retriever were about to tear down the house, Yijiosa went up and slapped them twice, successfully stopping the 2 dogs from fighting, and strangling the cause of all the disasters in the cradle. 9 Orchid Flower's eyes flashed slightly, comparing his own body shape as a Pomeranian, and then looking at the tall body of his colleague, he finally decided to distance himself from his owner, and stay away from these violent dogs. Unexpectedly, just as his front paw touched the corner of Yijiosa's clothes, the next second, his tail was directly bitten by white firewood, and he flew out, smashing into the trash can. 9 Orchid Flower. Trash can. He turned his head and saw a pile of oxidized fruit peels and a stinky sock with a hole in it. 9 Orchid Flower. The Pomeranian flew out and rushed into the bathroom like a cannonball. His severe mysophobia suppressed his instinctive fear of water. He turned on the faucet, knocked over the hand sanitizer, and scrubbed himself hard. After not seeing him for a long time, Dillamuddin's life had become more and more exquisite, and his cleaning skills with 2 brushes in one hand could be said to be superb. After going through the auditions, preliminary, semi-finals, and semi-finals, Dillamuddin, who was standing on the stage of the finals, had already achieved the lifetime achievement of quickly cleaning a 1,000-square-meter villa in 5 minutes. With the blessing of the Love Mole, Dillamuddin was the only man who did not rely on singing, but relied on brushes to enter the finals. He was ranked first in popularity. Yijiosa was deeply shocked, especially when he saw Dillamuddin standing on the stage. Dillamuddin had already skillfully pulled out 2 brushes from behind him, and had even carefully cleaned the entire venue. Damn it! His worldview was shocked. Gunner! Where's your gun? You said you were invincible, but in the end, you only had 2 brushes, and it was reduced to 5 minutes. What was the difference between this and going out to have sex, but in the end, you were sitting in a row and attacking the turret? Chapter 76. Dillamuddin, a man who raised his brush to break the heavens, a man who put down his brush and broke the heavens, reached the peak of the Yamato nation's prestige amidst the crazy cheers of men, women, old and young, the champion of the Leader 48 men's audition. Spotlights flashed, the music exploded in the face of the sea of people and glow sticks below the stage. The gunman hugged the flowers and microphone with a dumbfounded expression. He struggled to grasp the keywords in the host's spittle flying everywhere. Champion. Dillamuddin was puzzled. I won. Yes. In your wonderful performance, we saw the full feminine power of the Yamato men. The host was extremely excited. Even the most virtuous woman in Japan would never be able to finish scrubbing the floor in 5 minutes. And you, let us witness a miracle. The host's microphone almost poked the gunman's handsome face. Mr. Dillamuddin, may I ask, after you won, do you have anything to say to everyone? Seeing that Dillamuddin began to think, in order to explode the program's ratings, the host struck while the iron was hot. Do you have any important person that you want to say to him or her? The most important person, the entire audience gasped in shock. Their ears immediately perked up. Important person. Dillamuddin pondered for a moment. He bowed slightly, as if there was someone in the air in front of him. Master, Dillamuddin did not disappoint and brought you the glory of the champion. The word master, his voice was low like the opening movement of a cello. The word glory, like the beating of a drum on a leather surface, burst forth with a sonorous and powerful heartbeat. His face was magnified on the screen, handsome without any blind spots. His love mole flashed in the light and shadow, captivating. A courteous knight, a heroic warrior, an infinitely charming man. Dillamuddin was a magic potion that made people fall in love. Just the word master was enough to blow up the entire Japan. Master. I really want to become the master in this man's words. I want him, I want him, I want him. It's like I've gone crazy. Lord Dillamuddin. Let us fight for you. Wherever you point your brush will be the direction our fan club is heading. Be it a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not hesitate. The fangirls and fangirls tied headbands and swore to dedicate their youth to the spearmen. Dillamuddin, on the other hand, had never expected that he would be able to capture the entire island of Japan's youths with just a few tricks up his sleeve. Unbeknownst to them, in front of the TV, Yi-Jyosa numbly put down the melon in his hand and muttered, "Fuck," before adding, "It's poisonous." In the end, he put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Damn it. Not only can you do whatever you want if you're handsome, you can also build an army with your face. Gilgamesh felt that there was something wrong with Yi-Jyosa. As the hero king, not only had he been labeled as a hen that laid golden eggs, he had even been forced to squat beside the computer while Berserker was trading stocks. To put it nicely, he had been bestowed the power of Berserker Wonkai. Damn you, Wonkai. Mongrel cultivator. Squatting beside the mad dog, Berserker, did not feel any joy at all. The hero king still could not forget that it was the angry Berserker in front of him who had chopped down the street lamp beneath his feet, used a plane to bomb his Vimona, and even attempted to snatch King Arthur's ownership rights from him. To put it simply, he was going against him in every way. Furthermore, one of them was proud and shiny, while the other was dark and gloomy. They were arch-enemies no matter how one looked at it. Yet, they had to get together to trade in that nuisance of a stock. As for Berserker, his brains seemed to have been kicked by a donkey. He was able to sit in front of the computer for an entire day to trade stocks in silence. There were no signs of him acting up. It was as though the wild dog that had chased after him in World War IV was just a hallucination. Gilgamesh barked as she sprawled on the floor to take a nap. She was mentally exhausted. Following that, he half opened his eyes and saw Yi-Jyosa whispering something to Kimimaro. Judging from her excited look, she must have thought of something wicked. Indeed, Yi-Jyosa turned around and came to Berserker's side. He gave an order, "It's getting cold. Let the Jiantong family stock market crash. They're filthy rich. Don't be afraid. Fight them head on." Yi-Jyosa emphasized the word rich, and Berserker seemed to be very interested in it. His slightly bent back straightened a lot, as though he was in a state of work, ready to go all out. Gilgamesh. His dog face was twisted as he looked at Yijiosa and then at Berserker. He could not help but have a terrifying thought arise in his mind: the mad dog Berserker likes money. And he hates the rich very much. He hates the rich so much that he would go all out to rob capitalism with just a command from Yijiosa. No wonder. No wonder Berserker refused to let him go during World War IV. Excluding the competition between masters, the main reason was that he was rich. Whether it was armed or casual clothes, Gilgamesh liked shiny treasures, and he exuded an aura of "I'm a nouveau riche, come and rob me" from head to toe. Berserker's imagination was limited by poverty, and he dreamed of living the life of a rich man. So his first target of attack was either Gilgamesh, who was protected by gold, or King Arthur, who held a golden sword. Was the reason why Tomomoto was able to survive Berserker's attack back then because he was dressed shabbily? Was Iskandar, the Conqueror King, not Berserker's target because he did not like to wear gold? Gilgamesh fell into a magical hole in his brain. The more he thought about it, the more he could not extricate himself. Just as Berserker was attempting to collapse the Gianto family's market, Yijiosa was carrying white firewood, and Kimimaro was carrying the Pomeranian as they strolled down the street together. At this moment, Kimimaro used a transformation spell to transform into a woman. She had a head full of wavy curls, a face as beautiful as a flower, and was wearing a youthful and beautiful sailor suit. She was tall, beautiful, pure, and moving, almost the perfect image of a nation's first love. With the stunning beauty, Kimimaro attracting attention in front, the washboard Yijiosa at the back was completely incomparable. Gradually, his figure was swallowed by the crowd and disappeared in the back. Kimimaro was carrying the Pomeranian mainly to give his new idol, Dillamuddin. Oh, to send a message. According to Senpai's instructions, Dillamuddin was a man who could conquer the world with his face. He could be willful with his good looks, and no matter how unreasonable his requests were, he would be forgiven. And Yijiosa only had one instruction: let Lancer convey his longing for his best friend, Toshimi and Osaka, and express his desire to see him. Yijiosa was very concerned about the name that Wild Goose Knight mentioned the most, Toshimi and Osaka. In his eyes, Wild Goose Knight was a serious, responsible, and good person, and the person that he bore grudges against was definitely a beast without conscience. Toshimi and Osaka was directly labeled as a beast by Yijiosa, and he was also labeled as beaten to death or crippled. Unfortunately, this guy was too well hidden, and his behavior was too low-key. It was too difficult to force him into the trap. Fortunately, Lancer did not disappoint, and managed to win over the hearts of the people in Japan, and became the public's lover. How could such a powerful force not be used? Toshiomi Tokasaka, who told you to hide so well? It's time for the people to strip you of your underwear, hee. In order not to attract the attention of the hidden master, Kimimaro, an outsider, disguised as a fan to approach Lancer. Not only could he give instructions, but he could also ensure the safety of Yijiosa. Yijiosa killed Castor, persuaded Kenneth to leave, and sent away Wild Goose Knight. He had already become a thorn in the side of all parties. His ability to attract hatred was too strong. If he wanted to approach Lancer, he would be shot into a sieve. As for Tomomoto, as a live target, he was definitely surrounded by spies from all the clans. If there was no other way, as a knight, the gunner would have returned to his master's side. After so long, he still didn't come back. It could only be said that there was a deadly danger hidden around Dillamuddin. Kimimaro held the Pomeranian and became a beautiful scenery in the crowd. He didn't have the aura of a magician, and he looked like a beautiful woman. No one would associate him with the white-haired boy. He successfully bought the poster of Dillamuddin, squeezed into the scene of the meeting, and then bumped into a thin and handsome big boy. Sorry. I'm sorry. The big boy immediately waved his hand, and his cheeks were blushing. I'm really sorry for bumping into you. Are you okay? Kimimaro wanted to lift his feet and leave, but he thought that he was entrusted with an important task by the master, so he had to play well. So, he bloomed a gentle smile, instantly lit up his beautiful face. I'm fine, please rest assured. Sheeta brushed past him, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was a lovely Pomeranian, leaving behind the fragrance of her soft shampoo. The big boy was dazzled, staring at the figure that disappeared in the crowd, stretched out his hand, and covered his beating heart. Webb took a deep breath, feeling that he had met his first pure love. Such a beautiful girl, unforgettable gentleness, such a beautiful back. Should I chase after her? Webb stood in circles. Should I chase after her? No, he was a little shy, he was a little nervous. Should I not chase after her? He had lived in England for so many years, and even dared to participate in the Holy Grail War. Why was he so cowardly at this time? Should I chase after her? Shouldn't I chase after her? Should I chase after her? Webb was in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, sneaked into the surrounding shops like a thief, and quietly followed behind the goddess. He was afraid that he would regret it one day, afraid that he would miss this encounter. How should he approach and talk? Webb squatted in the convenience store, peeking at the goddess from time to time. But he didn't know that beside him, Yijiosa approached silently, raising his eyebrows and staring at his right hand that revealed the command incantation pattern. This silly boy is also a master. It was definitely a miracle that he could live until now. He looked at Webb, suddenly interested in talking. Yijiosa and Webb squatted together in the convenience store, and suddenly said, "You look very troubled, do you need my help?" Webb was startled and almost jumped up. When he saw that the person next to him was a little girl, he let out a long sigh of relief. You? Ha! A little girl. I can see that you like that beautiful sister and have been following her. Yijiosa laughed. You. Clothes. Stool cut. Deceiving. Are you full? And Rue Pai waved. What a big tone. In this day and age, who hasn't liked a girl hugging a Pomeranian? I like this, and you can't escape. Yijiosa let out a sigh and sold poisonous advice. Look at you, you like a person, but you don't even have the courage to confess. If I were you, I wouldn't follow her stupidly. Yijiosa glanced at his command incantation and said calmly, I will immediately buy a dog, then lead the dog and meet her again on the street. Using the topic of dogs to communicate with her in depth. Yijiosa's voice was full of temptation. For this dog, it's best to buy a husky. Think about it, a husky is tall and majestic, and a Pomeranian is petite and cute. Dogs are like this, not to mention people. Isn't this implying that you and her are a perfect match? Webb. It seems to make sense. Looking at Webb's excited expression, Yijiosa kept smiling. This young man is really too young. He doesn't have enough social experience. Chapter 77. Wilbur Velvet was a thin boy with a cute bob hairstyle, was shy and reserved, liked to study academics, and did not like sports because of his otaku nature, caused his height to be shorter than that of the Levi soldier. Oh no, the soldier was slightly shorter by 3 centimeters. He grew up in England, was a member of the Clock Tower, and was also a student of Kenneth. But because the head teacher, Kenneth's mouth hurt the self-esteem of the adolescent, and the Education Bureau, Clock Tower, did not accept Wilbur's complaint, even the students around him could not understand him. In the end, the teenager's Chinibu disease broke out. He opened the head teacher, Kenneth's express delivery, and became the master of Super Saiyan Rider. He was dragged into a bloody magician's war. Wilbur's actions naturally could not be hidden from the various forces who had the intention to investigate. When Kenneth was persuaded to leave by Yi-Jyosa, he also went to track down Wilbur's traces and came to a conclusion full of great wisdom. In the future, valuables can't be shipped by express delivery, and even if they are shipped, students can't be sent to pick them up. Otherwise, you may summon a follower who wants to have sex with you. What a bloody and tearful lesson. And the young Wilbur had grown up extraordinarily in this Holy Grail war. At a young age, he had lived the vicissitudes of an old man. Many years later, he would still use the Platonic spirit of philosophy to tell the world the truth. Curiosity killed the cat. Don't talk back to the head teacher, don't open other people's express delivery, and don't go crazy to fight for the Holy Grail, especially don't listen to the nonsense of the lowly. You will harvest a damn husky. What a tear-stained lesson. Unfortunately, it was hard to buy it with money. At this time, Wilbur, who was still inexperienced, was led by the nose by Yi-Jyosa. He looked back at the goddess's looming figure with every step, and then he was dragged into the pet store by Yi-Jyosa. There were many small animals here, such as cats, dogs, rats, snakes, pigs. Yi-Jyosa had a clear goal and went straight to the point. He took steady steps towards the large dog cage. With just a glance, he swept his eyes over 7 or 8 stupid dog faces. Dog. It was a dog again. White firewood hung in the crook of Yi-Jyosa's arm. Its dark golden pupils scanned the area, silencing all the pets. Even the lively huskies felt an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts. They widened their eyes, pricked up their ears, and bristled their black and white fur. Their blue eyes were glued to Bai Chai's body, and then, fearlessly, he barked loudly. Woof woof woof. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me? I'll look at you if you keep looking. Woof woof woof. Are you going to eat me? I don't taste good. Woof woof woof. Heavens! He was actually white. Different from us. Woof, woof, woof. He must be an alien dog. The huskies barked across the cage and argued fiercely. In the end, he came to the conclusion that a white dog was not a dog, but a hot dog was a dog. The Western demon, who had been listening to the dog talk without any pressure, somehow thought of his stupid younger brother. Speaking of which, Inuyasha's reaction when he saw him was not much different from that of the stupid dogs. TSK. Useless half-demon. Saishomaru closed his eyes to rest. Yi-Jyosa had already locked his eyes on a calm and steady husky. Ah, look at it, such a tall and burly figure, such a wolf-like fierce eyes, such a silent image, such a déjà vu. According to his experience of fighting with huskies for a long time, the quieter and more obedient the husky was, the more terrifying its explosive power, endurance. Looking at the fierce eyes of this stupid husky, it was just like a replica of the society he raised in his previous life. Yi-Jyosa pulled Weber and squatted in front of the cage in the center. Let's take this one. Weber was stunned and picked up his brain. A very big one. Can't it be a puppy? She's holding a Pomeranian, and I'm holding a husky puppy. Isn't that better? Yi-Jyosa took a deep breath and said seriously, no. Why? Let me tell you. Yi-Jyosa turned his head and said patiently, first, you're holding a puppy like a rookie who has never raised a dog before. Although you can talk to the girl in the early stage, the topic is all about the raising of puppies. The girl holding a Pomeranian proves that she is a dog lover. She is more willing to pay attention to the growth of puppies and ignore your feelings. Because in her eyes, she guides you in raising dogs, and you need her experience in raising dogs. You rely on her existence. You rely on her, and she takes care of you. Well, you're holding the script of A Little Tadpole Looking for Its Mother. Weber was speechless. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start. Then, the second point, puppies focus on young, weak, helpless, and pitiful. And look at your own image. You're not tall, and you're holding a puppy and a girl. What's the difference between you and a child playing house? Wilbur shut up and listened carefully. When Yujiosa saw that he was so well-behaved, he suddenly felt a sense of pride in teaching his younger brother. Third, and most importantly, you raising a large dog is a symbol of ability. A symbol of ability. Yes, raising a dog is like raising a child. You raised a puppy into a large dog, and it didn't die halfway, which is enough to prove your ability to raise a family. Yujiosa's spittle flew. In the eyes of a girl, this is the performance of a responsible and good man. Even if you don't look mighty, when you lead a large dog, the visual impact is not small, and it will make people subconsciously think that you are reliable. Weber's mind was still a little clear. He frowned and asked, "How do you know this method will work?" Yujiosa. This child is so difficult. Yujiosa was so angry that he jumped up and threw away his integrity. He patted his flat chest and said, "Nonsense, I'm a girl. Of course I know what to do to make a girl like me. That's right. After all, girls know girls better." Weber stepped into Yujiosa's pit, happily paid the bill, and pulled out the calm and collected husky. Just as Yujiosa was about to leave with a smile, he found a huge figure in front of him. It was like a mountain, blocking the sun above his head. His smile froze at the corner of his mouth. This aura is a servant. Yujiosa twisted his stiff neck and looked at the heroic spirit close at hand against the light. He was burly, muscular, 2 meters above sea level, and had a round waist. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, and his awe-inspiring aura was suddenly released. His passionate eyes were filled with power. He scanned Weber from head to toe before giving him a look of pity. At that moment, Yujiosa felt as if he was being stared at by a lion who had just woken up. He was a little nervous, but he was fearless. Isn't it just a lion? As long as he found the other party's weakness, even if there was a dragon in front of him, he would persuade him to shovel snow in Siberia. Yujiosa's heart beat faster. Saishomaru's ears moved slightly, and he opened his eyes in her arms. White Firewood sniffed Ryder's aura as if he was giving alms to charity, and came to a conclusion: heroic spirits were born with teeth that could cut. He closed his eyes in boredom, arched his body, and changed to a more comfortable angle to continue resting. "Weber, who is this?" "Iskandar, the king of conquest," asked his master. "A new friend? Or a partner you found?" "No, no." Weber pushed him away in a flurry and muttered, "He's just a normal person, don't talk nonsense." "Normal person?" Iskandar's gaze sharpened. After a moment, he looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. "Ha ha ha, Weber, it's rare to see you have a friend. I don't mind letting your friend witness the power of the king of conquest." "Hey! You!" Iskandar ignored Weber and his dog. He strode past Weber, put on his brightest smile, and squatted in front of Yujiosa. He was the king of conquest, Alexander the Great. He was the king who had conquered countless countries with the Eastern Whip. Even though he looked carefree and casual on the outside, it did not mean that Iskandar would lose his ability to judge people. He believed in his own judgment, and even more so in his beast-like instincts. Not only was the girl in front of him not afraid of him, she even had the aura and fearlessness of a warrior. Such a temperament, such a young age, ha ha ha. If she joined his army to conquer the world, what an interesting scene it would be. Weber was about to stop him, but unexpectedly, the husky in his hand seized the opportunity and suddenly broke free from its reins, leaping to the side of the road. The young man was so shocked that he forgot about his rider and turned to catch the running husky. In the background of the chaos, Iskandar glanced at the back of Yijosa's hand and raised his eyebrows, obviously discovering her disguise. Very courageous, little girl. The king of conquest flashed a mouthful of white teeth. You didn't bring any followers, faced the danger of being killed, and even faced me without showing any fear. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yijosa made up his mind. It was true. Enemies who said this line usually had the arrogant mentality of, as long as you pacify me, I'll consider letting you go. As for pacifying, he was good at it. Yijosa's tone was firm, showing an awe-inspiring and inviolable feeling. May I know your name, Your Excellency? The King of Conquest was amused. The King of Conquest, Iskandar. Oh, so it's the King of Conquest. Then the question was, who exactly was the King of Conquest? However, the arrow had been knocked on the bowstring and could not be stopped. The words had been said, even if he had to pretend, he had to pretend. No matter what kind of king he was, as long as he was a king, he would inevitably have the ambition to become one. Yijosa smiled faintly. I believe that the King of Conquest isn't someone who would take advantage of others. At the same time, I feel that it would be my honor to be defeated by the King of Conquest. Ha 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 ha. Iskandar laughed heartily. You're very interesting. You're courageous and cool-headed, a rare talent. How about it, are you interested in joining this king's service? To conquer the whole world. He pounded on his chest, hitting the solid muscles and slapping the words, Grand Strategy, on his t-shirt until they made a cracking sound. We're so insignificant, yet we have grand ambitions. Life is short, why don't we start a career? Iskandar began to promote Yijosa. The world is so big, and only by stepping on it and conquering it can we give birth to supreme heroism. Hi, Iskandar, want to stand at the top of this world again. I want to sprinkle glory on my army. Let the medals adorn my body. Are you interested in witnessing the true bearing of a king with me? Iskandar stretched out his hand. I believe in my own judgment. You're worthy of my invitation. Damn it, this guy's selling skills are so awesome. I've met my match. Yijosa took a deep breath and kicked over the bowl of promoting. King of Conquest, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Iskandar said, yes. As a king, if you want to achieve hegemony, you must first have your own army. The King of Conquest nodded. I'm willing to join you, so listen to me. Yijosa's gaze was firm and pure. I'll help you strategize and gather the world's most powerful heroes. But at the same time, I hope that as a king, you can set an example. The King of Conquest said, set an example? Yijosa said sternly, you have a body full of muscles and a strong physique. It'd be a waste not to use them. I heard that there's a Mr. Bodybuilding competition in America in 2 days. If you participate, you'll definitely win. As long as you win, King of Conquest, go back to Japan and open a men's fitness center, you'll definitely be able to gather a strong and powerful army of men in the shortest time possible. Chapter 78. The establishment of the so-called Mr. Bodybuilding competition and the fitness club, it was all Yijosa's bullshit. The dissemination of information in the 90s was not as developed as it was in later generations. Even the latest news about the War of the Holy Grail had to be delayed by half a day. Not to mention the real-time progress of Mr. Bodybuilder on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Moreover, mobile phones were not very popular these days. People are used to using landlines. Even if he climbed onto a desktop computer, they are also more likely to send messages via email. In this way, the delay in the transmission of information would only be even longer. Therefore, even though Wilbur was suspicious of his words, if he wanted to verify it, it would take him a while to get the result. After all, Wilbur entered the Holy Grail War alone. Apart from his followers, he had no other help. As for his servant, Ryder, he didn't seem like the type to be obedient. Whether it was a lie or a truth, he had to judge it himself. Whether it was a scam or a trap, he had to solve it himself. While Wilbur was busy, you have to look at the husky like an old mother. He also had to take care of the Conquest King like a nanny. He was physically and mentally exhausted. They would naturally stay away from the Holy Grail War. The United States, which was far away in the ocean, was obviously a good place to go. He didn't have to go back to England and be looked down upon by Kenneth. He didn't have to stay in Fuyuki City and live in constant danger. Wilbur was only a teenager, and if he died in the Holy Grail War, it was truly a pity. Moreover, Yi-Jyosa didn't want to be enemies with Wilbur. They hadn't been in contact for long, but on Weber, he saw the shadow of himself when he was 16 or 17. Compared to winning and proving himself, survival was the most important thing. Yi-Jyosa understood. He would not do anything to Wilbur. But that didn't mean the rest of the masters and servants would let Wilbur go. After all, none of the masters who were still in the game were easy to deal with. As long as Iskandar was powerful enough to lure the master to the other side of the Pacific Ocean, then the remaining time would be enough for him to force out the other masters and do something big. Yi-Jyosa's thoughts were full of twists and turns, but the words that came out of his mouth were very sincere. Conquest King, you have the world's most fit and beautiful body, the most masculine aura, and the most noble demeanor. If you stay in a secluded corner, who would be able to appreciate your elegance? You should show it to the world. Let countless heroes understand that only by following a king like you can they build a great empire. Iskandar rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Wilbur, who was holding the husky's leash not far away. The youth was thin and frail, drawing out a slender shadow under the sunlight. He stood beside the husky, flustered and exasperated, looking even more juvenile, like an ignorant child. Yi-Jyosa was a little nervous. All right. Iskandar smiled brightly again. It's a great honor to be able to meet a hero. But the Conquest King looked straight into Yi-Jyosa's eyes and enunciated each and every word. I will only leave for 3 days. This was Iskandar's greatest tolerance and concession to those who admired him. Yi-Jyosa smiled. No problem. Not to mention 3 days, even if you only left for 3 hours, he would still be able to play with you. Iskandar said that leaving Fuyuki City for 3 days would not be a problem. That night, he took away his master and the husky, rode on a lightning chariot, and headed far away. Poor Wilbur bought the husky, but before he could have a chance encounter with the goddess, the Conquest King abducted him to the skies above the Pacific Ocean. The Conquest King was a man of his word, and Yi-Jyosa naturally would not fall behind. As a master with 3 servants, the next battle was naturally his home ground. Yi-Jyosa firmly believed that he could win the Holy Grail War with an overwhelming advantage. Unfortunately, this confidence was inflated a little too early, and it soon exploded into pieces. His 3 servants were all fucking busy. So busy that they could not participate in the upcoming war. Lancer Dillamudden became a national idol. He was busy reminiscing about his good friend Toshiomi Inaka, attempting to use the power of his fans to force out his whereabouts. Berserker Lancelot was addicted to the stock market, and could not extricate himself from using the internet to attack the Giotto family's assets. Currently, he was in a heated argument with the other party, and the Giotto family could not spare any effort to deal with Yi-Jyosa. As for Senju Takuma, damn, this African chief, he actually went to the casino to gamble, and in the end, he lost so much that he was only left with a pair of underwear, and was even thrown out by someone. Alright, Senju Takuma just gambled a little too much, and his luck was a little bad, and he lost all the money that Berserker earned for him. That was all. Oh, fuck. Die. Beast. They had no money. What were they going to eat? Yijiosa fell into a frenzy, and only calmed down after swaying a dozen times on the spot. He was tired from walking, so he simply sat on the sofa and activated his Sage mode. Dillamuddin could not use it, as he was afraid that the other party's fans would tear him apart. Lancelot could not use it, as he needed him to drag down the Giotto family. Senju Takuma could not use it, as he could not be stopped if he had a brain cramp, and his gambling luck was F grade. As expected, this group of unreliable fellows. Even the dog was more reliable than them. No matter how he thought about it, only Kimimaro was the most reliable. Subconsciously, Yijiosa automatically ignored the fact that he had tricked Lancelot into participating in the audition, and tricked Berserker into investing in the stock market. The culprit held his forehead helplessly and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the magical formation in the mansion's library, as well as the other mediums that Wild Goose Knight had left for him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since they were short on manpower, why not recruit more people? Weren't there still many mediums? Dillamuddin had become an idol, so there was no need for him to fight and kill. Lancelot had fallen in love with investing in the stock market, so there was no need for him to fight and kill. Senju Takuma was addicted to gambling, so there was no need for him to fight and kill. He could totally save this part of the manpower expenditure and provide it to the heroic spirits who were actually doing the real work. Yijiosa jumped up from the sofa and ran to the library in his flip-flops. Seeing that he left in such a hurry, the four dogs that were patting Nara's head turned their heads at the same time. Then, they slapped Nara under the bed and called for the golden retriever that was squatting next to the computer to quickly catch up. He found a heavy box, opened it, took out something, and threw it into the center of the magical formation. It seemed to be a solid object, but the moment it hit the ground, it shattered into pieces, splattering all over the magical formation. Mud? Fuck. It really has everything. What the hell is using mud as a medium? Is this really reliable? The corner of Yijiosa's mouth twitched, and he quickly glanced at the label of the mud. Ancient Babylonian. Mud? It really is mud. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senju Takuma just lost all his money, and the goddess of fate made me eat mud? And this name. Mud is mud. What's with the whole Ancient Babylonian name? Ancient Babylonian has long been a legendary country, and this mud came from Ancient Babylonian. It's simply a fantasy, isn't it? Yijiosa didn't think much about it. Since he had already let it go, there should be an end to it. He immediately calmed down, drew out his sword with his right hand, and directly aimed at the place with more mud, and dropped a "Subdue the mountains and rivers." With the "Subdue the mountains and rivers" as the base, the Tai Chi superimposed, and all kinds of auras covered and condensed. Gradually, the entire magical formation began to emit a breathtaking light. It was a kind of emerald green that symbolized nature, and also the golden melting of the rising sun. A slender figure took shape in the magic formation. He had ankle-length green hair, wore a spacious and elegant snow-white battle robe, and his eyes were calm and beautiful. His facial features were androgynous. White skin, cherry-pink lips, soft eyebrows, and awe-inspiring aura. When the light disappeared, the green-haired and white-robed servant stood in the center with a noble and polite manner, staring at Yijiosa attentively. His clear and melodious voice was extremely attractive. "Are you my master?" Yijiosa was stunned, and so was the golden retriever behind him. The next second, the golden retriever's face suddenly twisted. "You are..." Yijiosa's eyes widened, and he glanced up and down at the servant. "You..." "My name is Enkidu." He suddenly smiled. "Master, I'm male." Yijiosa. Why should he have expectations for his luck with women? But Yijiosa soon found that not only should he not have expectations for his luck with women, but he should also not have expectations for the moral integrity of the servant. Just as Enkidu's gaze swept across the 5 dogs, his body froze and his pupils shrank as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Gilgamesh. How did you?" Enkidu directly ignored his master, and came in front of the golden retriever with a face full of sorrow. "How did you become a dog?" The golden retriever barked in pain. Enkidu understood the animal language, and he sadly rubbed the golden retriever's head. "Gilgamesh. Enkidu. Stop. Gilgamesh." Dogs all looked at the golden retriever. "Oh, so your name is Gilgamesh." The golden retriever. "I can't live like this anymore." Chapter 79. Enkidu, a man with long hair the color of forgiveness, blinking his eyes the color of forgiveness, a nature that loved the color of forgiveness, he was a beautiful young man who had a forgiving heart towards everything. He was created by the gods when they were playing in the mud in the northeast. His body was made of mud that was stained with the blood of gods. With the augmentation of divine power, he was tempered into the sharpness of a supreme weapon. And the purpose of Enkidu's birth was to become a whip to discipline the brat, Gilgamesh. Yes, he was born for Gilgamesh. In the end, he died for Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh had 2/3 of his divinity. He also had 1/3 of his humanity. In the era of myths and legends, as the hero king, he was the link that maintained the coexistence of humans and gods. He was also the true king of the continent. However, when he was a teenager, the hero king was a hooligan and a brat. He didn't even give face to his parents and uncles. He didn't even care about the livelihood of the people in his fief. He was used to being the most powerful. Just because he found tyranny interesting, he used it to rule his people. The people were indignant. They wanted to be good people, but they were taught a lesson by a brat. There was no way they could live like this. They prayed day and night. They conveyed their appeal to the gods. Day and night, they clung to the statue and nagged. The gods quarreled until they were on the verge of breaking down. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore. They decided to give the brat a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. When a child was disobedient, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a beating. If there was, then 2 beatings. Hence, bamboo shoot. Oh, that's not right, Enki came. He came to the hero king's kingdom, and under the expectant gazes of the gods. He foolishly lost himself in the huge forest, happily playing with the small animals. The gods. Only at this moment did they realize that Enkidu was created as a weapon. He only had bestiality and no humanity. And how could a divine armament that had no reason to speak of punish the hero king? In the end, the gods bestowed a divine prostitute to Enkidu and let the divine prostitute train him for 6 days and 7 nights. Oh no, educate him. She successfully helped Enkidu open the door to a new world. Enchi's appearance was similar to that of the divine courtesan, so he was so beautiful that it was hard to distinguish his gender. As his first woman and the first teacher in his life, the divine prostitute deserved his utmost respect. With this gentle and harmless appearance, he carried out the mission given by the gods and fought an earth-shattering battle with Gilgamesh. That day, the weather changed, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. A large part of the landscape was changed by the mighty power of God. Countless mountains were turned into hills and plains. The river was cut off, the rocks were broken, the mountains were broken, and the sky was torn apart. Birds and beasts fled, weapons, spears, swords, and halberds were abandoned. It was supposed to be a battlefield between two people, but it turned into a battlefield of millions of warriors. Both Enki and Gilgamesh were exhausted and fell to the ground. Since they couldn't do anything to each other, there was no point in fighting. They smiled at each other and became best friends. Enkidu assisted Gilgamesh to become a wise ruler, and Gilgamesh mercilessly helped Enkidu retaliate against the gods. The king was wise, and the country was governed. Their lives became more and more comfortable, but a series of unexpected events happened. Gilgamesh and Enkidu worked together to kill the bull that harmed the human world, but the hypocritical gods believed that the bull was a product of God because it was full of divinity. The hero king and Enkidu killed the products of God for mere humans, which was a great disrespect to God. When God wanted to punish them, Enkidu willingly took it all. Even when he died, he still smiled at Gilgamesh. "My friend, you should be the greatest king in the world. Your glory obscured the majesty of God. Your existence is a legend in the human world. God envies you and wants to kill you. But Gil, as a king, you should understand. The king recognizes, the king allows, the king carries the entire world on his back. Goodbye, Gil. My hero king." Enkidu died because of the schemes of God, but he had no regrets because he understood that the concept of death would affect Gilgamesh's path to greater perfection. He was willing to sacrifice everything for his apocalypse. And leading the king was his responsibility as a teacher. Enkidu had already prepared himself to never see Gilgamesh again, but he didn't expect that when he opened his eyes, he would see his best friends. Dog face. He didn't expect that his best friend, after seeing through life and death, would want to taste the feeling of being a dog. But no matter if his best friend was a human or a dog, he was still his apocalypse. Especially after Gil became a golden retriever. Oh. It felt so good. Today, Enkidu was very satisfied with petting the dog. Yijiosa felt that there was something wrong with the new servant, Enkidu. Was he a hermaphrodite? Not only was he a hermaphrodite, but he was also a dog lover. Why was his eyes always filled with joy? Because he loved the golden retriever deeply. That was enough. Enkidu, did your brain get kicked by a donkey? The golden retriever is just a dog. Why are you hugging it and calling it Gil with love and regret? Wake up, that's a fucking dog, not your lover in your previous life. Even if it was your lover in your previous life, look carefully, she is now a male dog. A male dog. What kind of crazy things are you trying to do to my dog by hugging, touching, rubbing and rubbing it? Do you still see me as your master? Yijiosa was in a mess. Enkidu hugged the golden retriever's neck and shed tears of emotion. I didn't expect to meet you again, Gil. The golden retriever barked uncomfortably and wagged his tail happily. Motherfucker. You damn dog who forgets your master in the face of lust. I have given you all the high-grade dog food. How many times have you wagged your tail at me? Wipe your dog eyes and look carefully, the one hugging you is a man. No matter how beautiful he is still a dog. Don't you want your little bitch anymore? Yijiosa asked with a straight face, Enkidu, are you the former master of civilization? Civilization? Enkidu was stunned and looked at the golden retriever. Is he called civilization now? What a good name. After all, he is the king who created the grand civilization of Uruk. Enkidu's eyes were gentle, full of nostalgia. Gil stood on the high city wall, sacrificed the heaven lock for his people, and defeated the hateful bull. He is a hero, a true king. Damn, is this guy a scriptwriter? After writing crazily, he put the dog in the role and still firmly believed that the dog was the king. Yijosa took a deep breath and realized that the summoning circle given by Wild Goose Night was poisonous. Why were these two troublesome fellows so troublesome? No, impossible, he would never be like this. This Enkidu is definitely an exception. He must be. However, Yijosa did not expect that not only did Enkidu's madness not get better, but it even spread like a virus in the mansion. The new servant emphasized that he understood the beast language and could translate the dog's words. Yijosa was curious and decided to give Enkidu a chance to express himself. Then tell me, what does my Samoyed want to say to me? Aizen smiled, but it was reserved. The Tibetan Mastiff had the support of Senju Takuma, the Golden Retriever had the protection of Enkidu, and the White Firewood had the protection of its owner. I really can't bear to see them living a better life than me. Aizen obediently raised its head and softly barked, "Stupid master. You are so ugly." What is it saying? Enkidu straightforwardly translated, "Foolish master. You are so ugly." Yijosa was speechless. Enkidu, I will give you a chance to reorganize your words. Yijosa pointed at the Samoyed. Tell me, what did it just say? Aizen was still barking in a very gentle tone, "Master. I really didn't expect you to be deaf at such a young age." Enki was very professional, translating with perfect articulation, "Master. I really didn't expect you to be deaf at such a young age." Yijosa was speechless. Go to hell. You animal. Yijosa put down White Firewood, drew out a long sword from his back, and pointed it directly at Enkidu's throat. Enkidu. Do you have a problem with me? Master, I think you misunderstood something, Enkidu sincerely said, this is not my intention, this is the dog's intention. Yijosa thought of the Samoyed's gentle appearance, who are you kidding? The Samoyed is such a gentle dog, it even uses its paw to gently pat people when they wake up. How could it scold me? Aizen continued to bark, I am scolding you. Why do you have to find an excuse for your stupidity? Enkidu felt that there was an irreconcilable conflict between the master and the dog, and he needed to contribute to their harmonious coexistence. Thus, the first step was to convey the message of both sides. I am scolding you. Why do you have to find an excuse for your stupidity? Yijosa was speechless. Enkidu had been summoned for less than 3 hours, and he had completely fallen out of favor. He was recommended by Yijosa to be a helper at the pet hospital with a fake smile. Moreover, they were considered master and servant, so Yijosa sincerely advised him to translate the pet's words for the pet owner, so that they could improve their relationship. Enkidu took the order, sighed, and rubbed the Golden Retriever's head, as if there was no one else around, and said, Gil, what do you want to eat tonight? The Golden Retriever barked. Enkidu chuckled, okay. So, at midnight, the Golden Retriever ate the sumptuous meal with soup and meat, while the other dogs looked at the mushroom rice in the dog bowl. And fell into a long silence. Yijosa was speechless. He had never seen a servant who was worse than Enkidu. Didn't they think about the master when they brought supper? These days, the servants were unreliable. When Yijosa was feeling depressed, Dillamuddin was worried about his master, so he sneaked back to see him. But when he opened the door, he bumped into Enkidu, who was also a lancer. Lancer Dillamuddin instantly pulled out the brush on his back. Sorry, I took the wrong weapon. Enkidu's eyes moved from the brush to Lucian's face. Excuse me, you are? Dillamuddin, the servant of the master of this mansion, Dillamuddin said frankly, you are. What a coincidence. Enkidu smiled, I am also the servant of the master of this mansion, Enkidu. Dillamuddin. Master has another spearman. Why? Why did master have another spearman after he had him? Was it because he was not good enough? Dillamuddin broke into the mansion, but he didn't find Ijosa. He frowned, stepped into the courtyard, and found Senju Takuma, who was planting mushrooms. Senju Takuma wiped his face and replied, "She went out, well. Since I lost the bet, we had to eat mushroom rice twice. She couldn't stand it anymore and said she wanted to be self-reliant." Self-reliant. For some reason, Dillamuddin felt a little uneasy. Where is she? Hua Xiao's restaurant. Dillamuddin came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Enkidu was sitting in the courtyard, combing Gilgamesh's hair and putting the golden chestnuts into a small basket. Gil liked to collect treasures, and his master also liked shiny gold. They must be getting along well. Enkidu was happy for Gil to have a group of friends. Gilgamesh squinted her eyes in enjoyment. "Enkidu, is the pet hospital fun? You go out early and come back late every day, and you always report your schedule to that little guy." Since Ijosa was the master of Enkidu, Gilgamesh no longer addressed him as a mongrel in private, out of respect for his close friend. "Master has other intentions," Enkidu said. "Other intentions? Do you really think I'm working in the pet hospital?" Enkidu laughed. "Master told me that since I know the language of beasts, I should use the power of animals to find the remaining masters and servants." Golden Retriever was slightly stunned. That little guy has such a mind. "Gil, we can't look down on anyone," Enkidu said softly. "Not everyone can have me and you at the same time." Golden Retriever closed his mouth and became silent. Enkidu was right. Not everyone could give their spiritual power to the dog and still provide magic power for 4 servants. His master had already surpassed his understanding of human abilities. Moreover, he and Enkidu both had divinity and godhood, so to summon them required more than just luck. Gilgamesh said in a low voice, "Then did you find the remaining masters and servants?" "I didn't let you down," Enkidu said. "Why do you think Master went to Hua Xiao's restaurant?" The animals brought news that a person with a strange aura often goes in and out of a Hua Xiao's restaurant, especially the mapo tofu there. And when Master heard the news, she excitedly went to apply for a chef position. Gilgamesh, chef. What did she do? She went to poison it. Gilgamesh. Saishomaru felt that he would rather face 100 retarded Inuyasha than face a troublesome Ijosa. She carried him to the Huaxia restaurant and used all her strength to barge into the logistics department. With her glib tongue, she convinced the Cantonese owner of the restaurant and said that the Hokkien dishes she made were especially delicious. This sentence moved the Cantonese boss, and he said that as long as Ijosa's cooking could impress the 2 Fujian people, he would save some of the chef's position in the future. Cantonese people really loved Fujian people. She even thought of them when she was cooking. Ijosa was extremely touched, threw the dog in his arms onto the chopping board, and picked up the kitchen knife. The young man next door was stunned. "Big girl, are you going to slice the dog and cook it?" They were obviously speaking different languages, so how did he understand what they were saying? "Ah, not slice." Ijosa immediately carried Fu Chong down. "I threw the wrong ingredient, it's so white, I thought it was a piece of tofu." Then, Saishomaru squatted by the chopping board and watched as Ijosa picked up a piece of tofu that was about the same size as him, and slapped it on the chopping board. She sharpened the kitchen knife twice, cut the tofu, and cut it into 8 pieces. He calmly watched as Ijosa heated the big pot until it turned red, added oil, and poured in the fragrant ingredients. Fennel seasoning, sweet and sour salt sauce. When she picked up a big basket of chopped chilies and poured them into the pot, a strong spicy smell immediately spread throughout the kitchen. Mapo tofu, Sichuan's most precious treasure. Just the spicy smell alone was enough to make one's nose happy. White Firewood sniffled and couldn't help but cry out, "Achoo! Fu Chong." Ijosa put down the pot anxiously and hurriedly carried him to the tofu trough. "You can sneeze, but don't sneeze into the pot," we can't afford to pay for this. Was he, Saishomaru, less important than a pot of tofu? The young man next door picked up the knife. Old Chin. Bring a piece of tofu over. There's no more ingredients for steamed eggs with tender tofu. Hey. Great. Old Chin quickly stepped forward, pushed up his reading glasses, and scooped up white firewood who was next to the tofu trough. He shouted, "Which idiot put the tofu in the trough? Damn it, let's go." Old Chin held white firewood and dipped it into the water. The water rippled up and down, almost ignoring white firewood's struggle. Then, he threw the piece of tofu that was still warm on the young man's chopping board, and the young man picked up the kitchen knife and straightened white firewood, ready to. The young man looked into a pair of dark golden eyes full of anger, and with a clang, the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Chapter 80. Yijiosa had narrowly rescued his Fuchiang from the edge of the knife. He stroked white firewood's wet fur with heartache. He immediately placed him next to the gas stove. To warm himself, the kitchen fell heavily, the light of the knife and the shadow of the sword. With a slight carelessness, the dog became a sashimi. For the safety of Fuchiang's life, Yijiosa placed him beside him. However, with the increase of pots and pans around him, the puppy's figure was once again drowned. After Yijiosa successfully delivered the mapo tofu with extra ingredients to Yen Fengili, he saw Saishomaru again. He found him lying peacefully on a huge plate, licking his paws. The plate was snow white, and there were seasonings and cumin inside. It was accompanied by a few broccoli flowers and a few grapes for decoration. There was a sense of elegance to it. However, Yijiosa did not know how to appreciate the artistic conception of cooking. He only knew that his Fuchiang had been loaded. It had been loaded. It was about to be placed on the dining table. Yijiosa pounced on it and took a look. White dipped tofu, spicy taste. He took a closer look at the information. Table 39. Table 39. Wasn't that the fucking Yen Fengili? That member of the church who appeared and disappeared so mysteriously that even Kenneth's intelligence could not catch him. At the same time, he was also one of the masters of this session. If it weren't for Enki's skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to easily stop this person. However, the master who was able to survive until now was indeed not easy to deal with. He didn't expect that he would be forced to use his second trump card in the blink of an eye after he had just delivered the mapo tofu with extra ingredients. Yen Fengili was indeed an unfathomable man. Before they even met, he had forced him to use two big moves. If he couldn't get rid of him in one go, in the future, he would probably be unable to do anything. Yijiosa stared at white firewood and thought for a moment. Gradually, he revealed a meaningful smile. What did she want to do? Yijiosa was in a hurry and ordered the waitress to bring the white firewood out. Old Chen in the kitchen had bad eyesight. He always treated white firewood as tofu, but the waitress had good eyesight. Little Yi, this is your dog, right? What's wrong? Yijiosa pointed at table 39 and said softly, hurry up and send it over. Don't ruin the boss's plan. Did you see the man who ate mapo tofu? That's the Fujianese that the boss likes. The waitress was speechless. I don't study much, don't make fun of me. Hurry up and go. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Yijiosa urged him as he took off his apron and ran to the washroom. Just go ahead and send me back, really. Big sister, I beg you. He ran into the toilet cubicle and opened the shop in minutes. He clicked to buy a colorful gift box and put Sadako's videotape from his backpack into it. Yijiosa changed his hair into a golden ponytail and put on a cute white nut. He also put on his blue eyes and even changed the color of his lipstick. In the end, He even printed a decal that covered a large area of his face. If this man was coquettish, there was really nothing for women to do. Yijosa carried the night curtain of stars, which he had fought 365 battles to get his hands on. He walked across the hall and headed for table 39 under everyone's astonished gazes. The waitress still sent white firewood to Yen Fengqili's table. Seeing Yen Fengqili frowning, she smiled and said, "Don't be impatient, sir. I'll..." However, before she finished speaking, Yijosa, who had changed a lot, had already taken over the conversation. "Excuse me, are you the lucky customer who drew the white firewood dipping sauce today?" Everyone. "Huh? What lucky customer? What the hell is white firewood dipping sauce?" Yen Fengqili tilted his head, and his eyes swept over Yijosa without a trace. Blonde hair, blue eyes, no magic fluctuations. There was no trace of disguise. Is this natural appearance? He was slightly relieved. She was far from the black-haired and black-eyed little girl described in the information. They were not the same person. After all, even the roots of her blonde hair were golden. It couldn't be faked. Yen Fengqili put down his chopsticks, looked at the white firewood puppy on the plate, and nodded. Yijosa smiled and said, "Congratulations, sir. Our restaurant has a mysterious event today. We will give a white firewood to the customer who ordered the 99th dish, along with a friendly gift." He took out the carefully wrapped Sadako videotape and put it on Yen Fengqili's table. "I hope the customer has a pleasant meal. The tofu dipping sauce you ordered will be delivered to you immediately." "Wadash," some customers exclaimed. They had never seen such a marketing model. Speaking of which, the customer who ordered the 99th dish was really lucky. They didn't know what gift he received, but the packaging seemed to be very expensive. The crowd looked around for a while, and someone muttered, 99. Then is there a small gift for the 199, or 299? People always cherish things that they couldn't get. When the customer was fascinated by the gift packaging, their desire to spend would instantly erupt. Yijosa opened the night curtain of stars, and pretentiously saluted. He picked up the white firewood with one hand and held the umbrella with the other, like a little lady walking away in the rain in Jiangnan, leaving the crowd with a charming back. Yen Fengqili didn't doubt him. To be exact, he believed too much in his own eyes and his own judgment. He thought that Yijosa was harmless, so this gift was just an ordinary thing. With an indifferent attitude, he took the gift and left. And after he left, the owner of Hua Xiao's restaurant was so touched that she held Yijosa's hand tightly, saying that her actions today not only corrected the restaurant's mistake of serving the wrong dish, but also increased the turnover by several times. Yijosa smiled awkwardly, hiding his merits and reputation. Yijosa held white firewood and went home with the daily salary that had tripled. Who knew that when he turned the corner, he would run into Dillamuddin's resentful face? The tall soldier squatted pitifully at the door, like a big abandoned dog. He held 2 brushes and looked at Yijosa faintly. "You're back, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yijosa was speechless. Damn! This tone. This expression. This gaze. It was like an abandoned second male lead in a Yamato drama. Yijosa was a little nervous and was about to say something, but he didn't know that Dillamuddin was staring at him, and his thin lips moved slightly. "I didn't expect that you'd have a second Lancer after I left for a few days." Dillamuddin said, "What did I do wrong? I didn't expect that you'd have a mistress after I left for a few days, and you're even being lovey-dovey with her. What do you think I'm doing?" Yijosa's hair stood on end, and he clung tightly to the wall. No, big brother. What's wrong with your lines? Don't scare me. Master, you once told me that if I have a conflict with the master, I only need to say one word. Dillamuddin glanced back and saw that Enki and the golden retriever were intimately going out. He reached behind him and took out a box of condoms. Yijiosa was speechless. Wait. Wait. Dillamuddin picked one up and put it in his mouth. In front of Enki, he made a cool pose to Yijiosa and said, Master, let's do it. Yijiosa, no. At this moment, he finally understood Kenneth's fear of being dominated by a gay servant. Master, let's do it. Dillamuddin emphasized, let's do it. Enki saw that Yijiosa's eyes were dim, and he was surprised. What is this? Dillamuddin. Dillamuddin touched the mole on his face and handed over the condom. This is an unruffled pill. As long as you put it in your mouth and say, let's do it, all the unhappiness between you and the master will be eliminated. That's how the misunderstanding between me and the previous master was resolved. Oh, is it that magical? Enki remembered that he was despised by the master and was a little eager. Can you give me one? Okay. Gilgamesh wanted to say something but stopped. Enki imitated Dillamuddin, put a condom in his mouth, and looked at Yijiosa with a smile. Master, let's do it. Yijiosa was speechless. No. I'm going to summon a new servant. Go away. You two are gay. Go fuck yourself and give it a shot. Yijiosa fell into a panic of being dominated by a crossdresser and a strong man. It was not until this moment that he remembered the truth of a sentence, if you don't believe it, look up and see who will be spared by heaven. Yen Fengqili returned to the church. He brought an exquisitely wrapped gift with him and walked into his resting room. When he pushed the door open, he saw Archer Gilgamesh lying in the middle of the sofa, tasting the mellow wine. A pair of clear red eyes glanced at the thing in his hand, revealing a faint smile. Chili, I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. Archer turned over and sat up. The packaging is gorgeous. What's inside? Is it from a woman who admires you? You think too much, Archer. Yen Fengqili put the gift box on the table and did not stop Archer from opening it. It's an unexpected gift when I ordered. An unexpected gain. This is a delightful thing. Yen Fengqili shook his head. His feelings were biased. He was not interested in things that normal people find pleasant. Instead, he was obsessed with things that normal people hate. Therefore, the spicy mapo tofu gave him extraordinary pleasure, and the abstract, twisted, dark, and bloody paintings also resonated with him. Although he was bound by etiquette, there was still something in his nature that could not be erased, the evil of human beings. Archer opened the package and found that there was a roll of old videotape inside. Moreover, there was a depressing aura emanating from the top of it. Videotape. Archer looked at it. It's a gift without sincerity. Little did he know that this old appearance happened to attract Yen Fengqili's attention. He reached out and took the videotape and rubbed the remaining mottled traces on it. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Let's see." Archer didn't care. He lazily laid on the sofa and watched Yen Fengqili take out the projector and put the videotape in it. I heard that there are not many masters and servants left, Chili. Archer laughed. In addition to you, there is your teacher, my master Toshiomi en Osaka, Amiya Tetsuji, and a mysterious girl. The videotape began to play, and a picture of a woman dressing in front of the mirror jumped out. We plan to work together to deal with the girl first. Yen Fengqili did not avoid him and said directly. Amiya Tetsuji, the magician killer, has found the girl's address, and he will make his move tonight. The woman put down the comb, and the picture on the TV began to jump, showing the sea and the village. You have some brains, knowing to work together. Archer's red eyes flashed. But I advise you, since you want to work together, don't fight alone. Masters who can survive until now are not simple. Chile, just Amiya Tetsuji may not be a threat to her. Archer said. Even if Amiya Tetsuji has a servant saber, the girl. I heard that she has 3 servants. A snowflake screen popped up on the television, revealing a crescent moon and a deep well that was faintly discernible. Archer, what do you want to say? Yen Feng Chile stared at the screen, and the gray tone inexplicably aroused his interest. Or, what do you want to do? Tell me, the place that Amiya Tetsuji found. Archer's eyes flashed with indescribable obscurity. I will drive Vimona and clear that place. I promise, I won't leave a single person behind. The picture froze on a dark well, the screen shook, and there was a cold atmosphere spreading in the room. But the 2 people in the room did not care. Archer, my teacher will not allow you to do this. Yen Feng Chile looked back and finally looked at him. You are his trump card in the Holy Grail War, and he will not use it until the end. Cleaning up a little girl, it's not your turn to dirty your hands. Yes, it's not my turn to dirty my hands, but, Chile. Archer smiled coldly. I won, the Holy Grail belongs to Toshimori, and you will never get the answer you want from the Holy Grail. Yen Feng Chile was stunned, and suddenly a pale hand climbed up the well on the screen. Know what kind of person you are. Know the meaning of your existence. Know your desire and belonging. Know everything you want to know. Archer whispered. Chile, you will never get anything if you continue to be Toshimori's lackey. A female ghost with disheveled hair crawled out of the well, and she slowly crawled toward the TV, faster and faster. Why not pursue the highest pleasure with me? Yen Feng Chile's eyebrows moved, and he was about to say something, but he did not expect that a cold hand with maggots crawling on it suddenly popped out of the TV. The 5 fingers of the hand turned into a claw, and it accurately placed on Yen Feng Chile's shoulder. At the same time, a chill that ordinary people could not resist penetrated the man's lungs, as if his heart was paralyzed, and even his consciousness began to fade. Before Yen Feng Chile could react, he was pulled into the TV by a huge force, and he was dragged into the well like a sack. The next second, Archer opened the king's treasure, took out 7 noble phantasms, and smashed the TV, but he could not find Yen Feng Chile. He jumped up from the sofa, and his eyes were full of anger. Almost. Just a little bit more. He was able to trick Yen Feng Chile to kill Toshimori. Damn it. What was that just now? Archer walked to the broken TV, pushed aside a pile of garbage with his toes, and pulled out the ominous videotape from the player below. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly smiled. Yen Feng Chile disappeared from the TV, and he did not want to waste energy to find him. And Amiya Toshimori was also a good partner, and he thought that Amiya Toshimori would not refuse his invitation. As for his master Toshimori, he could kill him with the videotape. Yijose did not know that the videotape he sent out would achieve the achievement of N kills. In fact, his original purpose was very simple. He wanted to send a hungry female ghost to the abstinent old man, Yen Feng Chile, to make sure that he would not have the energy to participate in the Holy Grail War. Although the female ghost looked a bit ugly. But to be honest, her body was not bad, so it was fine. In the eyes of men, as long as it was a woman, it did not matter if she was ugly or beautiful, she would still look the same when the lights were off. Yen Feng Chile was obviously a single dog, and his whole body exuded the aura of a big FFF group. He sent a female ghost, which was obviously for his brother's sake. After all, she was a girl who climbed out of a well, with long hair, a slim waist, and a white dress. She was the first love of the people when she was alive. He was really generous to Yen Feng Chile. Today, Yijiosa was also trying to get benefits for the single dog's time flew, and it was night in the blink of an eye. In the mansion, whether it was the dog, the follower, the master, or Nara's head, this family had to be neat and tidy. Yijiosa buried his head in Dillamuddin's special meal and ate until his mouth was full of grease. He found that since Dillamuddin participated in the audition, this person had become more virtuous. He could go to the main hall, go to the kitchen, fight the landlord, and beat up the gangsters. Having such a follower was simply a blessing for the master. He was so touched that he wiped his mouth and wiped it on Enkidu's white robe. Enkidu. Master, my clothes are not tablecloths. Sorry, I didn't notice, sob sob sob. Yijiosa wiped his snot and wiped it on Dillamuddin's thigh. Dillamuddin. Master, as a woman, please do not touch a man's thigh. Yijiosa. You are so fucking honest. Sorry, I didn't notice, sob sob sob. Yijiosa was good at shifting the blame. In the past, it was not your thigh on my right side, but the head of a golden retriever. Dillamuddin. Enkidu's tone was a little subtle, so you always wiped something dirty on Jill's head? Gilgamesh's dog face was twisted. Since Yijiosa didn't have the habit of not talking during meals, the dinner was carried out in a harmonious atmosphere. It was very down to earth. Just as Yijiosa was about to attack the next steak, the dogs and the followers suddenly raised their heads. Someone was coming. 1, 2. Well, 4. With the same smile on his face, Dillamuddin took a lunchbox of chicken legs and a cup of milkshake for Yijiosa. Master, a follower is coming. Yijiosa. Ha. What? Don't worry, leave it to us. Dillamuddin took him back to the bedroom. If Master dies before us, it will be because of our incompetence. Let's eat happily. Dillamuddin removed the 2 brushes on his back and took out the red and yellow guns. He and Enkidu looked at each other and walked past each other. The follower who came to challenge was the spirit summoned by a Miyachishi, Saber Night King. It was a blonde beauty with blue eyes. Her whole body was sharp, like a long sword out of its sheath, shining with supreme brilliance. She stood in an open space and faced the enemy head-on. She was much better than some sneaky little rascals. For this kind of night, Dillamuddin was willing to fight wholeheartedly. However, Dillamuddin was not the only one who had his eyes on Saber. When King Arthur's aura flashed in front of the mansion, the former Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot, finally got up from the computer and rushed forward with a strange expectation. Berserkir Lancelot was once King Arthur's right-hand man and the strongest Knight of the Round Table. But it was also Lancelot who, because of personal issues, destroyed the unity of the Arthur dynasty. Lancelot couldn't forgive himself, but the king he respected actually forgave him. He felt that he didn't deserve to be redeemed and should be punished, exiled, and punished. He hoped to atone for his sins with death, and even more hoped that the person who killed him was King Arthur, whom he had let down. Saber. My king, please. Unfortunately, when Lancelot rushed to the scene, Dillamuddin had already occupied an advantageous position and was ready to fight with Saber. Lancelot's anger surged even more, and he roared as if to express his strong dissatisfaction. Dillamuddin turned around and frowned. Berserker, why do you want to snatch someone else's opponent? Lancelot roared at him and put on a stance that said he would not rest until he was dead. It seems that before I fight you, I need to deal with my colleagues. Dillamuddin nodded apologetically to Saber and turned to Lancelot. Well, let's start with you. Saber stood behind them, watching the scene of the confrontation between the gunner and the berserker, a little confused. She didn't expect that they would fight over an opponent. Dillamuddin lowered his body, clenched his right hand into a fist, and placed it on his waist. Berserker, let's decide the winner here. Lancelot roared, clenched his right hand into a fist, and placed it on his waist. Roar, roar, roar. They steadily lowered their bodies, their eyes staring sharply at each other's horse stance, and a powerful aura spread out from their bodies. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky lost its color. The fierce confrontation's momentum was like a raging dragon rolling endlessly. Saber suddenly held her breath. Let's go. Berserker. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, in the same instant, Dolmudo and Lancelot threw out their right fists at an extremely fast speed. The space was suddenly distorted by the impact of the powerful airwave, and their right hands stopped 5 centimeters away from each other. Rock, paper, scissors. I love Gangster Rabbit. Dillamudden used scissors. Lancelot used his fist. No, Dillamudden held his head and squatted on the ground. At this moment, he finally understood what the lucky in his attribute was. I don't believe it. How can the goddess of luck abandon me? Lancelot looked up to the sky and shouted excitedly. He then happily pulled out the telephone pole in front of the door and made it into a thick, long and hard noble phantasm. He wielded it and launched a fierce attack on Saber. Saber Knight King. Is there really no problem with this group of servants' brains? Yijiosa learned his lesson. When the servant started to fight, he immediately opened the shop and bought a month's worth of HP and MP recovery potions. In order to prevent Senju Takuma from killing his master, he took out glucose and infusion needles from under the bed. He planned to give himself a few injections if he couldn't hold on anymore. Damn, I'm not Wanhua, what if I accidentally kill myself? QAQ. Sure enough, the spirits are not reliable, it's better to let him fight himself. However, although the spirits are not reliable, they are very loyal to their master. As long as they don't die on the battlefield, Yijiosa won't have a chance to fight in the arena. So, Yijiosa can only silently sit on the bed and take the potions. Lancelot has started to fight, and with Dillamudden's help, he shouldn't lose. And he has Senju Takuma and Enki to protect him, so he will definitely be fine. Yijiosa looked around and asked, where did Kimimaro and my dog go? Enki said softly, they all went back to their rooms, please rest assured. Ah, Master is really a good master, even now he is still worried about Jill's safety. Jill must be very happy. Today, Enki is also happy that Jill has a good master. However, Kimimaro and the dogs not only didn't go back to their rooms, but they also turned off the lights of the whole mansion. The 5 dogs quietly lurked in the passageway, sniffing the scent in the air as they chased in one direction. Gilgamesh whispered in a low voice, 3 cultivators, 1 man and 2 women. The man should be Itamiya Seiji, he is in the library on the 2nd floor. I don't know the woman on the 1st floor, short hair, holding a gun, the woman outside. Ha! Small Holy Grail. Uchiha Madara stopped, what small Holy Grail? Isn't there only Holy Grail? Small Holy Grail is a container used to store spirits. Gilgamesh bared her teeth. After absorbing the spirits, it can stabilize the channel to summon the Holy Grail, so that the winner can reach the origin and make a wish. So, she is not a human. Aizen licked his paws. Well, what is the situation with the cultivators? This king is not in the mood to figure it out. Gilgamesh sniffed Kimimaro's scent and barked, that white-haired kid can deal with these 3 guys, right? Uchiha Madara bared his teeth. Kimimaro is considered half a disciple of Hashirama. Do you think he can't deal with these 3 weaklings? Then this king will wait and see. Gilgamesh's eyes turned cold and she ran out of the mansion. This king smells the scent of a cultivator. Some bastard touched this king's treasure. He could sense that someone had ripped a hole in the Wang Sakaibo, and that his sword of defiance and Vimona were being toyed around with by a tiny and disgusting ant. This made him extremely angry. Gilgamesh rushed out of the mansion, and the 4 dogs followed closely behind. Thousands of meters away, Lancelot was fighting fiercely with the King of Knights, and thousands of meters above, there was a gold-made aircraft with emerald wings stationed. A man in golden armor with the exact same face as Gilgamesh was looking down at the ground. His dark red eyes flashed, and his gaze pierced through the clouds, pierced through the darkness, and accurately landed on Gilgamesh. "Found you." The main body. Archer held the sword in his hand and slowly raised it high. The black and red patterns on the Gueli sword spun and rose, and a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth abruptly rose. It was as if the heavens were collapsing, falling down heavily with the momentum of annihilation. The explosive force broke through the combination of air, and all the way, it was like a tsunami. Gilgamesh urged in a stern voice, "Run." The next moment, the blue Susanoo rose from the ground, forming a barrier that covered the sky and blocked all obstacles. Uchiha Madara firmly covered the mansion and his colleagues, and even though he was a dog, he couldn't hide the momentum of an old ancestor who had been on the battlefield for a long time. In the blink of an eye, the outer shell of the Susanoo was smashed by the world revolting, and the area of the crack was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was a giant that could crush the Susanoo. "How is this possible?" Uchiha Madara growled. "The defense of the Susanoo should be. My sword can cut through space." Gilgamesh's expression was grim, and he didn't even refer to himself as this king anymore. "I once destroyed the Conquest King's army of 100,000 with a single sword. Tisk, cut through space." Aizen's eyes narrowed. "That's troublesome, unless we have a weapon that can tear through space. But my sword can't." Nine Orchid Flower pondered, "Then we can only leave this place." "But leaving won't solve the problem." Indeed, leaving would not solve the problem. The world-revolting sword was in Archer's hand, and since he could cut it once, he could naturally cut it again. They couldn't run away endlessly like stray dogs. Saishomaru suddenly said, "Step back." The dogs were stunned. White Firewood the puppy suddenly turned into a dazzling white ball of light, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It quickly formed the figure of an adult man, with silver hair, fur, armor, and a long sword. "You?" Gilgamesh was stunned. "How can you take human form? How did you do it?" Saishomaru's cold voice rang out, "Step back." He placed his hand on the natural thong at his waist. This was the only sword that could communicate with life and death. In other words, it could also cut through space and switch between life and death between the two worlds. In that case, let's give it a try. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled out the natural thong. It was laughable. It was the sword that he hated the most, yet it had saved him time and time again from difficult situations. Saishomaru raised his head. The blue Susanoo above had been torn open, and a vast amount of black and red energy was pouring into it, ready to grind the entire area into dust at any moment. At this very moment, behind him. No, Saishomaru never fought for anyone. He simply hated it when people looked down on him. Saishomaru pulled out the natural thong. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged. He closed his eyes, and a vast amount of demonic energy poured out, condensing into an unparalleled hurricane. This was also the first time that the natural thong seemed to have merged with him, becoming a demonic sword stained with blood. Blue Dragon Break Dash Boom. 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 Violent energy exploded in the Susanoo's body. It flowed out from the wound and bit the opponent's throat like a raging dragon. In the blue dragon break, an aura that belonged to the underworld suddenly spread out. In a trance, a black crescent that looked like a crescent moon tore through heaven and earth, absorbing all the energy of the Sword of Obedience and Susanoo's remains. That was. Saishomaru's eyes widened in surprise. and he could not come back to his senses for a long time. I didn't expect you to have a spatial artifact. Gilgamesh's tone was complicated. This sword of yours is really a treasure among treasures. If it could become my collection. Saishomaru returned to his expressionless face. He sheathed the sword, and his clothes fluttered in the wind as he turned into a harmless puppy. Dogs were speechless. That's enough from you. Do you still want to pretend to be innocent after that attack? Saishomaru did not say a word, and he turned his head to look behind him. Following his gaze, the dogs realized that Enki had already leaped into the air and was standing in the air, facing off against Gilgamesh. The terrifying wood release enveloped the entire villa, and Senju Takuma carried their owner and rushed out of the villa. Damn it, which one? Pan Shui. Yimu Lai Xianhun. Coin poison midu ping shui rui. Shore pata suorui. Armpit wound wave. Mirror mold, zhang sheath mo shui shui sang. Yi Jiusa was frightened out of his wits. When the sword of obedience clashed with the azure dragon break, the resulting shockwave caused him to accidentally swallow the medicine down his throat. He almost choked to death on the bed. Damn it. I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge. I'll let Enki kill him today. However, when Yijiosa looked up at the sky, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it. Where did this nouveau riche come from? That motherfucking aircraft is actually inlaid with emerald. Yijiosa excitedly slapped Senju Takuma's back and shouted, which golden rooster do you want me to take down? If we do, we'll be rich. Dogs were speechless. Gilgamesh, Vimona is not a golden rooster. It's not. Enki's long hair draped over his shoulders as he looked at the other Gilgamesh in the sky and solemnly promised, as you wish, my master. Gilgamesh was a proud monarch. How could he tolerate someone else impersonating his identity, using his Vimona, touching his sword of obedience, and even opening his treasury to punish him? Foolish impostor. The sin of offending a monarch can only be offset with death. Enki spread his arms wide, his robes fluttering and his green hair dancing wildly. He opened his mouth and chanted towards the sky, Son of Man. Fasten to the gods. Boom. Enki's body had turned into a gigantic weapon, like a giant tree that reached the heavens, reaching straight up to the heavens. He was originally a divine artifact created to counter Gilgamesh's great power. His existence was the biggest cheating tool. A fierce battle was about to break out. Ultimate skills exploded in the sky. Yijiosa quickly popped potions. Lancelot was in a frenzy, forcing Saber into a corner step by step. Yijiosa popped potions at an extreme speed. Senju Takuma put him down, then suddenly activated immortal mode, and used would escape to create a huge barrier that protected a large number of civilian residences. Amidst the screams of ordinary people, he threw out countless vines to wrap them up and put them in a safe place, then made a hand seal to summon a giant wooden dragon and leaped towards the sky. Yijiosa popped potions as if his life depended on it. Motherfucker. Heal myself. Heal myself. What a DPS competition. Do they even have a shred of humanity left? Kimimaro walked out of the residence with a cold expression, threw the bloodied Wumi on the ground, tied him up, and dragged him in front of Yijiosa. Sir, we've caught the hitman. Kimimaro pulled out a rib and pointed it at Eiko Seiji's neck. Do you need me to kill them? Yijiosa glanced back. Not for now. Where's Nara? He was swallowed. Ah. Kimimaro was expressionless. There was a woman with white hair and red eyes, I think she was called Alice Fair. After she encountered Nara, black mud suddenly came out of her mouth and nose and swept Nara away. I chased after them, but they were already gone. Yijosa's expression was wooden as he said with certainty, "A scourge lives for thousands of years, Nara won't die." He replenished his HP and mana, then looked at the intense battle in the sky and the howling dogs below. Suddenly, he asked an unrelated question, "Kimimaro. HM." Chapter 81. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. Yijosa sat in front of the house, the sword came from the sky. The rich man riding the golden rooster was dressed in golden armor, his ears were wearing huge gold ornaments, his whole body was exuding an inhumane light. In the eyes of a poor Yijosa, he was the legendary fat sheep that could be slaughtered. It was the treasure that Alibaba found. It was lightning and light, the only myth. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep this golden rooster man. Then, he would occupy his aircraft, strip off his golden clothes, and take off his golden earrings. Then, he would be able to reach the peak of his life, he would be promoted, get a raise, become a CEO, and marry a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Yijosa was full of motivation to take the potion. But he never expected that, when the opponent was forced to a dead end by Enkidu and Senju Takuma, he could even release a big move that attacked indiscriminately, the Gate of Babylon. The Gate of Babylon was one of Gilgamesh's battle treasures, and it had the saying, "Open the door and win." It could help the master in battle. Every time it was opened, it meant the situation of the legendary treasures appearing, like the 10,000 swords facing the ancestor, almost no one could match it. Vimona slid into the sky, a dazzling golden vortex appeared behind Archer. They were like a dense beehive in the darkness, opened and extremely dangerous. A legendary hero's relic emerged from the whirlpool. Like a team of cavalry ready to go, he aimed the tip of his spear at the target below. There were countless treasures, and each of them exuded a strong or faint smell of blood, and each of them was filled with more or less spirituality. Compared to weapons, they were more like a group of well-trained killers. Once the master chose the person to be killed, they would attack bravely with irresistible force. And now, Archer, who was controlling the Gate of Babylon, had only one purpose, to kill the deity. Only by killing the hero king could he be truly recognized by the laws of this world. Only then could he truly replace the hero king's position and live on the throne of heroes. If the deity was allowed to live one more day, his power would be weakened. And the longer he coexisted with the deity, the more disadvantageous his situation would be. After all, he was just a bandit. If he lost to the true body, he would die. He could not allow or tolerate the weakening of his powers and the desolation of his life, especially after having a taste of the hero king's status and power. Tens of thousands of swords and blades fell down like meteorites, striking at the enchantment of the wood escape like a storm. The collision between the golden spear and the giant would produce sparks of the confrontation between divinity and demonic nature. A dazzling golden heavenlock suddenly fell from the sky like a snake. It was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch a trace of it. The closer the heavenlock got to Senju Takuma, the more excited it became. As if it had encountered a delicious meal, it was unwilling to let him go. What is this? Senju Takuma nimbly dodged, but the number of heavenlock interweaved increased and became denser. Heavenlock! Enki shouted at him. The stronger the divinity, the more you will be bound by it. For it to be chasing after you, it only means that you have an extremely powerful divinity. A way to crack it. Senju Takuma used the wood escape technique to forcefully blast open the heavenlock seal. He was nearly forced out of the battle circle. There's no solution. Unless you have a divinity that transcends yourself. Enki increased the intensity of his attacks, and Senju Takuma's path of retreat was nearly sealed. At the moment the heaven lock wrapped around Senju Takuma's limbs, Ijosa suddenly got up from the ground and instantly wrapped, subduing Mountain River, around him. Indeed, in the next second, swords surged out of the door of Babylon like a swarm of locusts, stabbing ruthlessly at Senju Takuma's chest. Unexpectedly, the sky-blue Tai Chi aura surged violently, protecting the hero's spirit like armor, leaving him unharmed. At the same time, Hashirama was surprised, but he could only jump on the ground. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. Only Saishomaru frowned, looking at subduing Mountain River that fell on the hero's spirit. His monster power fluctuated slightly. He remembered that although this move called subduing Mountain River was powerful, it didn't last long. At the moment when he thought of this, the Tai Chi aura indeed disappeared, leaving only a little spiritual power surging in place, indicating that it had existed before. Senju Takuma tried to pull Heaven Lock, but it only moved a little bit. He repeatedly pondered divinity that transcends myself, but he couldn't find the slightest clue. In desperation, he was forced to watch the battle for the time being. Impossible. How could he be unscathed? Archer's pupils shrank slightly, and his sharp eyes swept to Ijosa, full of anger. The huge door of Babylon opened again, and thousands of swords poured out of the beehive, aiming at Ijosa's figure. Enki was shocked, Master. In the blink of an eye, the 5 dogs turned around and pounced towards Ijosa. Kimimaro took the lead and stood in front of Ijosa to block his path. He had a fearless spirit, as if he was ready to die. Ijosa took a deep breath and jumped up from the ground like a carp. He slapped Kimimaro away and kicked Go-Z away. Then, he pulled out the long sword that he hadn't used much. Go! This is a fight for the dignity of DPS. MMP. It's not easy to wait for me to show off my power, but you still want to block my way to ascension. I will teach you a lesson anytime. Ijosa's aura was imposing as he raised his hand and gulped down a large amount of medicine. Then he clenched his fist and punched his throat twice, clearing the blocked throat. He was full of health and mana, and his condition was excellent. Ha ha ha, I, Huhan-san, am back again. But before that dash, Kimimaro. Master. Kimimaro was so nervous that his bones were about to explode. Go. Give me a bottle of mineral water. Kimimaro. Ijosa had a bitter face. Go quickly, I'm thirsty from all the potions. Dogs. For some reason, the terrifying atmosphere was destroyed by a bottle of mineral water. Not only were they not nervous, but they even wanted to give their owner a bite. Didn't you see that the door of Babylon opened again? Didn't you see that you are a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Didn't you see that you will be the next victim? Ijosa gulped down the water, threw the bottle, pointed at Archer in the sky and cursed, "Damn, Golden Chicken Man, you're so great." The rough, Golden Chicken Man shocked the dogs, and they subconsciously turned their heads to look at the Golden Retriever. Gilgamesh's face was stupefied. Golden Chicken Man. Even if you have 10 million orange weapons. I am not afraid of you. Ijosa tried to stall for time with his mouth, but his eyes darted around the shop. I'm telling you, even if a crippled person has an orange weapon, he won't be able to defeat an expert with purple equipment. Ijosa's words completely angered Archer, and his insolence shocked Umiyachiezi, who was tied to the ground. Umiyachiezi had been an assassin for more than 10 years, and he had never seen such a suicidal person. Moreover, in the case of a huge disparity in strength, she still tried to provoke Archer. Was this because she was strong, or was she just stupid? Umiyachiezi's mind flashed with countless thoughts, but he never thought that the reason why Ijosa was so confident was because of his insolence. Archer said angrily, "Go to hell. Bastard." The sword squeezed out of the vortex and rushed towards Ijosa. Ijosa didn't hesitate, and immediately spent time to exchange for a huge, black hole magnet. I don't care if you have a golden sword, silver sword, orange weapon, long or short. As long as your weapon is mixed with metal, don't even think about escaping from this black hole magnet that he spent 2 months to exchange for. Golden Chicken Man, show off your orange weapon in front of me. Now that I have the magnet stone, your orange weapon will be mine. Ha ha ha. Today, Yijiosa still vividly displayed the temperament of a dog, and this coquettish operation scared a group of participating servants to the point that their faces turned ashen. Damn it. Their swords and spears were uncontrollably flying towards the magnet. Master, Enkidu said sternly, take it back. Quick. Ah. Why? Yijiosa poked his head out from behind the huge magnet and looked at Enkidu. The next second, he was shocked by all kinds of unknown objects floating in the sky. That is. Master. Those are all household appliances. Tomomoto scrambled over with the gun in his hand. Quick, take it back. The household appliances are going to be sucked in. Just at this moment, a sharp kitchen knife cut through the air, stabbing straight at the iron magnet. Coincidentally, Dolomuto stood in its way. The kitchen knife lunged forward and pierced into Lancer's buttocks with great precision, as if it was cutting melons and vegetables. With a puff sound, Dillamudden suddenly stopped. He turned his head and saw the kitchen knife in his buttocks. He felt blood gushing out uncontrollably, and his vision became blurred. Master, I'm sorry, it seems that I can't accompany you anymore. Dillamudden fell face down in the ruins. Once again, he realized the malice of the universe toward Lucky E. Die. Hey! Dillamudden. Enkidu could no longer maintain his elegance. Cheer up. Unfortunately, cheer up was not a good healing skill, nor was it a group buff. Lancelot, who was fighting with Saber, was not spared. Because his whole body was covered in gas and he was wearing heavy armor, he almost flew into the air like a cannonball, crossed the space, and stuck to the magnet like a conjoined twins. In the blink of an eye, as his unreliable master screamed, a washing machine smashed into his head, clang. A sewing machine smashed into his chest, clang. Dozens of kitchen knives stabbed into his body, clang. Lancelot felt a concussion in his brain, die. The black hole magnet was indeed a black hole. Not only did it suck in half of the metal products in Fuyuki City, but even the metal class bras were not spared. Even the coins that had been submerged in the septic tank for several years were released. Yijiosa was overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth and held on. Damn it, how can I take it back? The black hole magnet was indeed a product of the Jinjiang system, its quality was undeniable. When Enki found the right time to smash the archer, the huge Vimona and the golden pheasant flew towards the magnet stone. With 2 loud booms, the iron magnet stone completely collapsed. Yijiosa was buried under a pile of orange weapons, household appliances, kitchen knives, bras, coins, and gold. Until the moment before the darkness struck, there was only one thought in his mind. No. That's not it. Our DPS skill is not like this. No, Yijiosa dealt 1000 damage to the enemy, 999 damage to himself, die. Enki tore off the heaven lock on Senju Takuma and tied him to the Golden Chicken Man. They had no time to care about the Golden Chicken Man, they only wanted to dig out their master from under the rubble. The 5 dogs looked at each other, and in the end, they could only follow in the footsteps of their comrades and become part of the digging army. But when they saw the ABCDE bras scattered all over the ground, they couldn't help but fall silent. This is. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Could it be? It's a girl's private property. 9 Orchid Flower, who had raised his sister before, sighed. It's underwear. Yeah, it's. You know what it means. The dogs had blank expressions. No. I don't understand. I don't want to understand at all. But now. They had to drag the owner out of these embarrassing things. Oh, forget it. Let the owner suppress her. When she wakes up, she should be able to climb out by herself. Right? After all, children have to be independent when they grow up. Chapter 82. Ichijosa's combat prowess was comparable to the cockroaches of the south. Even if he was crushed under a pile of heavy metals, he would still be able to turn the situation around. Then, he would be able to turn the situation around again. Seiji maintained his golden bell cocoon, which had a 3-minute time limit. In the darkness, he reached out and touched Amiya Chiji's chest, waist, and thighs. Amiya Chiji struggled, but Kimimaro tied him up too tightly. He couldn't break free. But the girl's hand kept moving downwards. She slid it along his waist to his pocket and slowly reached inside. She slowly approached that sensitive spot. What are you doing? Amiya Chiji couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, take your hand off me. Ichijosa didn't say anything and smashed the hilt of his katana on Amiya Chiji's head. You think I want to touch you? Do you think you're a 36E actress? Amiya Chiji was stunned for a moment. I'm telling you. It's dark in the ruins. You can't find a way without a fire. Ichijosa sniffed. You smell like smoke. You should have a lighter with you. Amiya Chiji. So you were searching for a lighter. Just as he thought of that, a small flame had already been ignited. The light was dim, but it was enough to illuminate the narrow space under the ruins. And the 4 people trapped inside, Ichijosa, Kimimaro, Amiya Chiji, and Takumi. They looked at each other for a while. They looked at a place not too high above their heads. There, the black hole magnet had been split in two. The fulcrum was connected. It was supporting the weight of the outside world. A pale golden barrier enveloped them, exuding a somewhat auspicious aura. But everyone knew that this kind of balance wouldn't last long. After a long or short time, they would be crushed into meat patties by the falling metal. The only thing they could do now was to think of a way out or wait for rescue. Since the consequences were related to his own life, Amiya Chiji didn't dare to act rashly. But no matter how calm and rational he was, Ichijosa could always step on his bottom line and crush him with all his might. Kimimaro. Ichijosa called out. Sir. Kimimaro immediately went online and awaited orders. Seeing this, Wei Gongchiesi's eyelids twitched, and his temples began to throb. He didn't know how to describe it in words, but he had a bad feeling about it. I'll burst all your bones. Yes, sir. Kimimaro released his chakra and instantly turned into a hedgehog with all his hairs standing on end. Do you see the ground under our feet? Ichijosa squatted down and patted the mud off his head. It's tight, moist, elastic, and rich in vitamins and minerals. You can eat it when you're poor. Kimimaro nodded solemnly. I understand, my lord. Amiya Chesi, wah. What? But right now, we have something more important to do than eating dirt. Ichijosa ordered, Kimimaro, transform into a whirlwind spinning top. When your body is full of bones and you're spinning at high speed, you'll be the fastest drilling machine in the world. There's too much weight above us, so it's not suitable for finding a way out, but there's a chance of survival under our feet. Ichijosa grabbed a piece of mud and held it tightly. Go! Whirlwind spinning top. Yes, my lord. Kimimara's attitude was meticulous. He followed Yijosa's instructions, found the right position, and started dancing on the spot. His white hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind, and the bone spikes spun faster and faster. With the tip of his toes as the axis, Kimimaro was like the strongest drilling machine, digging a hole through the ground like a pangolin. Large amounts of mud and dead earthworms flew everywhere, and he opened up Shaoshinka's salvation. Amiya Chiesi was speechless. We're all magicians these days. So unique. They were covered in mud. 30 seconds before the golden bell shield collapsed, Yijosa dragged Amiya Chiesi, and Amiya Chiesi dragged Wumi out of the tunnel with the help of a lighter. The joy of being able to see the light of day made Yijosa heave a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to praise Kimimaro, he noticed that Guzi and his servants were all looking at the sky with complicated expressions. Ha! Where's Kimimaro? Yijosa wiped away the mud and asked, where is he? Senju Takuma let out a long sigh and pointed at the brightest star in the sky. It's spinning too fast, and it's flying up into the sky. Yijosa was speechless. I'm looking into the distance. Above the moon, there's a spinning top flying freely. Yijosa opened his mouth and said dryly, Senju Takuma, go and get him back. By the way, where are the rest of my servants? Senju Takuma quickly left the scene, and Enki had to face Yijosa's question. Enki took a deep breath and pointed in a direction. Not far away, Dillamuddin was lying on the ground with a bright knife stuck in his buttocks. A thin line of blood spurted out from his buttocks from time to time, rising and falling like a rhythmic fountain. Yijosa was shocked. Fuck. Save him. My God, with this amount of blood, his buttocks will be crippled, right? Logically speaking, Dillamuddin was a man, and the amount of blood he lost was equivalent to that of a pregnant woman giving birth. With a flick of his wrist, Enki pointed in another direction. The pitiful Lancelot was like a stray dog, nailed to the door panel by dozens of kitchen knives. His armor was broken, and half of his hood was destroyed, revealing his dark purple long hair and his handsome face stained with blood. Yijosa took a deep breath. Fuck. This is too much. Fortunately, he desperately protected his face. Logically speaking, if Lancelot's face was ruined, he would not be able to find a wife in the future. Enki was speechless. The green-haired boy twitched his mouth and said, Master, the enemy has been tied up by the heaven lock. I threw it in Lancelot's direction, don't get close. Boom. Before Enki's voice trailed off, a loud explosion came from Lancelot's direction. The heaven lock was dancing wildly in the air, and Archer, who had been subdued, held the sword high in their direction. Unforgivable. Archer's eyes were bloodshot, and he exuded a demonic aura. You ruined my plan. Go to hell. Enki suddenly came back to his senses and was about to hug Yijosa's body. Master. Archer gathered his strength, and a vast amount of energy surged in the air like a tsunami. The black and red color condensed like a whirlpool, and the amazing airwave forced the 5 dogs to retreat. He's crazy. Uchiha Madara concluded. Step back, I have to use Susa again. Spread out. Gilgamesh stared at the Sword of Obedience. He is getting serious. The Sword of Obedience will shatter this entire space. Archer held the sword and chanted loudly, Mongrel, be silent in death. In the blink of an eye, Yijosa gathered his chi and raised his sword, avoiding Enki's interception, and approached Archer like an arrow leaving the bow. He was fearless. Heaven and earth lock, creation. Swoosh. Yijosa approached Archer as fast as he could, and the tip of his sword stabbed upward, as if he was lifting the red veil of a bride. His sword pierced through Archer's throat, and a pinch of red blood spurted out from the wound. You. His throat was broken, and Archer's lips and teeth overflowed with blood, and even his voice was broken. Yijosa was as cold as ice. He raised his calm eyes and said, "Do you know why you lost?" He looked at Archer's sword and said, "Because you took too long to read." If Archer had raised the sword earlier, they might not have survived. But this Archer, on the other hand, foolishly declared his unhappiness. He even drew his sword and recited a bunch of lines like a retard. Brother, in a 25-minute anime, only the protagonist can read 20 minutes of lines and still not be killed by the villain. Your lines are neither long nor short, it can only be the villain's script. Do you know what a protagonist is? Trash, weak, helpless, and pitiful, usually with dazzling hair and a cheerful personality, but also a miserable life and poor situation. This kind of people, their reading time is about 20 minutes, and after reading, they can be invincible in the world. But there is such a group of stupid villains, regardless of their own safety, who can wait for the protagonist to finish reading for 20 minutes. And then wait for the protagonist to kill them MMP. As an otaku in his previous life, he had already seen through this routine. The way to break it is very simple, don't even think about finishing reading in front of me. What the fuck is heaven and earth lock, creation? Even if you want to recite this long line, you have to ask my sword for permission. Yijosa stabbed out with his ultimate move, and in an instant, the heavy momentum that he had gathered dissipated in an instant. The unruly sword flew out of his hand and heavily smashed into the ground, turning into countless golden streams of light that converged into a resplendent silver river that quietly entered Gilgamesh's body. Archer's eyes began to lose focus, and his vision passed through the messy battlefield, deeply fixed on the body of the main body. He did not expect that. He had endured until now, planning so many things, but lost to the long chant. His body turned into ashes inch by inch, whether it was him, the sword, Vimona, or the orange weapons on the ground, all converged into a dazzling galaxy, slowly flowing into Gilgamesh's body. The golden retriever was extremely docile, naturally accepting the feedback, curling its body into a ball, bathing in this soft and bright light. Enki approached with a smile, reaching out to pick up the golden retriever. "Welcome back, Gil." In the vast sea of stars, a trace of wind blew, blowing Yijosa's long hair high up. He slightly turned his body, nimbly shaking off the blood on the tip of the sword, his battle robe fluttering, like a wild crane soaring in the wind, unrestrained and unrestrained. He turned back and retrieved the half-damaged magnet. Then he smiled, brimming with pride and vitality, flowing with a trace of unconcealable joy. The Holy Grail War should end. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for defeating a raider. The reward is 3 years of survival time. Knight, please continue to work hard, and achieve even more brilliant results. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, the mysterious gift bag has been placed in your backpack. Jinjiang System No. 001 Little Sparrow wishes you the miracle you want. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for achieving the achievement of Raider Triple Kill. In order to thank Knight for your outstanding contribution to maintaining world peace, Jinjiang System will upgrade your pure yang martial arts. I wish you to reach the heavens in the future. A series of ding from Jinjiang System, shocking Yijosa a little. What the hell? Upgrade pure yang martial arts. Reaching the heavens in the future. But before he could think of anything, a vast inner breath suddenly surged from his dantian, like a giant dragon penetrating his lungs and meridians, swelling with terrifying power. Ah, pain. So painful. Yijosa suddenly rolled on the ground, curling into a ball. Master. Sir. Woof, woof, woof. All the sounds were fading away from his world, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Even his thoughts were beginning to scatter. Nanani. Milk me, milk me, milk me. The supernatural phenomenon of household appliances flying everywhere in Fuyuki City overnight shocked the entire Japan, and Ijosa and the others, who were at the center of the chaos, were sent to the hospital by enthusiastic citizens who rushed to the scene, narrowly saving their lives. That night, Ijosa lay on his bed in despair, looking sideways at a group of cute little nurses surrounding Dillamudden, shouting, "Oh my God, it's Mr. Dillamudden. Why is he in the hospital? I don't know, there's a lot of blood. The murderer is too much, he actually stabbed Mr. Dillamudden with a knife. I can't take it anymore. Do you have any humanity left? Big sisters, don't you see the handsome, warm man lying behind you? In what way is a pretty boy like Dillamudden better than me? Big sisters, look at me." The young nurses mumbled among themselves, but none of them looked at Ijosa. The feeling of being ignored by beautiful women made Ijosa overflow with a dark aura. "Where is Mr. Dillamudden injured? He seems to be asleep. Ah, why is he sleeping on his stomach?" Ijosa turned his head and smiled. "I know." He deliberately raised his voice. "Mr. Dillamudden has just finished removing his hemorrhoids, please don't disturb his rest." The little nurses. "Ah." Chapter 83. It was late at night, but the lights in the Motosa family's mansion were brightly lit. The woman was crying hysterically. The blood-curdling questions hammered Motosa Shurchin's heart. It almost drove him to the brink of collapse. Motosa Shurchin clutched his chest. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He stared at the Kata Sakura's medical report sent by Kenneth, who was far away in England. His eyes were bloodshot, and they were staring straight ahead. His hands trembled, and the jeweled wand slipped to his side. The proud man's mouth was half open. His fingers gripped the report tightly, and his body began to shiver. No. No. Sakura, impossible. Motosa Shurchin's pupils lost focus. Kue, listen to my explanation. I didn't know. I didn't know it would be like this. Get lost. I shouldn't have let you decide whether Sakura stays or goes. His wife's hair was like withered grass. She looked like she was about to collapse. My Sakura, my child. Kue regretted it so much that she wanted to kill herself. After she married Motosa Shurchin, she gave birth to 2 talented daughters. They all had outstanding magic talent. However, there was only one heir to the magic family. They could only raise one. The other was destined to become a mediocre person. For Motosa Shurchin, rather than letting his second daughter waste her talent and live an ordinary life, it was better to send her away. To inherit the legacy of the Kata family. After all, although the Kata family was a magic family, they didn't have any talented descendants in this generation. If they adopted Sakura, they would definitely raise her as their heir. This way, the talents of both daughters wouldn't be wasted. They might even go further in their respective fields in the future. Motosa Shurchin had planned everything, but he didn't expect that the Kata family's magic and their style would be so dirty. Despicable. How old was his daughter? Her magic circuit had been forcefully modified, and she was reduced to a plaything. The report sent by Kenneth listed in detail the injuries that Sakura had suffered and emphasized that she had to receive several years of psychological treatment. Otherwise, she would be crippled. This medical report was sent at the right time, just as the Holy Grail War was coming to an end. Moreover, not only did Kenneth prepare this gift for him, but he also sent a message to Sunflower. When Sunflower received the news, she was so angry that her mind was twisted. They even abandoned their eldest daughter, Ling, on the spot and picked up their guns, intending to perish together with the remaining members of the Jiantong family. He tried his best to stop her. She was so mad with hatred that she smashed everything in the house. He was powerless to stop them, and he didn't want to. This was what he owed the mother and daughter. Toshinori Motosuke knew that Kenneth's goal was to use this report to break down his mental defenses and force him to withdraw from the competition. This move was indeed vicious, but it was also extremely effective. Toshinobu Motosuke couldn't just ignore his daughter and stay in Fuyuki City to participate in the war. He only hated himself. He hated himself for being blind. He hated himself for being materialistic. He actually destroyed his own child for the sake of the so-called inheritance. Toshiomi Enosaka. Is magician's glory that important? Koei's eyes turned red. So important that I pushed my daughter into the fire pit. So important that her life as an ordinary person is a luxury for her. Toshinobu Motosuke closed his eyes. His muddy tears wet his palms. Yes, that's right. You didn't know about the Jiantong family's shady dealings. You're innocent. Koei was furious. But you sent my daughter to a demon's den without knowing anything. Toshinobu Motosuke, I trusted you so much. I trusted you to the point that I gave my daughter and even my life to you. But you betrayed my trust. I'm guilty. I'm not a good mother, my Sakura. Koei. I'm sorry. Shut up. Koei was no longer as gentle as before. She coldly slammed the door and left. I'm not the one you should apologize to. Koei didn't look at Toshinobu Motosuke again. She took her eldest daughter, Ling, and left Fuyuki City that very night for the faraway United Kingdom. Toshinobu Motosuke sat in the darkness with his hands tightly wrapped around his head. As long as there weren't any gay spearmen or loli around to disturb him, Kenneth would be able to use his full strength no matter if he was chasing after girls or causing trouble. Seeing that Yi Jiosa didn't let him down and managed to get rid of a large number of masters and servants, Kenneth naturally couldn't fall behind. Only by muddying the waters of the battle would he be able to reap more benefits. Not only did he have to treat Wild Goose Knight and Jiantong Sakura, but he also had to do everything he could to destroy the Jiantong and Motosuke families. This year's Holy Grail had been destroyed by Yi Jiosa, but it wasn't certain that she would still be able to participate in the next Holy Grail. Seizing the opportunity to wipe out the forces of Motosuke and Jiantong would be enough to give the Archibald family a greater chance of winning. Kenneth felt that his plan to sow discord was extremely clever. He was about to give himself a thumbs up, but he never expected that even though Yi Jiosa was in the hospital, he was still able to kill 3 masters without anyone knowing. The moment he received the news, he was so shocked that he started to doubt his own life. Wumi was hospitalized with serious injuries, but she was physically disabled but mentally strong. She pulled out the infusion needle and ran into Amiya Chiesi's ward to discuss the plan. Amiya Chiesi carefully measured Yi Jiosa's fighting ability and realized that it was an existence that normal people couldn't compete with. If he wanted to fight Yi Jiosa head-on, he would only end up being beaten up. Amiya Chiesi was extremely annoyed and really wanted to smoke. But when he reached into his pocket, he realized that he was wearing a hospital gown, his last remaining pack of cigarettes was covered in mud, and his only lighter had been taken by Yi Jiosa. What a fucked up life. He let out a breath and immediately thought of 100 things. He ordered Wumi to send a message to Motosuke Toshimi, telling her that they had to work together to control the brat's violent and destructive power. Wumi's injuries hadn't healed yet, but she was as efficient as ever. She snuck into the Motosuke family's mansion when the sun was about to rise. To her surprise, there was no magic barrier or anyone around. How could this be? Shouldn't magicians activate their ultimate defense during a war? Wumi cautiously stepped into the mansion with a trace of unease. She didn't know what had happened here, but not only were the pots and pans scattered all over the floor, even the walls in the hallway were riddled with bullet holes. She used the flickering lights to enter the spacious study and was attracted by a rustling sound. She followed the sound and pushed open the door to a cubicle. She saw a shoe on the floor. It was a man's leather shoe. It was brown, the style that Motosuke Toshimi often wore. But the question was, where was Motosuke Toshimi? Wumi entered the cubicle and saw a TV with a snowy screen and a videotape that had been spat out by a TV player. Wumi brought the videotape back and handed it to Amiya Chisi. "You're saying that Motosuke Toshimi disappeared, and this was the only thing that was found at the crime scene?" Amiya Chisi rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. "Wumi, help me get some equipment. I'll examine this videotape myself." Wumi nodded and left. An hour later, she returned with the TV player. She knew that Chisi didn't like to be disturbed when he was working, so she considerately closed the door and left quietly. Amiya Chisi set up the equipment and placed the cold videotape into it. At that time, Yijiosa was gripping his chest with a bitter expression and carefully touching his own skin. After the ding from Jinjiang system, he struggled for a long time before he finally returned to reality from the abyss of pain. He thought that the pain would only last for a while, but he didn't expect that not long after he teased Dilamudden, his body would start to ache and swell again. Yijiosa felt terrible. He felt as if ants were gnawing on his skin and flesh. It was numb and painful, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He laid weakly on the hospital bed, on the verge of death. God damn it, Jinjiang system, why did it take so much effort to level up with a pure yang martial arts technique? He was boiling in ice water and stir-frying in oil. He didn't know what it would be like to level up, but it was possible that he would be in so much pain that he would die. It was so fucking painful. His internal organs felt like they were being stirred up by a hand, and his intestines were almost tied up. His limbs were sore, and his chest was swollen. Even moving his butt made him feel weak. However, Senju Takuma checked on him several times, patting his chest and saying, "Don't worry, your body is very healthy, and you're very energetic." Energetic my ass. Can't you see that my face is pale? Yijiosa waved the fake doctor away. He hugged the snow-white quilt and curled up into a ball, shivering as he nestled on the bed in a daze. He felt a little cold, and he needed a hot water bottle. So, he got up and picked up white firewood from under the bed, holding him in his hands. After a while, he got up again, picked up the Pomeranian, and held it on the back of his neck. Separated by a neck, white firewood and the Pomeranian looked at each other, and finally, their eyes fell on the owner. She was shivering, and it seemed like she was very cold. As soon as the two dogs had this thought, Yijiosa turned over and got off the bed with a bitter face. He grabbed the Samied's ears and dragged it to the end of the bed, then stuffed his feet under its belly. Aizen was speechless. Gradually, Yijiosa's body warmed up. He calmed his breathing and fell asleep. The three dogs looked at each other and had nothing to say. They were just accompanying a child to rest for a while, so there was nothing to complain about. After all, a sleeping owner was much easier to deal with than an awake one. They didn't know what Yijiosa was dreaming about, but he suddenly kicked the Samied's balls. It was the first time that Aizen had suffered such a major blow to its male self-esteem. Suddenly, its snow-white dog face became even whiter. It couldn't help but howl, curled up and rolled off the bed. Saishomaru and 9 Orchid Flower saw this, and a subtle touch of sympathy rose in their hearts. The two dogs moved away from Yijiosa at the same time, but they didn't expect this guy's sleeping posture to be so bad. He actually performed the heaven and earth grand shift in his dream. Yijiosa slapped the Pomeranian off the bed and accurately slammed it into the trash can. 9 Orchid Flower was speechless. Then he pressed white firewood with his paw and rubbed the hand warmer against his cheek, making him salivate. Saishomaru was speechless. Yijosa kicked the quilt away, his body still curled up into a ball. He frowned, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was faintly discernible, as if it was an illusion of the nose. But as time passed, and Yijosa tossed and turned, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, more and more. Impossible to ignore. The dogs in the room couldn't help but straighten their necks and sniff the source of the smell of blood. Finally, they all turned their eyes to Yijosa. "Owner, hurt? Where did he get hurt?" The dogs all gathered together, and their sharp eyes swept the girl from head to toe. Not long after, they saw 2 drops of bright red blood penetrated Yijosa's pants, slowly dripping from her thighs, and stained the snow-white bedding. The girl subconsciously reached out to cover her lower abdomen, and her face wrinkled in pain. The smell of blood became stronger, and the mud between her legs became a puddle. The 5 dogs laid on the edge of the bed in a daze, and their brains couldn't wrap around it for a long time. This blood. This doesn't seem to be hurt in the right place. Only 9 Orchid Flower, who had raised his sister before, let out a long sigh and cried, "Owner has grown up." Grown up. Uchiha Madara turned his head, "She's still a child." Gilgamesh looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief, "Stupid. Don't you know what the sign of a woman's adulthood is?" Uchiha Madara paused suspiciously, could it be? Saishomaru's expression was cold. Geraniums. Aizen's face turned a little green, and he put on a fake smile, "No wonder she's so angry today." Angry? The dogs couldn't help but glance at his crotch. Chapter 84. Yijosa had a dream that was both joyful and painful. In the depths of the dream, he regained his vigor. He picked up his 18 centimeters confidence. He had become a handsome young man with 8 abdominal muscles and a narrow butt. He looked at the reflection of his body in the full-length mirror. Yijosa was overjoyed. He climbed onto the computer in minutes. He skillfully opened his network disk and pulled out the resources that he had been saving for a long time. No matter what, he had to do it first. The video progressed slowly. Yijosa was extremely excited as he stared at Baiseme's innocent and cute eyes. He reached his hand towards his crotch. He touched Brother Condor's back, which was full of warmth. Holy shit! What a perfect length. This was the right size. This abrasion-resistant hardness. It was simply the most revered tool for picking up girls, a dream item. Yijosa couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. He swore that he would release his soul and fight to his heart's content. And so, as Baiseme chanted in a high and low voice, his movements gradually became bigger. Just as the plot entered the most critical moment, just as the bullets were loaded and ready to be fired, just as the friction between Halley's comet and the Earth created sparks, the man and woman in the video suddenly turned to look at him and let out strange barks. Yijosa. Then, the 2 living humans were forcefully turned into 2 dogs. They rolled around on the Simmons and had a good time, leading a befuddled life. The pillows and blankets were torn. Dog fur and barks circled the room. They were having sex crazily, and the smile on Yijosa's face gradually disappeared. He couldn't hold it in. He exerted force under his hand. He actually broke Brother Eagle in half. Uprooting it. He gripped it tightly in his hand. The pain was so intense that it could not be ignored. Yijosa lowered his head in horror and was drenched by the blood gushing from his crotch. Dumbfounded, he stared at Brother Condor, who had died in his hands, and cried in grief, "What the fuck?" It's broken. It broke. His brother Eagle was broken. Motherfucker, if I rushed to the hospital now, would it still work? If he could use it, would it still feel as good as before? No, that's not right. He should stop the bleeding first. How could there be so much blood? Holy shit, I can't stop it. Motherfucker, 1 drop of essence costs 10 drops of blood. The ancients did not lie to me. It was a critical moment just now, and it was the peak of shooting. No wonder he lost so much blood. After all, he was a man as ferocious as seafood. Yijiosa affirmed his own vigor, but in the end, he kicked the bucket like a plate of seafood. Ah! Yijiosa let out a low cry and suddenly woke up from his dream. His face was very pale. Ah! Fuck. He glanced at his own hands first. They were white, tender, small, and weak. There was not a trace of blood on them, and he was not holding the broken eagle. He immediately looked up at the ceiling, and his eyes quickly swept over the 5 dogs lying on the edge of the bed, as well as Dillamuddin lying on the next bed. Only then did he suddenly realize that this was a hospital. He was still the Meili Luo of the Pure Yang Palace wait. Yijiosa frowned slightly. He only felt that his stomach was twitching in pain. It was as if there was a drill pressing against his internal organs, tripping him up again and again, making him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't bear it. He clamped his legs in pain and shrank his body. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, his lower body became hot. A warm liquid gushed out from an indescribable place, wetting his pants. It was so sticky that it was unbearable. If Yijiosa was still a man, he would be used to this kind of situation. It was just a small matter of taking off his pants and washing the bed sheets. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would get up and have sex with her. But now, he finally remembered his gender. Since he was a woman, then, it was impossible for him to have the sweet troubles of a man. So, this was wetting the bed. Yijiosa opened the quilt. He was prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect the real situation to be worse than he imagined. He could no longer maintain his usual indifferent expression. Even his peaceful state of mind was blown into ruins. Oh my God! What the fuck is this? Blood! Blood! Half of the bed was stained with blood. Damn it, why is my pants full of blood? Damn it, even the mattress and bedding were not spared. What had happened while he was asleep? Could it be that after Brother Condor, his brother Sparrow was also plucked out? Yijiosa's whole body was in a mess. He pushed the quilt away in a frenzy and rudely spread his legs. He maximized the flexibility of his limbs, bent his body forward, and buried his head under his crotch. Dogs! After a long while, Yijiosa raised his head absent-mindedly. He looked like he had suffered a heavy blow and his faith had collapsed. He finally remembered the knowledge he had learned in junior high school. When a woman's secondary sexual characteristics began to mature, apart from expanding her chest and waist, there would be bleeding once a month. Did the girls call this situation a hemorrhage? Yijiosa couldn't help but tremble. Blood, hemorrhage. He glanced at the bedding and thought of the legendary saying of, "The pain is so painful that it feels like dying, like a miscarriage, like being disemboweled, and like being disemboweled." His face suddenly turned pale. Will I die? No. No. You'll die. Don't. Don't bleed, please. Don't bleed, please. Yijiosa panicked, and in the end, he burst into tears. Dogs looked at each other and smelled the increasingly strong smell of blood. One by one, they backed away from the bed and really didn't know what to do. Until the noise woke up Dillamuddin in the next bed. The gunman half propped himself up and lifted the curtain. "Master, what's wrong?" Dillamuddin looked at Yijiosa, but his eyes were immediately attracted by the large bloodstain on the snow-white bedding. "Master! Are you hurt?" Dillamuddin struggled to get off the bed, his buttocks twitching in pain. "Please allow me to bandage you, master." "Bandage, bandage." Yijiosa was grief-stricken. "Stand down. I don't need you to bandage me." The ward wasn't spacious. Dillamuddin didn't take 2 steps before he accurately found Master's bleeding point. The gunman couldn't help but look embarrassed. This is. Dillamuddin had a wife when he was alive, so he knew a thing or two about women's private affairs. He compared Yijiosa's age and found that it was a sign of a woman's adulthood. He was slightly relieved. But because of his gender, he shouldn't ask too much about Master's private affairs. Girls were thin-skinned. It wouldn't be good if they got angry and drove him away. Dillamuddin touched his nose, pushed the door open and left to give Master some time to calm down. He wanted to find an older nurse to guide Master's physiology, so that the little girl wouldn't scare him. But the gunman didn't know that his lucky physique was still the same. Relying on the mole at the corner of his eye, not only did he not find a nurse, but he was also blocked by a group of fangirls into the men's toilet. Dillamuddin. "I can't live like this anymore," the miscellaneous people left. Seeing that the owner was still holding his stomach, filled with despair and depression, the 5 dogs thought for a while and discussed. "This is not right. We have to clean it up. The smell of blood is too strong." Uchiha Madara barked in a low voice. "Is there anything necessary to deal with this situation?" The Tibetan Mastiff turned to look at the Pomeranian. He remembered that the Pomeranian mentioned that it had a sister, so it should be an experienced person, right? 9 Orchid Flower nodded. "Yes. But it's not appropriate for a man to buy it." Saishomaru suddenly said, "Enkidu." Hearing her best friend's name, Gilgamesh was alerted. "What do you want to say?" "Enkidu looks like a woman. He's the most suitable candidate." Aizen combed its fur and continued, "This is a hospital. The nurse will prepare the bedding and teach the owner. No one will prepare a change of clothes for her. Other than the owner, there are no women between us. It's more or less inconvenient for us to do things, but Enkidu, he's delicate. Even if he asks a woman about her personal matters, he won't be treated as a pervert." Aizen convinced the dogs. Enkidu is the best candidate. In the ward, the dogs' barks rose and fell as they communicated, and the noise made Yijiosa's anger rise from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the dogs were annoying. He was so angry that he grabbed a pillow and threw it at the dogs. "Motherfucker, I watch dog movies in my dreams, and I still have to listen to your barks when I wake up. Die. Stupid dog." The pillow slapped Gilgamesh's head. Gilgamesh was speechless. "All of you, shut up." Yijiosa's expression was as cold as ice. "Whoever barks again, I'll chop them up to go with my wine." Dogs were speechless. "He's really angry." Yijiosa squatted on the toilet bowl, holding a white sanitary pad. His face was ashen. He never thought that he would have his period. He never thought that the so-called upgrade of Jinjiang's system was to open up his meridians. First, he had a hemorrhage. How old was his body? He had stayed in Grain Village for almost a year, and Wood Leaf Village for almost 2 years. All in all, it was only 3 years. In addition to his previous bone age, he was only 11 or 12 years old. 11 or 12 years old was still in the 5th or 6th grade of primary school. Was it really good to develop so early? The worst thing was that with the onset of his period, his originally flat chest was extremely sore. When he woke up this morning, he put his palm on his chest. Damn it. They were slightly protruding. Yijose could not describe his feelings with simple words. All he knew was that the moment he picked up the tampon and put it on his crotch was the moment he bid farewell to Brother Condor. They would never see each other again. Forget it. Yijose tore the sanitary pad and said numbly, Brother Condor, look, the sanitary pad also has 2 small wings. Yijose flipped the sanitary pad and stuck it on his underwear. Every man who has his period was a New Orleans barbecue wing with broken wings in their previous life. Brother Condor, I understand now. The sanitary pads are designed in the shape of angel wings for good luck, right? Yes, for good luck. Yijose raised his butt and looked at the red toilet bowl. Oh fuck. Will I really not die if I continue like this? Ah. Unstoppable bleeding. How did the girls he had met in his previous life survive? Chapter 85. Yijose lay lifelessly on the bed, leaning against the Tibetan Mastiff pillow, holding the white firewood heat pack in his hands, holding the Pomeranian hot water pack in his abdomen, the golden fur thick blanket on his knees, the Samoyed heater on his feet. Senja Takuma brewed the brown sugar ginger tea. Enki personally fed him, and Dillamuddin poured the tea. Only then did the dark and sunless menstrual cycle finally gain some warmth. Yijose lay limp on the bed like a salted fish. He opened his mouth numbly and drank the greasy brown sugar water, his eyes staring blankly. When Enki saw this, he immediately took a bite for him. The food of the dead, he suppressed the sweet taste. But the food was too much. Yijose frowned slightly, as if he was very uncomfortable. Dillamuddin cleverly scooped up a diced apple from the plate. He quickly stuffed it into his mouth. When the sweet taste spread on his taste buds, Yijose relaxed his brows. He felt that the spearman was still on the right track. So, he took a sip of the brown sugar water and another sip. He took another bite of the diced apple. He spent his lunch peacefully. Because he didn't take care of himself and ate randomly during menstruation, the pain didn't last long. Yijose clutched his lower abdomen with a pale face. He ran to the toilet. One afternoon, he was tossed and turned. It was also at this moment Yijose finally realized that he had to supplement his knowledge on women's menstrual periods. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die in the hands of the vampire's sanitary napkin. Without hesitation, Yijose ordered Enki to buy a pile of textbooks. After that, he activated his top student mode and prepared to study overnight. But dreams were plentiful, reality was bony. Just as Yijose saw the endometrium shedding, Wumi, with a gloomy face, rushed into the ward with a gun. Dillamuddin directly restrained her, snatched the gun, and threw it under the bed. Wumi struggled, her expression a little crazy. You killed Chiesi, right? Yijose closed the book, his expression ugly. If it was any other day, if a girl entered the ward, he would probably stare at her for half a day. He even thought of the name of their future daughter. Unfortunately, his mind was affected by the continuous blood loss. No matter who it was, he did not like it. We didn't touch Wei Gong Keisai. Yijose widened his dead fish eyes, and his tone was as gloomy as a zombie that had just come out of its coffin. Isn't it easy to kill him? I just need to use a summoning array and a bunch of heroic spirits will be calling out to me. Is there a need to plot against him? Wumi fell silent. She closed her eyes and tried to keep her voice as calm as possible. Chiasi is missing. What's so strange about that? Yijose found Wumi's train of thought inconceivable. He's a grown man, and his wife isn't by his side. He should have some private time to masturbate, right? Wumi. Women bleed for a few days a month, and you don't even allow men to masturbate for half an hour. Yijiosa was heartbroken. You can't have such double standards. Wumi. You seem to have a point. But Wumi decided to struggle one last time. There's no one in Chia-Si's room. There's no footage of him entering or leaving the hospital surveillance. Other than a videotape and a player, there's nothing left in his ward. Wumi searched for Wei Gong Keisai for the whole afternoon, but she could not find him. His wife, Alice Phil, could not suppress the aura of the Holy Grail anymore. She was about to sacrifice herself to end this war. Wumi knew that if they could not retrieve the Holy Grail for the Aaron's Balin family, they would lose their final value. Their value as tools. They would not help to find the missing Wei Gong Keisai, would not regret Alice Phil's sacrifice, and would not listen to Aaliyah's wish to see her parents again. When that time came, everything would be over. And Wumi had thought of this, which was why she had no choice but to break into Yijiosa's ward. After all, based on the current situation of the Holy Grail War, Yijiosa was undoubtedly the magician with the highest chance of winning. Moreover, she had many followers, and she was young, so she could be used as leverage. Wumi could not help but think. There must be a master hiding in the dark. He's planning to kill all of you when the Holy Grail is about to end. Wumi raised her head. Yamamoto Chiri is missing, Toshiomi Takubin is missing, and now Chia-Si is missing. Do you think the next one will be you? Was it really that mysterious? Yijiosa clutched his abdomen and said dully, where else can the three men go? Foot washing city. Healthcare center. Karaoke bar. Wumi. Were they really talking about the same topic? Listen to me, you better go to Kabuki-cho to look. Yijiosa yawned, his expression gloomy. If you can't find him, call the police. Wumi. Sorry, assassins also had professional ethics. If they went missing and called the police, they would be idiots, right? But maybe she should really go to Kabuki-cho to look. In the end, Wumi left the ward and ran out of the hospital worriedly. When Yijiosa heard her footsteps getting further and further away, he suddenly jumped up from the bed and put on his slippers excitedly. His face was full of excitement. He took 2 quick steps and pushed the door open, but suddenly stopped. Yijiosa turned around and smiled brightly. Dilamudden, the mole under the corner of your eye. Does it have the magic of love? Does it mean that you can make a woman fall in love with you? Dilamudden touched the corner of his eye, a little embarrassed. Master, please don't tease me. Compared to my personal charm, I hope that others value my strength more. Charm is also a kind of strength. Yijiosa called him over. Now, it's time for you to take a beating. Oh no, it's time for you to fight for the master. Dilamudden. I have a bad feeling about this. Yijiosa brought Dilamudden into Amiya Cheshi's ward. Just as Wumi had said, there was nothing left in the room except for a few pieces of projector equipment. Yijiosa looked around and squatted down with his hand on his aching abdomen. He pulled out a familiar yet strange videotape from the slot of the equipment. He thought for a long time, then muttered "Ermi tofu," as if he was confessing something. Then, he fiddled with the projector to see if it could be used. Master, what are you doing? Dilamudden was a little nervous. There's a strong, lingering resentment in this room. Yijiosa adjusted the channel and inserted the videotape into the projector. Dilamudden, you have to perform well later and show your greatest charm. Dilamudden was confused. Ha! Yijiosa patted his shoulder and crouched down behind the sofa. At the same time, the image on the screen suddenly changed, and black and white colors appeared. Dilamudden stared at the screen dumbly, and the mole at the corner of his eyes glowed with a strange light. He saw a bunch of strange images, words and drawings in the stream of consciousness, and a few symbols that he did not understand. The next second, he saw an old well. It was dark like a bottomless abyss. Some kind of strange energy was surging out, like a cold and gloomy wind. Tomomoto was secretly on guard. Behind the sofa he was sitting on, there was still a master in a weakened state. He slowly pulled out the red-yellow rose, and a slender hand suddenly appeared at the mouth of the well. "Dillamuddin, lady." "No, as a knight, I can't be rude to a woman. Even if this lady crawled out from the bottom of the well, I can't belittle her noble soul." Dillamuddin put away the gun, and the female ghost crawled out of the well with her limbs twisted. One of her hands suddenly grabbed the edge of the television. She used all her strength to prop up her body, ready to drag her prey into the well from the outside world. Before she could do anything, a pair of big hands that belonged to a man went through her armpits, lifted her up, and dragged her out of the television at lightning speed. Sadako. There was a bad feeling in her heart. Her 5 fingers turned into claws, raised her rotten face, and looked at Dillamuddin fiercely. Then Sadako was lying on the ground, and her ferocious ghost face was stunned for a moment. She stared at Dillamuddin's mole, lost in thought. "Dear lady, the ground is very cold, please allow me to help you up." He was so humble, so gentle, so polite. There was no disgust or panic in his eyes, his voice was gentle and low, his body was tall and burly, and his face was handsome and delicate. Sadako was stunned. Dillamuddin looked at her unresponsive face, turned his head and said, "Master. New servant, this. Isn't it a little silly?" Dillamuddin had seen all kinds of bloody scenes on the battlefield. Although Sadako's horrifying appearance could scare ordinary people, it could not scare him. Therefore, he regarded Sadako as Yijiosa's new servant. "Ask her if Empress Mitsunomiya is with her," Dillamuddin asked. Sadako was stunned for a long time, then slowly nodded. "Ask her again. Is Yen Feng's Chili with her?" After getting the answer he wanted, Yijiosa smiled. "Dillamuddin, tell her to guard those 3 guys and put them in labor camp." "Labor camp? Ha ha ha. When they are cured of their Chinibu disease, then let them out from the bottom of the well." At this moment, Yijiosa, who was laughing happily, would never have thought that the reason for the outbreak of the 5th Holy Grail War was, "Where is Daddy?" Tashiomi's 2 daughters wanted to find their father, Amiyachishi's daughter wanted to find her father, the people in the church wanted to find the priest. And the masters who had fought to the death in 5 wars would never have imagined that their Chinibu father, who had not completely recovered from his Chinibu illness, had become even more ill under the guidance of Professor Sadako. And Yijiosa also did not expect that Sadako only looked at Dillamuddin in front of the TV and became his #1 fan, a firm fangirl. Her job changed from crawling out of the TV to dragging people, to as long as there was a TV that could be controlled, she would have to play Dillamuddin's posters and videos. And with Miss Sadako's help, Dillamuddin's popularity spread all over the island and began to go abroad. Chapter 86. The 5 dogs had solemn expressions on their faces. Their gazes were glued to the Encyclopedia of Female Physiological Knowledge. When the pages of the book were flipped on the dog paws, the illustrated explanation inside made them stare blankly. Although they knew that the existence of women was indispensable, they had never really understood their bodies. They did not expect that the growth of girls would be accompanied by blood and they would toss and turn for 7 days, every month, every year. No wonder they would always be on the verge of death for a few days and would be listless in everything they did. Their faces were pale and they had a violent temper. If they did not agree with each other, they would slap their faces. They could not help but recall the years when they were big shots. Even at their peak, they could not bleed for 7 days and 7 nights. They thought that they were noble and unsullied by women, but they did not expect that their survival instincts told them to stay away from the threat of women. The 5 dogs were silent for a moment. They continued to flip through the pages with trembling paws. From time to time, they would whimper and communicate in a language that only dogs understood. Safety pants, tampons, menstrual cups, painkillers, brown sugar, ginger tea was a must. If it did not work, send them to the hospital. The thickness slowly became lighter. The pictures were even more shameless. The action blockbuster of the island country was actually printed on the encyclopedia. 9981 styles, 7 by 749 days. The embryo landed on the hotbed. The genes began to change. Neon was open about sex and never avoided describing it. Bold and direct, wanton and simple. There was a massage stick in front of him, there was a vibrator in front of him, there was a thick and long function. It was guaranteed to be even more intense than a real man. The dogs were speechless. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said seriously, the content after that is still too early for the owner. 9 Orchid Flower frowned to express his understanding, it's too early. Marriage at 16. It seems that none of the men around the owner can stay. It's too dangerous. It was indeed dangerous. A girl's menstruation meant that she was sexually mature. Although the owner was young, she had also reached the age of love. It was better to be safe than sorry. Girls needed to be pampered, but pampered girls were easy to deceive. Look at the men around the owner. Kimimaro was a cold and loyal dog. Senju Takuma was mature and cheerful, Enki was androgynous, and Dillamuddin was infinitely charming. They were good-looking enough to satisfy any woman's needs for a man's childhood, adolescence, and maturity. In addition, each of them had outstanding abilities and excellent figures. They were simply mobile hormones that specialized in bewitching young girls. If the owner fell in love with one of them, then their beds would be gone, the quality of their dog food would decline, and they would lose their status in the family. They might even have indigestion when absorbing spiritual energy. It was written in the books that when a woman fell in love with a man, he would be the only one left in her eyes. She would think of everything for him and arrange everything for him. She would love him so much that she would give her body to him and even bear his children. What if the man said, I want to eat dog meat hot pot today? Die. Wild man. Don't even think about seducing the owner. What were they waiting for? They had to be on guard. Gilgamesh licked his claws. This king has yet to recover his physical body. I will not allow any unforeseen events to happen. Well, tear these pages. Tearing books. Ah! What a great idea. Uchiha Madara tore the complete explanation of male and female sexual relations out of the book. He even considerately tore it into pieces. Saishomaru suddenly said, if she were to come back and see the pieces. Dogs fell silent. Oh, if the owner were to come back and see the pieces, they would definitely be beaten up. In addition, the owner was in her menstrual period, so she might beat them even more wantonly. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and formed a seal with his paws with great difficulty. He spat out a tiny fireball and burned the pieces to ashes. But at this moment, Aizen felt that something was amiss. The pages are incomplete and not thick enough. Just the feel of it is wrong. She is very sensitive. If she were to be discovered, then let's frame Senju Takuma. Uchiha Madara conned his best friend with a deadpan expression. It's best if the owner completely dislikes him. Aizen glanced at him and said in a subtle tone, how are we going to frame Senju Takuma? Have you forgotten that we are dogs? That's right, they were dogs. Would the owner listen to dogs or humans? Was there a need to ask? Given that they had numerous criminal records, the owner would definitely pick up a broom and beat them up first. So the problem was, how were they going to solve the problem of the pages? Tearing up the book was a momentary pleasure, but how were they going to fix the crematorium? Fortunately, their brains were still online. After remembering the size of the pages, the 5 dogs quickly jumped out of the ward and swarmed to the nearby library. As bosses, they still had the dignity of bosses. Stealing books was something they could never do. So, they rolled into the library's dump and pulled out a pile of old newspapers. They used their paws to cut them into the size of a book page. After organizing them, they immediately brought them back to the Encyclopedia of Knowledge. Seeing that the completed book was not damaged at all, the 5 dogs finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, they were also fighting hard to save their dog lives today. Yijosa managed to scam Yenfeng Chili, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, kill Toshinabu, and finally take down Wei Gongsai. He felt that his future was bright. He also reached an agreement with the electroshock professor, Miss Sadako, and lost his teammate, Dilamudden, the handsome skybreaker. He was so happy that he could even ignore the pain of his period. But all his good mood only lasted until the moment he picked up Kenneth's call across the ocean. Kenneth had been riding high recently. After Yijosa represented the Archibald family in the competition, he had overcome all obstacles and defeated countless masters and servants. He had the biggest chance of winning the Holy Grail War with an overwhelming advantage. He had thought that victory was in his grasp and that getting the Holy Grail was only a matter of time. But he did not expect his student Weber and Weber's servant Iskandar to be so arrogant in the United States, and they had not been dealt with yet. The last pair of masters and servants should be a piece of cake for Yijosa. In order to reap the fruits of victory as soon as possible, Kenneth was eager for quick success and urged Yijosa to think of a way to defeat Iskandar and force Weber out of the game. This way, Archibald family would be the biggest winner. But Kenneth did not expect Yijosa to be on his irritable period. Motherfucker, Kenneth. I dare you to say that again. Yijosa grabbed the phone and cursed. I'm seriously injured and bleeding, and you still want me to fight the Conquest King? I didn't ask you to directly. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Yijosa picked up his sword. The 5 dogs smartly retreated far away. I'm telling you, I'm on strike. I'm tired and I want to rest. I'm done. You're treating the Archibald family as... Did I allow you to interrupt when I was speaking? Yijosa roared even louder. If you keep blabbering, I'll chop off your little brother. I'll let you experience what it's like to wear sanitary pads. Kenneth was speechless. Okay, he knew the reason for her irritation. Why aren't you talking? Are you out of words? Yijosa's combat power increased exponentially, and he became more and more energetic as he continued to argue. If you're not happy, then hold it in. If you can't hold it in, I'll stuff an extended version of Night into your mouth. Kenneth was speechless. He took a deep breath and pressed down on his throbbing temples. 6 fried dough twists. You really should have been educated as a lady. You don't have the gentleness, politeness, and elegance of a woman. You even sound like a rude man. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Yijosa suddenly relaxed his brows and retracted his aggressive aura. That's right, you have good taste. Kenneth was speechless. Why? Why was it that every time he spoke to her, the topic would veer in a strange direction? Why was that? Weren't they discussing how to resolve the matter of Weber and the Conquest King? However, Kenneth never expected that not only could Yijosa change the topic, but he could also change the topic of the Milky Way. Kenneth, on account of your praise, I'll give you a suggestion to improve your family's reputation. Yijosa said solemnly, the Holy Grail War is only temporary, but your Clock Tower Academy will last forever. Kenneth's eyes darkened and he frowned. He was instantly led into a trap. What do you mean? The Holy Grail War may last 10 or 40 years. The cycle is too long. If all the magic families rely on the Holy Grail War to determine the winner, it's too childish. Yijiosa smiled and said, I suggest you start anew and open a new campus. Kenneth held the microphone. His intuition told him that he was about to hear an extremely beneficial suggestion. He lowered his voice. Tell me about it. I'm interested. Open a new campus. It's different from the existence of the clock tower. It's a place controlled by you alone. Lower its threshold and accept students with magic talent. Yijiosa played with the ends of his hair and revealed a mischievous smile. There are a lot of commoners, and many of them have outstanding abilities. For example, in this Holy Grail War, I'm a living example. Kenneth paused. I'm a noble. If I lower the threshold, then how will the nobles view me? TSK, who's not a peasant 8 generations ago? Who's a noble? Yijiosa said disdainfully. If you really value the so-called bloodline, you might as well set up an academy for nobles in the school. While I'm the champion of the Holy Grail War, you have enough advantage to recruit talents from the nobles. And with the talents in your hands, no matter who is chosen in the next Holy Grail War, who participates, and who wins, it's possible that they'll fall into your sphere of influence. Kenneth's eyes lit up. Compared to you and your family doing it alone, the academy can link all the interests together. Yijiosa continued. And, no matter who wins in the end, it won't shake the position of the Archibald family. Putting students from different classes together will make the competition stronger. After 10 or 40 years, I don't believe that any family will be able to cultivate people who can surpass this academy. Yijiosa narrowed his eyes. The academy will continue to grow and become more authoritative. The children that each family cultivates will not be sent out. They will choose you instead. In this way, you'll never lack talents. And the tragedy of Sakura Jiitsuru would never happen again. Kenneth was tempted. Tell me the plan, tell me your conditions. 6 Fried Dough Twist should have a mental draft for something that she could say. Since there was a ready-made plan, there was no need for him to waste his brain. And Kenneth still remembered that this was a cooperative relationship. If what he offered didn't satisfy the other party, then what he said today. She could choose to tell someone else. But the proposal to create an academy and gather talents, as well as the huge prospects that this proposal would bring, was a future that he couldn't imagine. Perhaps it really would have the ability to change the Holy Grail War and control the Holy Grail. Conditions. Yijiosa thought for a moment. I don't have many requirements. First of all, please give the Magic Academy that you're going to create a nostalgic and resounding name. Let's call it Hogwarts. After throwing out a bunch of nonsensical drafts to trick Kenneth away, Yijiosa knew that he could rest in peace for the next few days, and that no one would come to harass him. He rested in peace, ate in peace, and drank brown sugar water in peace. Until Yijiosa discovered that the berserker Lancelot was locked up in the madhouse with the highest walls, the tightest security, and the safest security measures in Fuyuki City. Damn it! Can't you just let me bleed in peace? Yijiosa bitterly crawled out of bed, drank a bowl of brown sugar water, and stormed to the madhouse. To be honest, he was glad that Lancelot was in the madhouse and not locked up in a zoo. After all, Lancelot was injected with anesthetic that was enough to turn over an elephant before he was successfully captured by humans. That was why it was difficult to get him out, because he was locked up in the lowest level of the madhouse. In another time and space, Ikazan was leading a team to Osaka City to get his younger brother, in this time and space, Yijiosa was leading a dog and a heroic spirit to the madhouse to get his younger brother. This was destined to be a night of luck. Yijiosa left the hospital, and Saber, who had been dug out from the ruins, was sent in. She was lying on the hospital bed that Yijiosa had rolled over. Coincidentally, Wumi was unable to find a Miyakisi, so she rushed to Yijiosa's ward with a gloomy expression. She was about to interrogate Yijiosa 3 times, but she didn't expect to run into her heroic spirit teammates. Wumi and Saber looked at each other for a while, then stared at the dog's fur on the bed, and fell into silence. 5 minutes later, they packed up and embarked on the road to find Yijiosa. They used all kinds of methods and even used the power of the Einstein-Balin family to conduct a carpet search, but they couldn't find any trace of Yijiosa. It was as if she had evaporated from the world, suddenly disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Wumi was even more convinced that there must be a suspicious master hiding behind the scenes, and that this master was the biggest winner of this Holy Grail war. And Yijiosa disappeared just like a Miyakisi. It seemed that Yijiosa really wasn't the one who killed Kisi. Wumi blamed her wrongly. Wumi heaved an inward sigh of guilt. However, assassins were very professional. After feeling guilty, she locked all her targets on the last master, Wilbur. Iskandar left for 3 days, and in these 3 days, Yeno Chiri, Toshiomi Tokusaka, Amiyakisi, and Yijiosa disappeared one after another. As expected. This was Ryder's doing. Even if you killed Kisi, don't even think about getting the Holy Grail. Wumi and Saber hid in Fuyuki City together, waiting for the Conquest King to return. On the first night Iskandar and Wilbur returned to Fuyuki City, they faced Saber. Since Wilbur had exhausted all his energy in raising the husky, Iskandar didn't have enough mana to fight, but he still managed to fight Saber to a draw. When the two of them fought with all their might and fell to the ground, and when the port of Fuyuki City was smashed into ruins by the surging force, the Conquest King and the Night King looked at each other and suddenly let out a carefree laugh. As a king, he should fight like this. Not for fame, not for profit, only for the sword in their hands, only for the faith in their hearts. To be able to fight with such a hero in the Holy Grail War was truly a great blessing in life. Iskandar was enjoying himself, and so was the Night King. They had thought that they were the only 2 heroic spirits left, and that they were about to end the Holy Grail War here. But unexpectedly, Yijiosa dragged his family and dog over to the source of the energy wave. He looked at the heavily injured Conquest King and Night King, then at the dumbfounded Wumi, and then at Wilbur, who was being dragged around by the husky, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. I didn't expect to get such a great bargain after a trip to the mental asylum. Wumi was speechless. No. No way, impossible, it couldn't be, did she make a mistake in judgment? Yijiosa clapped his hands. Senju Takuma, capture them. These are the spoils of war. Everyone was speechless. Wilbur was trampled to the ground by the husky, and he couldn't help but shed bitter tears. He had come to participate in the Holy Grail War to prove himself, so why was he captured the moment he returned? Chapter 87. Yijiosa thought. In the Holy Grail War, a large-scale holographic online game, as long as he killed a player of the same level, he would be able to obtain the world achievement of Pokemon Master. Who would have thought that even though he had passed this stage, the organizers did not buy it. They put on airs and asked Yijiosa to take action to kill all the surviving heroic spirits. Because heroic spirits were the energy source for the Holy Grail to activate and the foundation for the Holy Grail to descend. Without the dead heroic spirits as nutrition, the Holy Grail would never appear. It was very picky about food and was only willing to eat heroic spirits. Moreover, Yen Feng Chili and the other two masters were missing, but their followers were still alive. In other words, the master was not dead, the heroic spirits were not dead, and they had not lost the right to participate in the competition. Although he did not know why they did not use the command incantation to recall their followers, but being alive is still being alive. They were not eliminated if Yi Jiosa wanted the Holy Grail, not to mention the door and the window. There would not even be a crack in the door. He had to say that the organizer's heart was really dirty. He did not live happily and he kept finding things for him to do. Yi Jiosa sneered. He was very tired. He had to cultivate his body and mind. He had no interest in arguing with them. He had no interest in raising his sword to kill heroic spirits. Moreover, the Night King's saber among the heroic spirits was still a beautiful woman. She looked young but bright and capable. She was his favorite type. Forcing a group of men to attack a girl, it was really fucking low. Since they did not want to end the war, then let them do as they pleased. He wanted to see how they would find Yen Feng Chili and the other two. This was definitely the longest Holy Grail war in history. If the Holy Grail had consciousness, it might curse and say that they were the worst masters it had ever met. The organizers searched blindly. Kenneth was busy building the school, Yi Jiosa stroked the dog every day, and even urged Dillamuddin to debut immediately. When the days were idle, Enki played with the golden retriever every day. Senja Takuma chased the Tibetan mastiff all over the yard. Yi Jiosa basked in the sun, and Kimimaro fed him the freshly made dumplings. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the air, and the orioles sang. The white chai closed its eyes for a nap, the Samoyed stretched lazily, the Pomeranian yawned, and Lancelot was still staring at the computer. They had entered the retirement period in advance in the mansion. Even without Nara, they were in the mansion. Yi Jiosa would try to find Lancelot, but he wouldn't go out of his way to help Nero. During the Jiosa, Nara said, he had heard a Li Long Yi. To him, Nero was a perfect example of life and death. If one did too many bad things, they would eventually run into ghosts. The cycle of karma and retribution, and Heaven's Net had long arms. However, it had accompanied him for quite a long time. Even a dog could develop feelings for him, let alone a toy that could talk. But he has, but had accompanied. As he grays has. If had. GRS. If Nara didn't survive. Oh, I'll take it as an atonement. Besides, the Jinjiang system had evaluated Nara as a world boss. If he could have died so easily, he would have been too weak. However, when Yi Jiosa thought of the time he pulled his head out of the mountain of meat, he hesitated. A boss that died with one pull, he was indeed weak. So, should I look for him? No way. He hadn't finished his matcha ice cream, spicy hot pot, Chongqing spicy hot pot, and kebab. If he didn't finish it, how could he have the energy to look for another head? Wait, look for my head. Bah, look for my head. I'm not looking. Ah, Nara is still the poor little abandoned by the master of the house. Yi Jiosa didn't expect the Holy Grail to collapse before the organizer could find someone to look for it. And the cause was the little Holy Grail, Alice Phil. It spilled black mud and swallowed Nara's head when he lost control. The word Nara has an ominous meaning in Buddhist scriptures. It means an endless hell from which there is no escape. And the reason why Nara was called Nara was because the source of his birth was the accumulation of all evil in the world. Apart from his love for the Platycodon, which was like a moth flying into a flame, the thing that condensed into his origin was evil. He was a demon of deterioration, a personality derived from evil, and a conspiracy woven from evil. Doing evil was Nara's instinct, but he wasn't willing to be controlled by his evil instincts. Therefore, he repeatedly tore open his origin and spread it out in order to free himself from his nature. Yijiosa had thought that this would be a long and arduous transformation process, but who would have thought that Yijiosa's stroke of genius would give him a unique splitting method? Now, there was nothing left but a head. Therefore, he was swallowed by the black mud without any resistance and pulled into the world of the Holy Grail. As a result, Nara discovered something interesting. The Holy Grail wasn't sacred. On the contrary, it had long been contaminated by the evil of the world. In other words, the Holy Grail also had its own consciousness. Just like Nara, it was an accumulation of evil. As long as someone injected a heroic spirit into it and made a wish, it could be completely awakened and born. And after it was born, the world would also head towards destruction. Nara couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration. He thought of the Jade of Four Souls. Legend had it that the Jade of Four Souls could fulfill all wishes. Wasn't this setting the same as the Holy Grail? Even the Holy Grail could be contaminated and eroded. Did the Jade of Four Souls really not have its own consciousness? Thinking of this, Nara shivered. In a trance, he had an epiphany. If the aura of the Jade of Four Souls had been fused with each other, then it was very likely that he wasn't the one controlling the Jade of Four Souls, but the Jade of Four Souls controlling him. If it wasn't for Yijiosa. If it wasn't for Yijiosa's godly intervention. At this moment, Nara actually felt fortunate to have met Yijiosa. But, it didn't take long for Nara to fall into a bitter battle against the Holy Grail. He was the evil of another world, while the contaminated Holy Grail was the evil of this world. Without a doubt, Nara was a perfect tonic for the Holy Grail. He was an even more delicious energy than the heroic spirit. As long as it ate Nara, the Holy Grail would definitely let go of the heroic spirit. However, Nara was a tough nut to crack. No matter how much the Holy Grail gnawed, devoured, or pestered the Holy Grail, Nara would always find a way to turn things around and make the Holy Grail lose more than it gained. As the battle dragged on, the Holy Grail could no longer hold back. Just as it was about to be unable to suppress Nara, it instinctively absorbed the magic power in Fuyuki City and directly increased its aura and power, firmly suppressing Nara in the black mud. Aliceville was swallowed by the Holy Grail. It didn't even need to borrow the power of the magic formation. It directly broke out of the Holy Grail's body and circled above the cathedral, refusing to land for a long time. Countless members of the Magic Association and the cathedral tried to control it, knock it down, and plunder it, but they were all repelled. What was even worse was that the Holy Grail was shaking and began to gush out large amounts of black mud. It was like a tsunami, mixed with the momentum of a volcanic eruption. Red magma flowed down from the top of the cathedral like a raging waterfall, washing away everything. It was as if evil spirits had brought hell, devouring most of the people present and turning them into nutrients. It was only at this moment that the organizers realized that something was wrong. They trembled all over as they watched the Holy Grail go out of control on the raging fire. And as the black mud spread, not only this area, all of Fuyuki City would be reduced to ashes. At that time, everyone would be sinners. More and more black mud appeared, and the fire illuminated everything. By the time Yijiosa, Weber, and Wumi arrived at the scene with their followers, the place had already become hell. Corpses were reduced to ashes, and everything was silent, but the surging black mud was still spreading outwards. The next moment, the would release Immortal spell heavily attacked, forming a huge cage that blocked everything within a controllable range. But soon, Senju Takuma frowned as he looked at the rising mud and locked his eyes on the Holy Grail in the sky. "Destroy it!" Senju Takuma shouted. "It's corroding the wood release, and I've already contained it within a 1 kilometer radius. It's about to get out." At this critical moment, Golden Retriever suddenly shouted, "Enkidu, charge into the black mud with the heroic spirits." Enkidu was stunned. What? The black mud is the evil of the Holy Grail. As long as you can resist it, you can receive flesh. Gilgamesh said, with a physical body, there's no need to be a master. A true friend. Receive flesh. Enkidu turned around and said solemnly, if you resist the evil, you can have a physical body modified by the black mud. At least I've experienced it, and I've even succeeded. Gilgamesh thought of the scene of being swallowed by the black mud in her previous life and sneered in her heart. It's just the evil of the world, what's there to be afraid of? With this king's ability, even if it's 10 or 100 times stronger, it's nothing. Enkidu smiled and rubbed his dog head. He directly shared the news with the heroic spirits present. To show that he was reliable, he was the first to step into the black mud, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The heroic spirits present looked at each other, and finally, one by one, stepped into the black mud. Then, they discovered to their surprise, the temperature was just right, not too cold or too hot. So comfortable. Holy Grail. Look carefully, the black mud is used to destroy the world. It's not some damned hot spring, you bastards. You're the worst batch of heroic spirits I've ever met. The Holy Grail seemed to be expressing its anger, and the black mud surged even more violently. And Nara, who had been suppressed at the bottom of the Holy Grail, woke up and prepared to find an opportunity to give the Holy Grail a fatal blow. Soon, his opportunity came. Yijiosa raised his head and looked at the Holy Grail floating in the sky. He sighed and said, damn, I don't really understand the world of the rich. Why is even a spittoon made of gold? Holy Grail. Spittoon. That's the Holy Grail. Weber tried his best to make the atmosphere serious. The Holy Grail can fulfill any wish of a person. It's sacred. Bullshit. Yijiosa rolled his eyes at him. Even if it's a spittoon made of gold, it can't change the fact that it's a spittoon. Look up how this spittoon is still spitting out feces. Holy Grail. Spitting out feces. The heroic spirits and dogs. Damn, it's so disgusting. Suddenly, the waterfall like black mud shrank into a trickle. Fulfilling a person's wish. I think it's very unreliable. Yijiosa turned his back to the raging fire that looked like the end of the world. He remained calm. If it really has the ability, then turn me into a man. Weber. Yijiosa's goading method was undoubtedly successful. Most importantly, he had a strong desire in his heart, a man. After a rough man experienced 7 days and 7 nights of bloodshed, he had long been corrupted. His desire to become a man far exceeded his obsession to go home. As long as Aunt Flo didn't come, everything could be discussed. Damn. This firm heart and strong willpower were like a peerless delicacy that completely moved the foodie Holy Grail. Its body swayed as it descended from the sky. Bit by bit, it slowly landed in front of Yijiosa. At the same time, the Holy Grail focused on Yijiosa. It even spoke in his heart, say your wish. Now was the time Nara fiercely counterattacked. The gathered demonic power entangled the Holy Grail's main body like a tiger, wrapping it tightly. It tried its best to absorb its power and devour it. Yijiosa stretched out his hand at this moment. With hidden excitement, he solemnly made a wish. Please make me a man. As soon as he said this, the dog's expressions all changed. A man. Does the owner really have some kind of misunderstanding about his own gender? A man. A man. The Holy Grail's voice seemed to have malfunctioned. It was a little long. I will fulfill your wish. Yijiosa's eyes lit up. He looked at the Holy Grail expectantly. Magic power, the Holy Grail, and a wish. The conditions had been met. The Holy Grail activated its own function. It took this opportunity to fulfill Yijiosa's wish and escape from the sea of suffering of being devoured. It suddenly turned the Holy Grail upside down. As if it had drunk too much and vomited, it wildly spat out a large lump of black mud. Then, following the black mud, a fully naked, enchanting man with black hair wrapped around his body appeared. With a splat, Nara, whose body had been repaired, fell into the black mud. He looked at Yijiosa's dumbfounded face and revealed a warm smile. Long time no. Yijiosa stomped his head into the black mud. I want to become a man. I'm not asking you to give me a man. Yijiosa frantically clenched the Holy Grail and shook it with all his might. Take it back. Take it back. You spittoon that spits shit. The Holy Grail. Hee, see you. It broke free from Yijiosa's hand and leaped into the sky. Without Nara's suppression, the black mud it spat out had already eroded the wood escape to the point where only brittle skin was left. Soon, the evil inside the wood escape would rush to the outside world and devour the entire Fuyuki city. The Holy Grail's deceptive wish mode completely infuriated Yijiosa. His Daoist robe fluttered as he took out the best weapon from his backpack. With a long sword in one hand, it was as if he had the entire world in his hands. His aura surged. Ever since his pure yang internal strength leveled up, he had never used a killer move. But today, the Holy Grail had successfully pleased him. In that case, he might as well try using this despicable spittoon. It was only at this moment that Yijiosa finally understood what leveling up his pure yang internal strength meant. This was a mystical realm where he felt like he was one with the heavens. His 8 extraordinary meridians had all been opened up, and he could directly absorb power from the outside world. Moreover, even if Fuyuki City was filled with magic power of different systems, it could still be digested by his yin and yang and combined into power that he could use. In this way, as long as heaven and earth could provide him with the power of nature, he wouldn't have to worry about his servants draining his inner power. And the expansion and change of his power system meant that every ultimate ability had the possibility of leveling up. For example, Mountain River might be able to go from being a real man for 8 seconds to being fast for 8 minutes. Ha ha ha. What's so funny about being fast for 8 minutes? Yijiosa wiped his face and became serious. Damn it. Cheat. Cheat. Protagonist's aura. Fortune amidst misfortune. He could crush this spittoon in minutes. Yijiosa clenched his sword and raised his hand to cast an ultimate ability that required a channeling time, inexhaustible. There weren't many ultimate abilities that required a channeling time in the Pure Yang Palace, but once it was a skill that required a channeling time, it would inevitably have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Inexhaustible, an ultimate ability that required a channeling time, was known to destroy everything with one move. It was the ultimate skill that many Pure Yang Palace relied on in the arena. And now, for the first time, Yijiosa used an ultimate ability at this stage. He wasn't in the mood to recite lines. With one strike, a blue galaxy appeared in an instant. Sword energy surged, and a vast killing intent swept across the sky like the sea, rapid as a spark, destructive like thunder exploded in front of his eyes. Boom! The power of both hardness and softness, the momentum of yin and yang, collapsed between the clouds like thunder, like an azure dragon descending from the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, forming a magnificent celestial phenomenon. In the sky above the church in Fuyuki City, above the burning hell, a huge Tai Chi totem appeared. In an instant, thunder roared, and a heavy downpour suddenly fell. Yijiosa sheathed his sword, and in the midst of the ruins, his clothes fluttered as he turned around and left without any reluctance. Although his back was short, his aura was far more than 2. 8 meters. It was nothing more than looking up to a high mountain. And behind him, whether it was the hero spirit or the dog, they all fell into a deathly silence. In their long years, they rarely met a human who could rival them, and the other party was so young. If he grew up to be an independent adult, then I really want to fight with her. No one knew who sighed, but everyone's heart was filled with emotion. She has her own sword, her own Tao. Enkidu objectively evaluated, she never chased after anyone, and everything she did was to surpass herself. It is my honor to have such a monarch. Dilamudin was relieved. She has her own sword, her own Tao, she never chased after anyone, and she never surpassed herself. Enkidu's words were simple, but they awakened Saishomaru, who had always been shrouded in his father's shadow. Saishomaru remained silent for a moment, and then muttered, "My own sword. My own sword." Aizen licked its paws and glanced at him. "If I can't even find my own sword, what goal do I have?" Seeing that its companion had fallen silent, Aizen didn't point it out. It just kept a mysterious expression on its dog face, and said, "The sword at your waist isn't your own sword." Saishomaru was stunned. "Because you haven't been recognized by it at all." Aizen's furry dog face was peaceful, but its words were vicious. "You seem to hate this sword, but you might not know that in the eyes of the sword, you're not qualified to be its master." Saishomaru quietly looked at it. "Are you teasing me?" He had always been the one who hated others, so when did someone hate him? "Why would I tease you? I'm just pitying you." Aizen sarcastically said, "A person who can't even find his own sword doesn't deserve to inherit someone else's sword." It glanced at Saishomaru, and then turned around to chase after Yijosa. "Do you think that you can choose your own sword? You can't even compare to the feeder." Aizen's words drifted in the night sky. "At least her sword recognizes her, and is willing to fight for her with all its heart. What about you?" For the first time, Saishomaru was stunned, and he was left far behind by the feeder and his companion. "My sword." So, whether it was Taisuya or Tianya, they had never recognized me. So, what was the purpose of my father giving me Tianya? My sword. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.